Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Insomniac Deku Had Multiple Quirks. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Katsuki knows when Izuku is watching him. He can never see him, but he knows that the damn Deku is there. And no, he is not crazy. He can't explain how he knows when Izuku is near him, but he does. He doesn't do anything about these feelings. He's too afraid that he'll scare Deku off. Katsuki doesn't know why he can't see him. Maybe it's because Izuku has gotten really good at hiding, or he disguises himself as someone else. Bakugo doesn't take comfort in the fact that Izuku comes to see him. He's glad that the idiot is still alive, but why isn't he brave enough to say anything? It pisses him off, and once Katsuki finally gets to see him, he's going to give that damn nerd one hell of a punch on the face. He feels like he's slowly losing everything, even himself. Katsuki is so alone. It doesn't matter that the whole school looks up to him like some god, or that his quirk and body have grown incredibly strong. Katsuki's parents are amazing. This he knows, but it's not enough. Maybe that's a selfish thing to say after everything he's ever received in his life. How lucky he's been. But his parents can't understand him no matter how hard they try. And that's okay, because parents aren't supposed to understand everything about their child. It just makes it difficult to talk to them about things where they can't see the reasoning to. They can't determine why he's so angry now, or why he's not happy. Katsuki was at the dining table eating coconut curry when an argument broke out. It was his fault, really. He was the one that started the stupid conversation. I'll be in UA soon. I'll make sure to give Deku a greeting he'll always remember. Then I'll drag him back here. He doesn't know what inspired him to say this, but it seemed important to say the words out loud. Maybe speaking them aloud will urge the hope of seeing Deku turn into a reality. He truly believed his parents would have backed him up. His parents glanced at each other. His father looks as he always does, worried. And his mother develops a stern look on her face. Katsuki feels the familiar tick of anger at the back of his mind. It's a warning, he thinks. He should have never said that. Katsuki was just about to excuse himself so he wouldn't inevitably explode at them, when the old hag decides to speak. You don't really think that, do you? Mitsuki says, her voice stern, but not mean. He narrows his eyes. Think what? What could she possibly be talking about? He knows, of course, but he refuses to admit it. Katsuki decides to deny that fact that's been lingering at the back of his mind for over a year now. That his parents have given up on his best friend. What? He fights to keep his voice even. He doesn't want to yell at his parents. Not in a situation like this. Well, his dad says, it's just that it's been a while. You know, he feels his grip slipping. Katsuki can handle this with the extras at school, but not his parents, especially since they helped take care of him before he ran away. They are the only ones who have any semblance of understanding. Katsuki's form his hands into fists, the nails biting into his hands so furiously that they draw small specks of blood. Mitsuki sighs and takes off from where his dad ended. Katsuki gives them one last look as a warning. Don't do this. Don't you dare. Don't you think it's time to move on? It's been years, and you still think he's coming back. Katsuki, you need to think that maybe he's not coming back. Face it, it's about time to give up. Give up. Katsuki doesn't know what that means. He doesn't give up. Not now, not ever. The fact that his own parents would say these words to him is like a punch in the face. With the addition of brass knuckles, Katsuki has never been truly mad at his parents. He has never felt the searing rage that burns so hot it almost seems cold. But he's feeling it now, and there's no way to stop it. Katsuki isn't sure if he wants to. After all, he's been holding this in for who knows how long. He's tired, and there's only so much he can hold back. He stands up, knocking his chair back as he does. He feels like he's running a fever, except that his mind isn't foggy. No, it's the clearest it's been in 4 years. I'm not going to fucking give up on Izuku. Not when I know he wouldn't give up on me. He tries to take a deep breath, but it doesn't help. His hands are trembling. I thought you two out of everyone else would understand that. I'm going to see Deku again. Plain and simple. Katsuki can't be here. He needs to get out. The big house has turned claustrophobic, and is denying him the fresh air his lungs are craving. So, he does the only reasonable thing, and runs out of the house. He doesn't care that it's almost dark, or that he has no idea where his feet are leading him. All Katsuki does is let the chill air fill his burning lungs. Izuku, now disguised as Hado, is sitting in a room full of heroes. It's been 4 days since he's talked to Eraserhead, and less than 24 hours since the hero told him that the heroes agreed to create a plan to save her. Except, there's one problem. Hado is a vigilante that likes to tease heroes, a lot of which are in the very room he is in. He's also a kid. He's using that term loosely. What does being a kid mean, exactly? He doesn't know anymore, so he's having a rather difficult time being taken seriously. Which, of course, pisses him off. They're all sitting next to a long table, just like the one they used during the last timeline. The meeting started 10 minutes ago, and no one knows shit about what they're talking about. Hado sighs through his mask. Aizawa says, Chisaki Kai is the leader of Shie Hassaikai and is holding a little girl hostage. Our goal is to save her with as little casualties as possible. Thank God for Aizawa, who has the talent to scare any hero with just a shift of his voice. And how are we going to do that? Use this kid, Rocklock says as he points his thumb towards Hado, as bait. Hado sits up at this because that's not a bad idea. Even if it was meant as an insult towards him, he doesn't care. Rocklock can be as immature as he wants. Some of the heroes chuckle at this, but Midnight shuts them all up. Be quiet. We wouldn't even know about this if it wasn't for Hado. Besides, he's been known to be more capable than most of you. Midnight is such a badass. We don't need this damn kid. He's going to be a liability. Endeavor shouts at what he thinks is an appropriate volume. If Hado wasn't trying to get on these heroes' good sides, then he would have kicked him in the balls right when the flaming bastard entered the room. Liability. He hates that word. It makes his skin tingle and chest tighten. He hates the fact that he's scared of that word, of how true it might be. Hado opens his mouth for the first time since the meeting started. He ignores Aizawa's sigh and mutter of, here we go. Then use me as your bait. If I'm such a liability, give me to Chisaki and I'll plan an escape with Uri from the inside. No wow, kiddo. We don't want to put people in harm's way. And that includes you, present Mike exclaims. And Hado loves Yamada, but he can't help but be annoyed with him at the moment. This whole mission is putting us in harm's way. But everyone in this room signed up to get hurt the moment they started saving people. This causes the whole room to erupt. This kid is suicidal. He actually likes this idea. He's reckless. Does Hado have a death wish or something? They're wasting time. Why can't they just accept that he wants to help? All he's ever wanted to do is help. Every second they talk about if they should trust him, if he's useful, or if he's telling the truth is precious time that could be spent on creating a plan to save her. Just when he thought that this was a bad idea, that maybe he should have gone about this alone, is when someone who he's been trying to ignore speaks up. I haven't had any encounters with Hado. His booming voice causes everyone to snap their mouths shut, but I think he's good. Why would he risk getting arrested if he wasn't speaking the truth? I can tell that all this kid wants is to save the girl, and we're wasting his time by arguing. All Might finishes. Hado's eyesight turns blurry after hearing Yaga's voice after so long, and it was used to back him up. How special, he thinks, to hear everyone's voices again, even if those voices are from idiotic heroes. I trust Hado, Aizawa says. Something about Aizawa declaring his trust to him makes his heart warm up. And I think that he'll be able to successfully do this. Hun, how long do you think it will take you to get all the information you need for us? Midnight asks, sounding so motherly. Hado knows that tonight he will cry, for a number of reasons. Seeing All Might again, Midnight reminding him of his mother he still thinks about her every day, still aches for her embrace, and Aizawa trusting him, even with a room full of heroes who don't trust him. There are still who he knows are by his side. No matter who he is. Hado clears his throat. 2 days. I just need to focus on the basics. How many people there are, what kind of quirks, and the easiest escape route. He doesn't mention the potential problem of getting Uri to come with him. She's 4, a completely different person from what she was in the last period when she was 6. They discuss it over for the next hour, making sure every detail is in place. They decided that the mission will start in 3 days. Just enough time for Hado to prepare an excuse for Rue about his inevitable absence. It's settled then, 13 declares. We meet up in 3 days to save Uri-chan. After the meeting, Aizawa pulls him to the side. Just so we're clear, you're not going to get yourself killed, right? There's pure worry swimming in Shota's near black eyes. Hado knows the answer, but finds it hard to open his mouth. How do you promise someone that you won't die? You can't, because life is unpredictable and it takes and takes and then takes some more. Of course not, old man. There's still so many people I need to save. It's the only answer that had truth in it. Hey Zuzu, Rue says right after dinner. Izuku looks up at Rue. Their hair is still the same shade of blue, but is cut into a bobbed haircut now. The hair is longer in the front than in the back, laid out in soft waves. Nothing much has changed about Eri, and Izuku is thankful for that. The cafe has grown in popularity, and they're 20 now, but her personality is still the same. In fact, Izuku is proud to say that she seems happier now, less lonely. What's up? It's the night after the meeting, and Izuku is antsy. He knows that the next 3 days are going to be painfully slow. Not to mention he has to figure out an excuse for Rue as to why he's going away for a couple of days, hopefully only a couple. I know this is last minute, but I just planned it today. My friend from high school just moved from Tokyo to about an hour away from Musutafu. I was going to go out there and spend the week with her. I'll close the cafe, so you won't have to worry about running it all by yourself, Rue explains, excitement already sparkling in her eyes. That wasn't hard at all. Izuku tries not to look too enthusiastic as he says, that sounds so fun. I'm glad you get to see your friend, Rue. The free time will be good for me, too. I've been wanting to try out some more pastry recipes for the cafe. When will you be leaving? Hopefully by tomorrow afternoon. You sure you'll be okay? Damn, I don't think we've ever spent more than a day apart. How weird. Rue's right, and it will be weird. Izuku has gotten so used to always having Hotaru around with their loud laugh and boisterous attitude. At least he'll be kept busy so he doesn't feel alone. Izuku nods. I'll be okay. Don't worry. Rue squeals and starts talking about their friend and all of the things they're going to do. Izuku listens, but it's hard to process any information. He's got the first step to the rescue mission done, and now he needs to prepare. After all, he's going against Hassaikai, the man who can dissemble his very being without even blinking. Izuku is terrified, and anyone who says anything different is a fucking liar. He's always scared, whether it's an extra thump of his heart or a cold sweat that transitions into a storm of anxiety. He doesn't remember a time where he hasn't been scared. Perhaps that's why he's survived for so long. And it's important to know that Izuku doesn't hate fear. It reminds him that he's human, but it's not the easiest feeling to deal with, especially when he's supposed to be acting casual in front of a villain group. Izuku is without a mask, wearing only black cargo pants and an oversized navy sweatshirt as protection. He has throwing knives hidden in his red shoes, but that's it. Not unless you count 4 quirks, but he's trying to stay discreet to remain quirkless. It's been 3 days since the meeting with the heroes and everything is set in place, waiting to take motion. He has a hidden earpiece and a small black button to alert the heroes what's going on. For obvious reasons, the earpiece is to talk to heroes and to inform them of any necessary information. The black button, smaller than his thumb, is for emergencies. It'll alert any hero on the mission immediately after pushing the button down for 3 seconds. It also serves as the signal for when he's ready to bust out with Eri. So here he is, standing near the front gates of Shie Hassaikai, urging his hand to move and press the doorbell, which, to him, is so weird that a villain organization would have a doorbell. Who's going to ring it? The pizza man. Breathing in, Izuku rings the doorbell. It doesn't take more than a couple of seconds for the intercom to come on. A high-pitched voice speaks through. Who are you? What do you want? Izuku releases his breath and pulls his shoulder back. Standing as tall as his 5 feet and 3 inches will let him. I'm homeless, and I'm willing to do anything. I need a job. I don't care what it is or what kind of business you need me to do, he says. His voice is desperate, but not too desperate. He has a semblance of losing control, but hasn't quite yet. A new voice comes through the intercom. This one the exact opposite of the other person, low and impossibly scratchy, like he screamed for hours on end and damaged his vocal cords. Anything, you say? The man asks. Izuku nods even though they can't see it. Or, he doesn't think they can't see it. He didn't notice any cameras when he scoped the place the day before. Yes, I'm tired of being out in the dirty streets, having people look down at me in disgust. How old are you? The deep voice questions. Izuku winces at that question. He doubts that they would let a 14-year-old into Shie Hassaikai, so maybe he should lie. He does look older for his age. Maybe he could pass as 16. But if they catch him on that lie, then they would surely turn him down. He takes the risk and answers, 14, sir. Both of the people on the speaker laugh at this, probably thinking he's lying. Izuku doesn't say anything, knowing that they would find out that he was telling the truth sooner or later. Yeah, right, said the squeaky voice. You got some nerve coming here. Pretty fucking stupid if you ask me. Good thing Izuku didn't ask him, then. Let me ask the boss, the other man says. Izuku waits, hands in his sweatshirt's pocket, trying to get them to stop shaking. He hears footsteps coming from inside that property, and then a door closing. The steps come closer until Izuku could hear the other person's breath and smell the sanitizer practically washed over them. The gates open smoothly with hardly any squeaking emitting from them. Once they fully open, a man is revealed. Izuku sucks in a sharp breath, not expecting to see this man so soon. He looks younger. His skin is smoother and not as sunken. His yellow eyes don't have the overwhelming amount of coldness to them, but only a layer of it. And he's not wearing a bird mask, not yet. Instead, it's a plain, black cloth mask. What's your name? Chisaki demands. His eyes narrowed with suspicion. Izuku is reminded how fast this man could kill him. Izuku stands firm. Keisuke, sir. Chisaki looks him up and down, examining him. Izuku doesn't move, not even to take a breath. And you want a job? Kai asks. Izuku wonders if one of the people on the intercom had a telepathy quirk. That would explain how the information traveled so fast. Izuku nods. Yes, he doesn't give anything else away. He probably already knows that he was homeless, and saying anything more than necessary might dig up holes in his story. Chisaki might be evil, but he's not stupid. Do you need a place to stay? Chisaki already knew the answer, but he asked anyway. Maybe it was to see how desperate Izuku was, and how much control he could hold over him. Yes, Izuku says again, trying to muster any childlike innocence he might have left. Kai hums, very well. A new position just opened up due to circumstances. You can be a guard here and sleep in one of our guest rooms. Chisaki starts to walk back to the estate, and Izuku takes that as an invitation to fall into step behind him. He doesn't need to think too hard what the circumstances were. What do you need me to do? Izuku asks, not knowing if asking questions will make Chisaki irritated. He glances at Izuku, guard duty, patrolling, making sure no one is acting out of line. Can you fight? Izuku nods, in which Kai says back, we'll see about that. They're inside the house now, going down a long hallway with bright, artificial lights. Izuku's nose burns with the smell of bleach. Chisaki hands him a surgical mask while they continue their walk without a word. Izuku puts it on, and he's surprised by how much he feels like Hato at this moment. A mask, no matter what kind, transforms him into someone else. He's not sure how he feels about that. They take turns and twists, going down a flight of stairs. It's the basement where they had the attack. Stone walls and tiled floors with brighter lights than the ones on ground level. Izuku wonders if this is a trap, and Kai is luring him down here as another experiment. Either way, Izuku is going to get Eri. His sensory quirk, the first quirk he developed, hasn't warned him of anything dangerous yet, so Izuku takes that as a good sign. They stop at a wooden door that looks like it leads to a closet, but when Chisaki opens it, Izuku finds out that the room isn't a closet, but a small bedroom. The room reminds Izuku of the dorm room Todoroki had at the UA. Dorms, albeit less fancy. There's a futon in a corner, and that's about it. Another door is located to the left wall where Izuku assumes a bathroom. This is where you'll be staying for the time being. Your clothes are dirty. I'll get Mika to grab our uniform for you. Chisaki looks Izuku up and down again. He tries not to squirm at his scrutinizing gaze. What's your quirk, Keisuke? Izuku looks from the room to Kai. Don't have one, he says firmly. He's said this to countless people, so the words leave his lips as fluently as breathing air. To his surprise, Chisaki doesn't so much as even blink at him. There's no hint of disgust or hatred, but instead, his bird-like eyes gleam with interest. You're quirkless, he states, in which Izuku nods at him, making sure not to break eye contact. I am. What's it like, I wonder? Izuku doesn't like the tone in his voice, or how Kai straightens his spine even more than it already was. He feels like a bug under a microscope, and maybe, Izuku thinks, he's not far off from that analogy. He doesn't know when Chisaki started to work on quirk erasing bullets, but having a quirkless boy will probably only let the idea fester and grow. Izuku shrugs, Shie. They continue walking through the estate, Chisaki showing him the areas that he will be guarding. He's to work night shifts, which will do wonders on his already screwed up, near non-existent, sleep schedule. They pass two double doors on the left, and Izuku sees light peeping through the bottom of the doors. What's that room for? He asks, already having an idea. He wonders if she's in there right now. Is she alone, playing with those useless toys that offer no comfort? Or is she getting torn up, only to get mended together over and over again? Both thoughts send a tsunami of rage through Izuku. It takes everything he has to not throw Chisaki Kai against the wall and make him beg for mercy. That idea scares him. This isn't who he used to be. The past Izuku would try his best to resolve issues without violence. Now, he craves to hurt those who have wronged him and those he loves. The urge to drive his fist into something over and over again until his fist is a broken, bloody mess is getting harder to resist. When did he start to scare himself? A storage closet. We have a lot of those. Nothing interesting, Chisaki says smoothly. He offers no hint of keeping a secret in his facial expression, but Izuku notices how he speeds up in order to pass the door as quickly as possible. They make it back to his room. Meals will be served to your door for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We don't like newbies to go out until we know we can trust them, so I advise you to stay in the estate for a while. Izuku walks into his room and holds onto the door, ready to close it. Sounds good to me. Thank you for welcoming me into your home. Chisaki turns and starts to walk away. And just as Izuku is about to close the door, Kai says one more thing. Keisuke, I'll have you know that betraying Shie Hassaikai's trust will lead to severe consequences. Even if you're a kid, the rules don't change. I do hope you understand that. With that, Chisaki continues to walk away. Izuku closes the door, takes off his mask, and gets right to work. He starts to look all over for any kind of cameras that might be hidden in his room. After he's cleared it, Izuku moves on to the bathroom. It's small, toilet, sink, and shower all crammed together. He doesn't find any cameras in there, either. He plops down onto the bed and huffs once he realizes that it isn't as plush as it looked. Turning on the earpiece, Izuku starts to talk in soft whispers. Made it in the Shie Hassaikai's residence. Got a job as a night guard and had a scope of the estate. No sign of Eri-chan yet, but might know where she is. Good job, kid. Aizawa's voice rings through his ear. Izuku relaxes at hearing a familiar voice. Have you met Chisaki yet? Izuku crawls under the thin blanket, hoping to get his mind to rest. I have, and he's pretty much what I expected. He doesn't think twice on removing those that betray him, and is determined to have things under his control. Got it, Aizawa replies. How are you doing, Hato? Izuku's mind muddles at this question. What was Shota asking, exactly? How he was doing on the mission, or how he was? He's not used to this question, and will probably forever be Shie at answering it. He takes the easy route. Fine. I'm going to try to get a few hours of sleep. I don't think I'll be able to get any after this for a while. Aizawa sighs, and anxiety jolts through Izuku. Was he disappointed? He really hated when Aizawa got disappointed in him. Okay, kid. Try to get some rest. Got it? Izuku scoffs, his eyelid already weighing down. Whatever. Old man. Then all went black. Aizawa couldn't believe he agreed to this. A child is doing something that most heroes wouldn't even volunteer to do. They should have thought of something else, and not risk the life of a kid. What were we thinking? Aizawa shouts as he paces the living room of their apartment. Hazashi frowns. Hato would have gone whether or not we agreed to it. You know that, Sho. Silence envelopes them, but it's not awkward. They thrive in silence. It's the foundation of their relationship. Aizawa walks toward his husband and lets his head fall onto his chest. I know it's him, Zashi. Every single instinct I have is telling me that Hato is Midoriya Izuku. Aizawa whispers, suddenly more tired than he's ever been. He takes comfort in the sound that echoes throughout Yamada's chest. His heartbeat has always been the best music. Hazashi wraps his arms around him. I know. I believe you. These dreams that I've had, the ones with him, but a different version of him. There's something deeper than just weird dreams. It's like a memory. I swear that these dreams actually happened, even though they're with people I haven't met, or who have grown older. Maybe I'm going crazy, Shota forces out. He's only told Hazashi the bare minimum of his dreams. In fact, this is the most he's ever talked about them. Hazashi cups his face with his hands. You're not crazy. After all, we do live in a world with heroes and villains. There's not much to be surprised about. Aizawa chuckles dryly, placing a kiss on his husband's lips. He nods, making a promise to himself. We'll protect him, no matter who he is. Hato, Midoriya Izuku, is part of something bigger than anyone can carry by themselves. We'll be there. Yamada smiles, no matter what. Izuku wakes up at 4 a.m, fully awake and buzzing with energy. He gets out of his rock-hard bed and takes a shower in which the only setting is cold. He tries not to think about all the scars he's accumulated over the years. Izuku stopped bothering to keep count after he got out of the arena, not sure why it was ever important. A deep hollow feeling swarms his chest, like there's a big gaping hole there, when his eyes catch on the angry red lines cascading against his hips. Silver scars surround the healing cuts, some long and silver, others thick and darker. The last ones were made a few days ago when he had an especially bad nightmare about Eri. Izuku had just broken the hold the LOV had on him, and was no longer being controlled by them. He went to the first person he saw, which was Eri. She was quiet, her eyes hollow as she laid on her knees staring at Aizawa's dead body. The life that Izuku took when he was being controlled. Aizawa couldn't bring himself to hurt Izuku, but how Izuku wished he had. Izuku stared down at them in horror, bile burning the back of his throat. He walked towards Eri slowly and reached a hand towards her. When she turned to look at him, it was as if she had stabbed him. Eri looked terrified of him. Why did you do this? The worst part of the question was that it held no hatred in it. Instead, it was void of trust and full of sorrow no child should ever have to feel. Izuku chokes back on a sob. Eri-chan. I didn't. Tears had finally started falling from Eri's eyes. Izuku has never seen her this devastated before. My papa, he's gone. And then she was, too. Izuku gets dressed in a black sweatshirt, gray pants, and then puts on his surgical mask before he hears a knock at the door. He looks at the digital clock on his nightstand to see that it's only 4:30. He didn't think anyone else would be awake. Who is it? He asks, voice raspy from not using it since last night. Iranaka, you turd, answers a squeaky voice, the same voice that answered the gate yesterday. I have your breakfast. Izuku slowly opens the door, only letting enough space to see who this Iranaka was. It takes a moment for Izuku's mind to place his familiarity, and then he realizes that this was the person who controlled the walls at the beginning of the raid. What was his quirk called again? Izuku remembers it sounding like the word mimic before fully remembering that Iranaka's quirk is called mimicry. Izuku opens up the door wider. Iranaka is short, wearing a black bodysuit with a white mask. He's holding a bowl with what looks like to be porridge and a soft egg on top. He tentatively takes it, remembering to act like a child with no clue as to what they're supposed to do. Izuku sniffs it using his quirk and doesn't smell anything off with it. It just smells like it looks like porridge. Probably extremely bland porridge. You're a night guard, but that doesn't mean you don't have chores to do. Beginning at 6, you'll be training with Tengai until 9. Then you'll meet with Chisaki. Why? Izuku asks, not liking the idea of having to come into contact with Kai again so soon. You'll know once you get there. With that, he leaves, leaving Izuku alone with his plain, boring porridge. Izuku finishes his breakfast not as bad as it looked with half an hour to kill before training, so he roams. He checks the hallways for cameras and finds about a dozen, but easily avoidable through blind spots. He increases his hearing in an attempt to hear anything that would indicate Eri was near, and is about to stop when he hears whimpering. He looks around and doesn't see or hear anyone else, so he continues to walk closer to the whimpering. He comes to a stop right in front of the door he mentioned yesterday when Chisaki was giving him a tour. Izuku knew that this room, and perhaps many others, were more than storage closets. Izuku knows it's risky, but he has to see Eri and tell her that everything will be okay soon. He's here to help to save, so he unlocks the door that surprisingly only has normal locks on it, and slowly opens the door. It's heavy, so heavy that he doubts that they would need a lock to keep Eri in. Izuku doesn't even get to take a step inside when a small body collides into him, pushing him to the ground. Instinctively, Izuku wraps his arms around the person to protect them and gets a sense of déjà vu. He looks down to see a small girl with pale blue-gray hair that reaches to her mid-back. She's cowering, her eyes wide and dull with fear. She must be so afraid. Izuku knows that she's afraid of him. "It's okay," he whispers kindly. "You're not in trouble." Eri buries her face into his shirt. Please don't. I don't want to be torn up again." Eri's voice sounds more childlike at the age of 5 than 6, but it still contains that soft, melodic tune. It breaks Izuku's heart to see her like this. "You won't, Eri-chan. I'm here to help." At this, Eri looks up to see who he is for the first time, and her eyes widen with still a tinge of fear, but curiosity as well. Eri doesn't know hope yet, but Izuku wants to give that to her. Help." Izuku nods. "I can't tell you my name yet, but as soon as we get out, I'll tell you anything you want." At this, Eri pushes herself off of him and begins to shake her head to the side as tears spring to her eyes. "No, I can't leave. He'd only hurt me, and you. I don't want to hurt you." He maintains an open body language, but doesn't move closer. "I'm not going to get hurt, especially not by you, Eri-chan. You're going to get out, and soon, but I need you to go back to your room so we don't get caught. Is that okay?" "I'm so sorry. I know you probably don't want to do that." Eri's silent for a moment, probably processing as much as she can. "My name? How?" Izuku realizes his slip-up, but quickly covers it up. "I have to know the name of the person I'm saving, don't I?" Before anything else happens, Izuku hears footsteps coming down the hallway. "Now, I need you to go back to your room for just a little longer. I'll be back. I promise." Eri runs back to her room, her footsteps being impossible to hear with a normal human ear. Izuku quickly shuts and locks the door right before a guard with long, straight silver hair wearing a cloth mask makes it down the hallway. The guard stiffens. "What are you doing here?" "You're supposed to be training," they yell. Izuku wonders if everyone here knows where he's supposed to be, and hopes that he'll learn where others are supposed to be, too. He feigns sheepishness, rubbing the nape of his neck as he answers, "Sorry about that. I got lost. Can you show me where the training room is?" With this, the guard relaxes. Izuku hears her say "fucking children" under her breath and resists to roll his eyes. "Whatever. Follow me, kid." "Thanks." Walking to the training room was uneventful, thankfully. However, he did find some sort of pattern of what halls the guards go down and estimated how long it takes for each one to finish walking down one. He tried to ask what the guard shifts are like so he knew what to expect for future references, but the guard only informed him that there were people who had shifts during the day, and others during the night. Not exactly helpful. The training room is large, just about as big as the entire second floor space in the bakery. It's traditional with bamboo floor mats and wooden beams. There are no windows, even though they are on ground level. The room is dim, not that lighting affects Izuku anyway. He sees a tall man wearing a gray robe with a black sash. He's wearing a navy blue mask and has blonde spiky hair. Izuku's sure he was at the raid, even though he never encountered him during the fight. He saw him get arrested. Izuku didn't get the luxury of introductions. Instead, right when he walked into the room, he was attacked. He had no time to react as he was swept off of the floor, landing hard on his back. He did a kip up, narrowly avoiding a kick to the stomach. He ducks as the clan member swipes at him. Izuku drops to a crouch and uses one of his legs to kick his attacker's feet from underneath him. "You know me, so who are you?" Izuku says quickly as he jumps back from him. "Tengai Heikaji." That was all Izuku got before he was back to fighting again. Tengai did a turn jump kick, hitting Izuku right in the chest. All of the air in his lungs leaves him, and he is left gasping. They go for a few minutes before Izuku goes in for a punch for the throat when instead of his hand meeting flesh, it meets a golden barrier. He cries out as he feels his index finger break from hitting the barrier. "What the foo? Our fight is now over," Tengai Heikaji announces, finality in his voice. "I can still go. If Izuku can't prove himself, can't beat him, then what is he worth to the clan? What does that say about him trying to fight more of them? You can, but I've learned enough from you." Izuku takes a sharp intake of breath. Of course that's what this was for. Tengai wanted to know his moves and style, so he could become predictable. He reminds himself that he will never be predictable. Not with them thinking he's a lonely, scared, quirkless boy wanting to be useful to anyone. He composes himself, and Tengai tilts his head. And what? What did you learn? I'm here to get better, right? How am I supposed to do that when I don't know what to improve on? Tengai takes a moment to consider this, and right when Izuku thinks that he won't get an answer, Tengai says, "You're intelligent, but reckless. You have the strength and skill, but don't know how to truly harness it. Your mind switches right on over to sacrificing yourself to win instead of using that as a last resort. That's what makes you beatable." Izuku takes a step back, unable to hold in his shock. He doesn't know what he was expecting, but it wasn't that. They must have been fighting for 3 minutes tops. How did he get that detailed of an analysis? And how do I fix that? Tengai's cheeks lift from underneath his mask, telling Izuku that he's smiling. Now what keeps you breathing? Izuku walks to his room after a few more hours of basic training and technique, pondering. Know what keeps him breathing? What is that supposed to mean? He knows he's reckless, but that's okay as long as he gets to his end goal. He would take 100 knives to the heart if it meant protecting those he loves. By the time he takes another shower and gets dressed, almost forgetting to put a mask on, it's almost lunchtime. Izuku is just about to open the door to do more searching when there's a knock on the door. He opens it thinking it's, what's their name? Irinaka, for another task, but instead he's met with Chisaki. "Hello," he says, voice dull. Izuku's stomach swirls, thinking he had done something wrong. "Do you need something?" Izuku asks, wanting Kai to be gone as fast as possible. "Come with me. I need to get some shopping done." Izuku has no choice but to follow. "I thought I wasn't allowed to go out," Izuku asks as they exit the Shie Hassaikai residency. He doesn't know where they're going, and because of that he's on edge. For all that he knows, this shopping spree could be a test to see if he's loyal or not. Kai doesn't even spare a glance at him, not without supervision. "If you tried something, one of my members or myself would be able to kill you easily." A spark of irritation lights itself up in Izuku. He hates it when people treat him like a weak child. Yes, he can use that assumption to his advantage, but it's also severely undermining. He did not train for hours on end to be seen as weak. He's worked too hard for that. To his surprise, they actually were going shopping. A toy store, to be more specific. Izuku knew why, but Chisaki didn't know that. "Why are we at a toy store? I may be a kid, but I don't spend my time playing with pieces of plastic." It's one of those stores that looks really cramped from the outside, but is absolutely humongous once you go inside. The ceilings are at least 15 feet tall and the store has 2 stories. Toy planes attached with invisible strings are stuck to the ceiling and are flying around. There's giant Lego sculptures, expensive-looking dolls, and hero figurines that make Izuku drool. "We're here because the kid I look after is a spoiled brat that doesn't like anything I give her," Chisaki replies, looking agitated. Izuku has to resist the urge to punch him in the face. His fingers on his right hand might be broken and throbbing, taped together, but he still has his left hand. "Okay, so why bring me?" They're in the stuffed animal aisle now. Shelved walls filled to the brim with stuffed toys. He noticed that Kai is being extra careful and staying away from the squealing kids and exasperated parents. He sees the disgust in his eyes and takes great pleasure in knowing that Kai's extreme germophobia is making him suffer. He grabs an All Might plushie. Izuku totally doesn't make a note in his head to come back and buy it and destroys it with his quirk faster than a lightning strike. Izuku takes a step back warily when Kai looks at him. "Because, Keisuke, you are a kid, and therefore know what another child might like more than an adult. Why don't you bring the kid here with you?" Izuku tries to look innocent while asking this, but Chisaki shoots him a sharp stare anyway. She's shy. Izuku wonders why. Keeping Eri isolated and abusing her wouldn't make her scared to interact with other people at all. Just then, a bunny catches his eye. It's white and fat. Not overly big, but just enough where it'll offer comfort to a child hugging it. He goes over to it and touches the fur. It's incredibly soft and squishy, something he knows that Eri will love. "This," Izuku says, grabbing the bunny off of the shelf. He hugs it, and it's perfect. He knows without a doubt that Eri is going to love it. Chisaki doesn't try to hide his judgmental stare. "Really? A fucking bunny?" Izuku ignores his disdain and firmly nods. They walk to the cash register where the cashier refuses to meet their gaze. Her hands shake as she takes the bunny and scans it, mumbling the price as quietly as possible. Kai rolls his eyes and pays. With that, they walk out the door into the bright sunshine. The blossoms on the trees are just starting to show, and the sun is finally showing its warmth. While walking back to the house, only stopping to get on a Jiri, Izuku braves himself for a question. "Can I give it to her?" "What?" Izuku refuses to back down. "Can I give the bunny to her? She might like it more if someone closer to her age gives it to her." Not the best reasoning Izuku could have come up with, but he needs a way to earn Eri's trust as quickly as possible, no matter how little that may be. Kai thinks for a moment, and Izuku can feel his hope fade, but then he nods. "Fine, but you'll be watched on our surveillance system." Izuku smiles behind his mask. "Fine by me." Izuku is standing in front of Iri's door with the bunny in his hand. He's in a position where the cameras can't see him, but is well aware that as soon as he enters the door to Iri's room, all cameras in there will be pointed to him. Without thinking too much about it, Izuku opens the door slowly and walks in, letting the heavy door close behind him. There's a basic lamp illuminating the room that seems too big for one person, too cold and desolate for a kid. The lamp is on a brown nightstand next to her bed that has a pink duvet color. On the bed sits Iri. She's hugging her knees, her short hair hiding her face. "Iri-chan," Izuku says just above a whisper. He doesn't dare come any closer. Izuku wants her to give him permission first so she can have some semblance of control. Her head snaps up, her red eyes widening in fear, but slowly relaxing once she sees who it is. Iri is still tense and ready to bolt at any hint of ill will, but Izuku takes it as a plus that she isn't scurrying to hide right away. She doesn't speak, so Izuku slowly sits down and crosses his legs. He removes his mask, not caring for what Chisaki might say about that later, and smiles gently at her. He holds up the bunny. "I got this for you." Iri slowly crawls to the edge of her bed to peer at it closer. She looks like she desperately wants to hold it, but doesn't know how to ask. "Do you want to hold it?" Izuku asks. At her hesitant nod, he says, "Can I come over and give it to you?" This question takes longer for Iri to answer, but Izuku doesn't mind. He just smiles reassuringly at her. At Iri's nod, Izuku gets up and slowly walks to the end of her bed and sits down on the ground right next to where Izuku is sitting on her bed. He gently gives Iri the bunny and smiles as she carefully runs her hands through the soft fur as if it's real. "You got this for me?" Iri asks, wrapping her arms around the plushie. The bunny makes her look even more small and lonely. Izuku wants to scoop her up and run out of this place, but knows that would be suicide. He nods instead. I thought you would like it. It's okay if you don't, though." Iri shakes her head. "I like it. Thank you. Are you going to take my blood now?" She asks as if she's asking what the weather's going to be like. Izuku freezes, his blood running cold. Iri notices his reaction and curls even tighter around the bunny. "I'm sorry. Did I do something wrong?" "I'm sorry. I won't do it ever again. Please don't stop being nice to me." Izuku quickly masks his face void of any negativity. "You didn't do anything wrong, so please don't be sorry. I should be apologizing. I'm the one that scared you. And no, I'm not here to hurt you or take your blood. I will never ever do that, I promise." She wipes her eyes and nods, but Izuku knows that she doesn't believe him. Not yet, and probably not for a while. "Iri, remember when I told you that I'm here to help you?" She sniffles and nods. "I'm still going to do that. And then you won't have to worry about these people hurting you ever again." Iri looks about ready to say something, but there is a knock on the door and a voice saying that his time is up. Izuku's about to get up when Iri pounces on him and hugs him. Izuku's shocked for only a moment before gently wrapping his arms around her. He feels his shirt getting wet and holds her a bit tighter. "I'll see you soon, Iri-chan." He slowly untangles himself from the hug and gets up. Izuku gazes at Iri hugging her present and lets a tear drop. Everything inside him is screaming for him to stay with Iri, but he can't, and it's killing him. Izuku puts on his mask and walks outside the room where Irinaka is waiting for him. He makes sure his face remains neutral and nods at the smaller man. "Dinner is next to your door and then it's time for your shift to start." Izuku nods and starts walking towards his room, only to be stopped by Chisaki. "Chisaki, yo," Izuku calls nonchalantly. He ignores the fact that his heart starts trying to beat itself out of his chest. "I see that it went well," Kai replies, his eyes remaining as soulless as ever. "Yup, she's a really sweet girl." Izuku wants to get this over with as soon as possible. His hands are trembling with the need to punch him, and God knows that wouldn't go over well. "I have a special assignment for you tomorrow." This makes Izuku go still. His racing heart drummed in his ears. He tilts his head. "Yeah. What is it?" "I've always been interested in the Quirkless, so I thought we could perform some harmless experiments." The glint in his eyes tells Izuku that these experiments aren't going to be harmless whatsoever. Images of getting blood drawn, or being torn apart and put back together again assault his mind. A chill runs down his spine, fear being splashed over him. If that happens, Izuku's scared that he won't ever be able to get out of there with Iri. "Oh, okay. I guess that seems interesting." Chisaki looks him over. "I'll be at your room early in the morning. Be ready." Izuku mocks a salute as Kai walks past him, and only continues the walk to his room until he can no longer see Kai. Once he gets to the room, Izuku crumbles to the ground, gasping for breath. His hands are shaking like miniature earthquakes, and it takes him multiple times to make a call on his earpiece. "Problem child," Aizawa greets. Izuku's throat is locked and he can't get any words in, so Aizawa talks again. "Hato, you there?" "What is it?" Izuku forces his mouth to form words, although it's a lot harder than it should be. "Change of plans." Aizawa, alarmed, says, "What the hell do you mean?" "We're leaving tonight." Izuku was dizzy and choking on air. His eyesight was blurred, and it took him a minute for him to realize that he was crying. What was happening to him? Why was he so terrified? Izuku sees Night Eye's body barely holding together, skin as pale as snow. Mirio's bloody, haggard body. He feels the nightmares that kept him up weeks on end and Eri's fear that faded, but always lingered. This is happening. Again, only differently. Izuku slaps his cheeks hard enough to sting for a few moments afterwards and gets up from the ground. He puts on his purple sweatshirt and black cargo pants that he snuck in with his backpack. He slips the throwing knives into the little slips on his pants and straps his bow staff to his back. Finally, he puts on his black kitsune mask, feeling the shield of strength that comes along with it. He grabs the rest of his belongings and with one last breath, opens the door. The heroes are gathered a mile down the residence 45 minutes after Hado's call. Right after Hado hung up, Aizawa scrambled into action, texting the hero group chat for this mission and telling his husband what's about to go down. They're out the door in less than 5 minutes. How do we know he's ready for us? Mirko asks. They're all in a hero residency building preparing to rush toward the scene as soon as cued. He'll press the button we gave him, and will help sneak us as vigilant as possible, Aizawa replies. He jumps at every little sound, every little itch. His body is screaming at him to run over to Hado right now and get him away from the danger. But that won't do anything good. Great, so we have to trust that he won't get killed in the meantime. Endeavor grunts, irritable at any time of the day. Shota ignores him. Hado takes his first step out of his room and snaps the nearest camera close to him. It dangles from the wire uselessly. This is when time heightens in importance. It won't take long for them to notice the cameras going out. Every step he takes is another camera broken. He sees a night shift guard and with a tilt of his head, the guard is slammed against the wall, knocked out. Hado starts to pound his feet against the floor faster. He's close to Eri when he runs into Irinaka. Keisuke, hey, did you get lost or something? Your area is over there, the short man says as he points in the opposite direction. Hado just takes another step, and Irinaka finally sees what he's wearing and tenses. I've heard about you. You're that Hado vigilante, right? What the hell were you thinking sneaking into this base? I'm going to kill you. It is then that Irinaka transforms into his true form and is no longer in his black bodysuit. He gets taller and muscular, his hair showing in great blonde spikes. Hado doesn't even flinch. He stares as Irinaka takes control of the floor and, like a shockwave, it comes waving at him. Hado starts running towards it. He grabs his bow staff and uses it to catapult himself up and over the shockwave. Once he lands, he pivots to face Irinaka while grabbing a throwing knife and throws it at the villain. It hits him right in the thigh, making him scream out in pain. You son of a, he wasn't able to finish his sentence because within seconds Hado was in front of him with the staff swinging forward. It hits Irinaka right on the temple, knocking him out for a good while. Hado yanks out the knife, wiping the blood off on Irinaka's shirt before putting it back into its secure place. Without taking a breath, Hado continues on sprinting. He reaches Eri's door, making sure to destroy all the cameras as he does, and opens the door. Eri, he whispers. The room is dark, but it only takes a split second for his eyes to adjust. He sees her asleep in her bed and releases a sigh of relief. Thankful that he got to her before Overhaul did. His feet carry him to her bed and puts a hand on her shoulder, shaking her gently. Eri's eyes snap open and she's about to protest until she sees Hado. Even with his mask on, she says, the kind boy. Hado nods, smiling beneath his mask, and gently scoops her up into his arms. Are we leaving? She asks, wide awake. Yes. Hado starts to run again, heading towards the entrance of the house. Where to? Hado makes sure her head is buried in his shoulder so he doesn't have to see him knock out the guards walking the hallways. Home. He presses the back button. Back with the heroes. A blaring alarm goes off. Why is it so damn loud? Death Arms scowls. Eraserhead pulls out a small black box almost like a walkie-talkie and presses the side button 5 times, indicating that he got the message and shutting the sound off. Eraserhead looks up at the crowd of heroes, some he's never even talked to until this moment. It's time. Hado runs, taking guards out without a hint of mercy. Eri is clutching his sweatshirt as tightly as her ting fists allow, her mid-shoulder length getting tangled in the chaos. He makes it to the entrance and bursts outside in the gardens. He's so close yet so far to the entrance. Hado can see it, and if he can see it, then he can grab the invisible line that his mind allows him to see and yank the doors open. He and Eri could escape. Only that doesn't happen, because what seems like all of Chisaki's most trustworthy members are there, guarding the entrance. And right up front is Hassaikai himself, bathed in the moon's luminescent glow, his eyes shining like stars ready to create a supernova. Hado grips Eri tighter, nearly covering her with his arms. Chisaki, Hado growls out. His voice was a stranger to his own ears, the roughness of it scratching at his throat. Overhaul stares at him blankly, but he knows anger when he sees it, has experienced it from himself and the hands of others too many times. And this is anger, rage burning white hot. It is seeping out of Kai, infecting everyone else around him, fueling them. Hado gulps. He can't take this many alone, especially not with a child in his arms. He had trouble fighting Overhaul last time with One for All, and the training session with Tengai. At least he can use his quirks now, but it won't be enough. Finally, Chisaki speaks up, his voice low. How dare you? I let you in this house and gave you an opportunity most won't even know to dream of, and you throw it away. Into a flaming pile of sheet like it's nothing. There was nothing for me to throw away. I'd never join you. What you did to Eri-chan was inexplicable. Nothing is going to burn except for you. And those were the last words spoken before all hell broke loose. Tengai ran after him first, a barrier surrounding him and the others following suit. Hado's head was already starting to pound intensely from overexertion of his quirk. But like all things, he pushed past it. Hado reaches for one of the large oak trees that are in the garden. And with all of his strength, he pulls. Tengai and the others stop running once they notice the tree shaking, not knowing it was Hado's doing. The soil starts to tear, roots springing up like flowers. His head was pounding, vision going blotchy. He feels something wet drop from his nose, and knows it's blood. Hado keeps on going. The tree rises from the ground, levitating from the ground. The villains look between the tree and the vigilante. Tengai starts to strengthen the barrier, focusing on himself while weakening the others. With a swing of his left hand, the tree goes burrowing towards them, along with the group surrounding Chisaki. The tree, like a baseball bat, hits the members closest to him, breaking everyone's shields except for Tengai's and sends them flying into the air. Most of the people furthest from him are unscathed, Tengai only being quirk exhausted. Hado himself is panting, ears ringing too loud to hear anything else. He sees Chisaki's lips move, but it's all white noise. More villains start coming when his knees start to shake. Eri sobs into his chest. Don't worry, he says as he grips her tighter, I got you. It's at that moment that the heroes arrive. The gate breaks off of its hinges, falling on top of a few members. Hado breathes a sigh of relief once he sees Eraserhead at the center of it all. They make eye contact, and Hado briefly thinks that he sees a flash of worry cross his face, but dismisses it. He's struggling to stand, but he finds something in himself to keep on moving even when all he wants to do is fall. He grabs the hunter's knife that was tucked away in his shoe and shifts Eri to piggyback. Just hold on, Eri-chan. He briefly registers her nod and looks up to see a helicopter above them. The new broadcasters have already found out about this raid, and it's definitely going to be broadcasted all over the city. The fight continues, villains and heroes blending together into a blur. He sees flames, bunny ears, a machine, and threads all work together to fight the villains. Aizawa appears next to him, scarf at the ready. He takes out the Yakuza thugs with the help of Hado and his staff. One of the thugs nicks his hamstring with a knife, but Hado barely notices it. It's barely deep enough to bleed and won't leave a scar. How are you holding up? Eraserhead says as he stomps on one of the thugs for safety measure. Never better, Hado grits out, but even he finds the statement incredibly fake. His ears aren't ringing as bad as before, but the migraine has taken up every part of his brain, making him want to puke. We have to get to Overhaul. If we take him out, then everyone else will fall. We need to end this now, so he won't be able to hurt anyone else ever again. Eraserhead gives him a once-over, a look that he's given both Hado and Izuku. He thankfully decides not to say anything about Hado's state. He looks at Eri as well, and a weird expression crosses his face, something that Hado doesn't have the time to decipher. They make eye contact, and then they run. Chisaki is standing in the middle of the chaos, smiling underneath his mask. Shota erases Overhaul's quirk, and Hado sees the exact moment Overhaul notices that he is powerless. Hado holds up the knife and aims for his shoulder, but he dodges. Hado grunts in pain when something hits him, and he hears Eraserhead shout. The pain is overridden by adrenaline and the need to save. He uses his telekinesis and yanks Kai to the ground. Hado hears Eraserhead run into someone, attacking them. Who, Hado doesn't know and doesn't care. But it means that Eraserhead's eyes aren't on Overhaul anymore. Hado cusses eternally, and before Kai notices that his quirk is back, he brings the knife down to his shoulder. You'll have to kill me before I stop. Overhaul strains. Hado grabs him by the collar and headbutts him. They both grunt in pain. I won't kill you. Aizawa, now done with his own fight with Chronostasis, tosses him a pair of quirk erasing cuffs. Hado catches them, and just as he feels the searing pain of being disassembled, he puts the cuffs on him, then smashes Kai's head against the ground, thus knocking him out. He stands up, noticing that most of the other members have been taken down by the heroes. He looks at Aizawa and gives a thumbs up. He gently kneels down to the ground and lets Eri go. He turns to face her, and there are tears streaming down those red apple eyes. Are you okay? He asks gently. It probably doesn't sound as comforting as he would have hoped, but it seems to relax Eri. Or maybe it's the fact that everything is finally over. Why your name? Can you tell me now? Eri whispers, fear still etched into her voice. Hado laughs. Okay. Know that you have to call me Hado when you're talking about me. Or if I'm wearing this mask. Do you think you can do that? Eri nods. Hado leans in closer so no one else can hear. But my real name is Midoriya Izuku. Deku is what special people call me. It feels foreign to say Deku. No one has called him that in years, and it feels like a home he forgot existed. Am I special? Yuri asks with an amount of self-consciousness that no one her age should possess. You are perhaps the most special of them all. And for the first time since he's seen her, Yuri smiles genuinely. Nothing big, but it's real, and that's enough. Hado stands up from his crouched position and lends Yuri his hand. They start walking towards Shota and Hisashi when he feels a wetness on his sweatshirt. Shota starts running towards them when the pain becomes clear. He remembers the burning sensation he felt when he was attacking Kai, and how Eraserhead shouted. He remembered that Chronostasis carried a gun with him. Hado's hand is red from his sweatshirt. The last thing he thought before he fell was that if he died, at least no one else did. Aizawa sees him fall. It's like slow motion, his body losing its fight with gravity, Yuri's mouth falling open, her arms wrapped around herself before she follows Hado and starts shaking him. He runs over to him, sliding onto his knees, and immediately pulls his sweatshirt up to put pressure on the wound. He tries to ignore the other scars that the young boy owns and the blood seeping through his fingers. We need medical attention now. Besides him, Yuri is crying, and present Mike tries to comfort her, but nothing can tear her eyes away from the person who saved her. He sees the police come and take the villains away. Overhaul shouting vile curses, but no sense of relief fills him, only dread. It seems like an infinite amount of time has passed before the rescue team comes over and starts to do emergency treatments on Hado. We need to take him to the hospital. He's sustained a lot of minor injuries as well, along with what seems to be massive quirk exhaustion, a person with snakes for hair says. Aizawa nods and watches as they load him onto the stretcher. Where are they taking him? Yuri screeches, sounding panicked. I need to go with him, please. It's at this moment that Aizawa decides that sending him to the hospital will only end in disaster. They're going to remove that mask, and the only outcome of that will be chaos. He'll need to mediate it. Shota bends down to Yuri's trembling form and says, "You are so brave, and I need you to be brave for just a little longer. Hado is going to be okay, he always is. Yamada here is going to meet us at the hospital, and you'll be able to see Hado in a few hours. I promise that once today is over, we'll give you so much to smile about." Yuri sobs, and it breaks his heart, but he has to go. Yamada steps beside Yuri and offers her his best, warmest smile. Aizawa hops into the ambulance, and then they are zooming to the nearest hospital. And there, on the stretcher, is Hado, without his mask. Katsuki stares at the TV in shock. "What the fuck?" he says, his parents for once not commenting on his inappropriate language. On the TV is a sky view of Shie Hassaikai, and the battle that is taking place there. Katsuki had never seen anything like it before. Heroes he both knows and has never seen before are battling members of the clan. And in the middle of it all is a masked boy that can't be older than him. He's holding a staff and is running towards a tall man with a black mask. He has never seen this boy before, but he feels connected to him somehow. Katsuki cries out when he sees the boy get shot, but he doesn't seem to notice it because he keeps on fighting. The battle is soon over and the boy collapses. Katsuki feels his chest clench and his hands pop with many explosions. Something about seeing that kid collapse made him so incredibly angry and worried at the same time. The confusion only made it worse. "I'm going out on a run," he says as he gets up from the couch. "Oh no you don't," his mother says to him, her voice firm. "Huh, why not?" Katsuki needs to get out. He has so much energy and needs to get it out, it's becoming a problem. He trains for hours, but he still feels a swirl of anxious energy even when his muscles shake with strain and his eyes burn with exhaustion. "Did you not just see the TV? I'm not letting you go outside when something like that just happened. It's not safe." Without giving his parents another look, he stomps upstairs and slams the door to his room. Immediately, he starts to punch his punching bag with every ounce of strength he has. It's only a year until the entrance exam, and he's still not where he should be. It's never enough. How will he be able to protect Deku if he can't even get a handle on making his quirks stronger, better, and longer lasting? These things that he thought would be straightforward are instead a maze, and he's so done with it all. He doesn't know what he's feeling anymore. Everything is a swirl that is impossible to separate, and it makes him lash out, always having to do something. He stops punching the bag, sweat running down his forehead. Lately, everything has felt off, as if his body isn't his own and he isn't where he should be. Bakugo has felt like this his entire life, but it's getting stronger. Something big is missing, and it only adds to the weight on his chest. And then there's that thought, the one that makes him flinch. The fear that has been latched onto him like a leech for the past several years. What if Deku never comes back? Izuku wakes up in pain, which, to say, is not an uncommon occurrence. But this pain was all over his body with occasional stabs of agony when he breathed too deeply, not the usual soreness. He rapidly blinks his eyes as he tries to wave the sleepiness away, like fanning fog. Once he is no longer half asleep, he doesn't even need his sight to know exactly where he was. The scratchiness of the blankets, something squeezing his finger, the strong smell of cleanliness. A hospital. He was in a fucking hospital. That's when the memories came crashing down on him. The battle, Iri, the pain of getting shot. His mask. He didn't have his mask. Izuku shoots up from bed in a panic, but is soon greeted by white-hot pain. He winces as his eyesight blotches and lies back down on the stiff pillow. "You shouldn't do that," said a rough voice. Izuku snaps his head to the left and sees a face that utterly terrifies him at that moment, Shota Aizawa. He knows. He hadn't noticed him when he first woke up, too distracted by where he was to think about who else might be here, who might know who he was. Izuku thought he was panicking before, but he was wrong. Now, all he could think was sheet. Izuku jumps out of bed and almost passes out in the process, but he doesn't fall. He rips out the IV and takes off the oximeter on his finger. He's wearing a hospital gown with his vigilante outfit on the chair opposite of Aizawa. His backpack is there, too. He takes a step towards the window, knocking a vase with pretty white lilies in it to the ground. He doesn't have the energy to care at the moment, only being able to think about how to escape. Everything else will come later. He knows that his scars are on full display, and not just the ones that he gained from being a vigilante or in the arena, but the self-inflicted ones as well. Aizawa stands up slowly. Oh, how Izuku hates being treated like a wild animal. It's happened a substantial amount. Midoriya, he starts, and any hope that Aizawa wouldn't recognize him vanishes. It's okay. You need to lie down so you don't rip the stitches. Like Izuku cares about ripping a few stitches. He needs to get back to the cafe before Ru gets home and then avoid Aizawa for as long as possible. But then Uri flashes through his mind, and his goal of escaping is temporarily replaced by another one. Izuku takes another step back to keep his difference, but Aizawa just takes one forward. He lets out an irritated sigh and runs his hand through his thick curls. "Iri," he says. Aizawa's face contorts into something he can't quite decipher. It almost looked akin to shock, or even pride, and neither made any sense. "She's safe. Just finished her checkup. You were out for 12 hours. Izuku relaxes a tiny bit knowing that Iri is okay. Where is she now? You better not have left her alone, or with someone I don't know. She's with Yamada in the waiting room, sleeping. Shota takes another step closer and Izuku pins him with a glare as he does. It doesn't seem to affect him much to Izuku's dismay. "Look, we need to talk about you. You've been missing for over 5 years. Bakugo still goes to the police station to see if they've found anything." Izuku winces, but it's not because of his injuries. The comment of Kacchan hurt him more than any bullet ever could. What added to the pain was the fact that Aizawa did it on purpose. He knew that comment would hurt him. He saw the guilt on Shota's face, but Izuku didn't offer forgiveness. His identity was revealed and he needed to get out of this hospital as soon as possible. "Midoriya, it's going to be okay. Where are you staying?" Izuku's eyes narrowed as he saw Aizawa press a button on his phone. Maybe to alert someone, probably Present Mike, or someone else Eraserhead trusted. "Midnight, Nezu." Like hell Izuku was going to tell him where he was staying, even if it was to ease his worry that he wasn't living in some shady alleyway. And how dare Shota claim that it was going to be okay? He knew nothing, and he had absolutely no right to say that everything was going to be okay when nothing ever seemed to go right. In order for Izuku to earn something good, something horrible has to happen. Saving Iri equals his identity being revealed. Winning a fight against a harmful person gifts him with scars. Befriending Tamura just to have him taken away by All for One. It never stopped. Knowing that Shota has seen his quirk, the healing one, as well, Izuku uses that to his advantage and lifts his hand to catch the bundle of clothes and yellow backpack that comes flying towards him. "Leave me alone, Eraserhead. It's not time yet." Because it always came back to time, didn't it? Years, months, weeks, minutes, seconds. Izuku was always running to keep up with it, but it never ended. It was infinite. He was close enough to the window that he could see that he was a couple of stories up. In just a glance, he analyzed that he could jump and use the ledges of the building to slow down his fall. He'd be okay. Izuku. The use of his first name caught him off guard, but the look on Aizawa's face increased that shock tenfold. He looked almost desperate, and so incredibly worried. Izuku felt tears gather up in his eyes. He wanted to be with Aizawa, Hisashi, and Iri so bad that he felt nauseous. He wanted to be himself around them, and not a fake facade behind a mask. But he couldn't, not yet. "Stay. We'll take care of you and help you with whatever is going on. Something's happening, am I right? I don't know what it is, but I feel like I should. Midoriya, I have memories of you that have never happened. Can we talk about this?" Izuku couldn't believe it. Aizawa said he had memories from something that hasn't happened yet. It has to be memories from the other timeline. But how? Was it a loophole in the quirk? He has to get out. Staying would only mess things up further. It might completely blotch his meeting with All Might, or it could gain AFO's attention. Neither could he risk happening. Izuku shatters the window with his staff and jumps on the windowsill with his bare feet. He looks back at Shota and loses control of a stray tear. "I'm trusting you with Iri. I have some things I have to do first, so this is goodbye." He jumps. Aizawa breathes a sigh of relief as he looks up at the blooming cherry blossoms lined throughout the park. Izuku and Eri were a few feet ahead of him, hand in hand. Eri was laughing at something Midoriya had said, and it was wonderful to hear the chimes of Eri's laugh. It was a sound that he didn't get to hear often, but something Midoriya had such an ease of creating. It was Izuku's idea to take them out to a cafe he's been to a couple of times. Aizawa was hesitant at first. Nothing ever seemed to go well when they went outside of the school's campus, especially if the problem child was involved. But this particular student was incredibly stubborn to a surprising degree that contradicted his timid personality. He finally won Shota over when he said, "Sensei, the cafe isn't just a regular cafe. It's a cat cafe." "Cats?" was his reply. The problem child had had the audacity to smirk mischievously after that, knowing that he had won. Besides, the kid needed a break, and Eri adored him. There was also the opportunity of seeing cats and getting coffee in the same setting. They walked past the park towards a cottage-styled building that looked more like a house than anything else. It was painted baby blue with white edges. Purple flowers were overflowing from the wooden boxes attached to the deck's railings. The white fence surrounding the house provided an area where beautiful vines grew. In the front yard to the right of the entrance was a sign that said Purple Majesty, Cat Cafe. Izuku and Eri were skipping up the stairs with Aizawa not too far behind him. As soon as they entered, a girl working the counter looked up and smiled. "Midoriya, hi. I haven't seen you in ages." The girl was in her early 20s with lilac hair and a braided crown and eyes that looked exactly like opals. Midoriya scratched the back of his head. "Haha, yeah. I've been pretty busy. Hero stuff, I bet." "You could say that." Izuku then gestured to Eri and Aizawa. "This beautiful young lady is Eri, and this is my sensei, Aizawa. Guys, this is Imai Nanako. She's the owner of this cafe." At that moment, a fluffy gray cat jumped on Izuku's shoulders. "Isla, how are you doing, girl?" Izuku asked before putting the cat into Eri's arms, her eyes sparkling with the want to hold the fluffy creature, but not knowing how to ask. Her face lit into a bright smile as soon as the cat, Isla, snuggled up next to her in her arms. Aizawa looked around and noticed that there were cats everywhere. In cubbies, beds, couches, customers' laps. There were so many different kinds and ages. To say the least, Shota was glad he came. Imai laughed. "She missed you. Do you want your usual?" Izuku nodded. "Yes, please. Eri will have your famous apple cider with a twist." Izuku leans in towards Aizawa. "The twist part is vanilla ice cream. I always get the Purple Majesty. It's what this cafe is known for. It's a tea, though. So if you're looking for coffee, a great choice would be the lavender iced white mocha or the mint cold brew. But there's also..." Aizawa put a hand on Midoriya's shoulder and looked at Imai. "A black coffee, please." Imai makes a hand salute and runs up to the cash register. Midoriya digs for his wallet, but Aizawa beats him to it and puts his card down on the table. "Sensei, it was my idea to come here. Let me pay." Too late. Izuku looked like he was about to argue further, but must have known it was futile because he just smiled. "Thank you. You're welcome, problem child." Aizawa had a pleasant time at the cafe, perhaps the best day he's had in a while. Today, Midoriya seemed more relaxed than he ever has before, and it made him wonder what caused the boy to always be so stressed and anxious all of the time. It must have been exhausting. Aizawa smiled to himself. He'll just have to allow more of these outings. He could always use the excuse of needing some good coffee since the school was half decent at best. But they never got the chance to go to that cafe again, because it was only a couple weeks later that everything went to hell. Aizawa crumples to the ground, still in the hospital room. It felt like hours had gone by, but in reality it was hardly a minute. The memory had come in a flash, like a dream. Shota took a deep breath. He had to find Midoriya. He started to alert the nurses that he ran away, and then told Yamada what had happened, Eri still asleep in his arms. Yamada's face contorted into worry. He can't get that far with all of those injuries, can he? Aizawa doubted it, but he also had no idea where the kid was staying, which was a problem in itself. He was so close, but I let him slip. And he knew, Zashi. He knew what I was talking about when I mentioned the memories. He looked terrified. And the scars. He had so many of them, and some were clearly self-inflicted. We need to help him. Hato, Midoriya, it doesn't matter. We need to save this kid. His husband placed a kiss on his forehead before they began to walk outside of the hospital. Shota had just signed the papers that had to do with Izuku's stay, and also put him down as his emergency contact. That way, if Midoriya was ever admitted into any hospital, the hospital would be able to contact him. We found him once. We'll find him again, Yamada said with calm reassurance. Aizawa sighs for what feels like the millionth time that day. Guess I have a few phone calls to make. Izuku falls onto his bed with a grunt. Ru was supposed to arrive today from visiting their friend, and thankfully wasn't here yet. Izuku slowly turns so he's laying on his back and takes off his hospital gown. Right above his left hip bone is a line of stitches. Beads are welling up between the threads, and Izuku curses. The pain was making him loopy, and he couldn't possibly act normal around Rue while his stitches were on the verge of ripping. He also saw bruises littering his stomach and legs of varying shades of purple, red, and nasty green. He was going to be sore for days, probably even weeks. Izuku crawls off his bed and shuffles to his bathroom on his hands and knees, grabbing his pajamas that he forgot to pick up and bringing them with him. There was no way he could trust himself with standing up. He was lucky that the hospital he was at was only a few blocks from the cafe. And don't get him started on how difficult it was to sneak around in a hospital gown. If it were any further, he would have passed out in an alleyway somewhere. And that never led to anything good. He makes it to the bathroom and opens the bottom cabinet for his medicine supplies. He pops 2 pills of ibuprofen and swallows them dry. He grabs antibiotic ointment, superglue, gauze, and tape. He didn't have energy to reduce the stitches, so he hastily puts the ointment on his wound and then the superglue. He'll deal with removing the stitches for later. He then puts some gauze onto the wound to keep it clean and keeps it in place with the tape. He's going to have to remove it every day to ensure it won't get infected. The whole process was going to be a pain in the ass. Once Izuku was done, he forced himself to go downstairs to get something to eat. His stomach was growling at him, and he knew if he didn't feed himself right now he would just regret it later. He grabs a plate and places 3 Sakura mochis on it. Was it the most nutritious meal? No, and he didn't care. It was a comforting snack, as well as his own creation. It was served every Thursday for customers and was always sold out. He had gotten the idea because it was Uraraka's favorite dessert, and creating it felt like he was still a part of her life, even if she didn't know him yet. He brought the plate up to his room along with a mug full of jasmine green tea with a hint of honey. As he ate, his mind began to wander. Aizawa knew who he was, and that definitely was a cause to worry about. Eraserhead could do a number of things now that he knew for sure that he was alive. Telling the Bakugus Izuku wouldn't be surprised if he already has. Opening the investigation and putting posters up, telling Nezu this could be really bad because Nezu knew everything. And what he didn't know, he would in a matter of time. It would also make being a vigilante harder now. He couldn't work with Eraserhead anymore, so while he's fighting villains and saving people, he's also going to hone in his senses even further in order to try and avoid the underground hero. It was going to be exhausting. At least Eri was safe. Izuku would have done everything over and over again if it meant that she was safe. He didn't regret it, and never would. Just as he takes his last bit of his mochi, he hears the door to the entrance open and Rue calls out, "Izuku, I'm home." Izuku smiles before slowly getting out of bed. He had missed Rue and was excited to see her again. He just wished he didn't feel like he just got run over by a truck. He stumbles down the stairs with his empty plate and puts it in the sink. He sees Rue in the living room saying hi to all of the cats. All of them were begging for their attention as they fought to get the most pets. "Rue, you're back." Eri stands up and grins at him before attacking him with a hug. Izuku almost screamed in pain, but withheld it by biting hard on his tongue. He returns the hug with just as much force before letting go and asks, "How was the trip?" This gets Rue off on a tangent, their arms gesticulating wildly in the air. "Oh, it was fantastic. I hadn't seen her in such a long time, and you wouldn't believe it when I tell you how cute her pugs are. 2 chunky little fellas that looked like their faces were smacked by a frying pan." Izuku smiles, embracing the energy that is Rue. His identity might have been revealed, and things might get harder, but at least he had this moment. He would take it. 2 months later, he was standing near the entrance to a tunnel. He hadn't been here since that day, and a part of him that still revolted from anything slimy or jello-like urged him to run. But he stayed in place. After all, this was the day he had been waiting for. He looked up as a green wall of slime appeared above him, and he glared at it right in the eyes. "Bring it on. You're going to be a worthy sacrifice, kid." "Thank you," the sludge villain yells as he grows like a tsunami, waiting to collapse. "We'll see about that." Izuku gets into a fighting stance, but before he could do anything, he heard the whipping of the wind. Someone was moving at incredible speeds. Izuku knew who it was, but the loud exclamation of, "I am here," still made him pause in surprise. He knew he was going to see him today, but the reality of it hadn't truly sunk in. He was finally going to see him, the #1 hero, All Might, just like before. All Might trapped the villain into a plastic water bottle with practiced ease. Izuku stared, always and forever amazed by the being that is the symbol of peace. He wished he had a notebook in his hand to ask for an autograph. He cursed himself for forgetting it. Hopefully he'll have another chance to ask. All Might smiled at him, standing tall with both hands on his hips. The epitome of a superhero. The sun reflected off his grin, nearly blinding Izuku. "Young man, are you all right?" Izuku nodded, trying to find any sort of words. This was not the time to stop functioning. Damn his fanboy antics. All Might looked like he was about to say something, but then stopped, frowning. Izuku frowned back, not knowing what was wrong. "Young man, have we met?" Izuku froze. They've met a couple times years and years ago. He didn't think All Might would remember him, let alone recognize him. It was also when All Might was in his regular, skeleton form. Izuku decided to be honest. A few times, I think. It was a very long time ago, though. I'm surprised you remember. His eyes seemed to light up from recognition, but his frown deepened, perhaps. He smiles, but it's forced, weird. I think I've had a few dreams about you, but you were a tad bit older. Funny how the mind does that. Izuku tries to hide his shock. Was Yagi experiencing something like Aizawa was? The memories. If so, what were they seeing? All Might takes a step back, holding up the bottle with the villain as a gesture. Well, I better get going. I have to report this to the police. Take care, young Midoriya. Izuku's breath gets caught in his throat. Did All Might even realize he said his name? Even though he hasn't told him yet. There's no way he could remember his name from years ago when he barely even remembered meeting him. The realization that All Might was about to leave creeped up on him. This was not how he planned this to go at all. He reaches out. Wait. Sorry, kid. I don't have time for fans right now, but your support is much appreciated. All Might jumps, and Izuku grabs on. Young Midoriya. Suddenly, the memories come back. The ones that show the boy that is now holding onto his leg as they fly through the air. Yes, the boy he is so very fond of, even though he's only met him a few times, when he was shorter and more childlike. He's the boy that he's had dreams of, though not in years. The one who seems so important, and has been written down in his journal. He realizes the dreamlike memory about when they supposedly first met was very much like what had just occurred not even a minute prior. The sludge villain, the tunnel, and a young boy clinging to his leg. This boy, young Midoriya, was his future successor. At least, that's what everything seemed to tell him. His quirk giving him messages, the only time to do so, about the boy. But how could he be certain that this boy was going to be a hero? He had the gut instinct. The memories, they were memories. Right, the whispers, but what about the physical proof? Kid, what the hell are you doing? Let go. All Might realized he was running out of time. Blood was dripping on his chin. He had to get away so this kid didn't see who he really was. The man behind the costume. I need to talk to you, he said, or at least tried to say. The wind was blowing his face back, his cheeks wobbling comically. Besides, if I let go now, I'll die. Sheet. This kid has a point. He lands on a rooftop. He doesn't have much time left. Izuku falls on his butt as they land on a rooftop. The same rooftop as before. Once Izuku gets to his feet, he looks back at All Might and is not surprised to see Yagi Toshinori in his place. The skeleton-looking man is sitting with his back resting against the corners of the roof. He looks tired and confused. Look, I know this might come as a surprise. But Yagi starts to say before Izuku cuts him off. Yagi. The hero's head snaps up, and Izuku panics. He had this whole speech planned about how he knew about One for All and that he was connected to it, but his mind was running a blank. All he could think about was, do you remember this? Could you remember? How do you know? You know me. What started as a question became a statement. All Might not understand entirely, but he wasn't completely oblivious either. Izuku wanted to run up and hug him. Oh, how long it's been. He craves the relationship he and Yagi used to have, the one only a father and son could have. He missed the laughs, tears, and trust that he used to have with this man. He wants it back. Please, let him have it back. He didn't know what he was going to say, but the words left him anyway. Is a hero defined by their quirk? Or is it who the person is that defines them as someone who saves? Do you think someone without a quirk could be a hero? It was an echo through a tunnel, but Yagi remembered that timid, little voice asking him such a significant question. He wanted to say yes. Yes, anybody can become a hero. Why didn't he? What would have been the outcome? What was the original outcome? If he had. Yagi remembers this, but not fully. It's the feeling of a memory, on the brink of breaking free. A song he knows the words to, but not the rhythm. Young Midoriya. Did the kid even tell him his name? He doesn't know. Izuku waits. He's used to waiting. He's willing to wait for as long as it takes. He just needs to be back to the cafe by sunset. Or Rue will be mad. They can be really scary. It's not the quirk that defines the hero, Yagi answers, but the person. It doesn't matter what quirk they have, but how they use it. Izuku doesn't know why he asks this, but he needs to. Even though he knows the answer that's going to be given, he feels like it's a part of him. This question. Do you think that someone without a quirk could be a hero, too? He shouldn't be asking this. It's not important. He's wasting time, but his mouth, as it often does, doesn't care. And words spew out uncontrollably. Yagi sighs and lifts his shirt, revealing the wound that would never heal. Izuku winces, even though he's seen it before. He wished he had tried harder to stop Yagi from entering that fight all those years ago. He guesses that some things just can't be changed. How that terrifies him. I got this in an undocumented fight with a villain. My respiratory organs were severely damaged and I lost my stomach. I can now only be All Might for 3 hours a day. All this damage, even with a quirk like mine. Yagi laughs, but it lacks humor. It's full of self-deprecation. Izuku squeezes his eyes shut, knowing what's coming next. Sure, he's not quirkless anymore. He has 4 quirks: increased senses, levitation, healing, and invisibility, although he never uses that one. He probably should, but it's still a part of him. It's in his history and has created him to be the person he is now. Nothing would have happened if he wasn't diagnosed quirkless. A blessing and a curse. What Toshinori says next rattles Izuku. I don't know. I don't think there's ever been a hero who was quirkless, so I can't give you an honest question. I can ask you this. Do you think someone who is quirkless would be willing to work harder than anybody else? To face discrimination, backlash, and opposition? Would they be willing to risk their lives day after day when everybody else has the upper hand? Izuku finds himself nodding furiously. Yes, I believe that anyone could be a hero. People who lack a quirk can still gain an advantage through technique, or strategy, or analysis. Someone who is willing to work 10 times as hard as anyone else deserves the opportunity that everyone else has. It's all that he's wanted to hear. A version of himself from long ago would be crying now with a newfound hope. Could someone without a quirk be a hero? Yes, they can. Before Izuku could say anything else about quirks, one for all, or just about life, a big explosion rings out. Izuku whips around to see a big cloud of smoke a few blocks away. His eyes widen and meet Yaga's eyes. Yaga's pockets are empty. The sludge villain is gone. Kacchan, how could he be so stupid? In his eagerness to see All Might, he let himself forget about the most pivotal moment in his meeting with the hero. Izuku's feet carry him to the door to the stairs without him even having to think. He doesn't say goodbye to All Might, almost forgets about him. His mind is telling him only one thing, and that is, I have to save Kacchan. 10 minutes earlier, Katsuki is walking home from school, alone. He was invited to go to the new arcade with a couple of extras, but he could only deal with them for so long. Today, his sensei pointed out that he was applying to UA, shining the spotlight on him like he always did. The entire classroom's attention turned on him, praising him for applying to the top school in Japan. He wanted to yell, I'm going to make it. And Deku is too. Do you remember him? Do you even know who I'm talking about? Damn extras. He was so full of anger. He always was, and it was exhausting, but he had no idea how else he could be. He relied on his raging fire to get through the day, to push him to become better, stronger, faster so he could prove himself to UA, to prove himself to Deku. Katsuki was so lost in his mind during his walk home, taking the shortcut down an alleyway, that he didn't realize the bottle right in front of him. He tripped and caught himself before he could fall to the ground. Stupid, fawking, but he couldn't finish his range of curses, because suddenly, he couldn't breathe. He couldn't breathe. Slime was slithering down his throat, making him want to puke. It was surrounding his body, inhibiting any movement. He didn't know what was happening. Fear started to spread across Katsuki's body like a virus. He needed air. He needed to get out. Finally, a suitable puppet, and a strong one, too. Oh, I'll show you strong, Katsuki thought. He released a series of explosions, small at first, but they steadily grew in size. He needed to break free, or gain the attention of heroes. His lungs were burning, but he still released explosions. They were the biggest that he's ever created. And if he wasn't fighting for his life, Katsuki would have been amazed by his own power. He couldn't lose to this shitty-looking villain. Katsuki didn't lose. Izuku's body knew exactly where to go. He turned invisible in order to not draw attention, and to use it to attack the villain. He just had to get to Kacchan and think about everything else later. He wasn't Hato, he had no mask on. He was just ordinary Midoriya Izuku, a boy who loved Bakugo Katsuki. What if something goes wrong? This wasn't like last time. What if he's too late, or All Might doesn't arrive? What if Katsuki didn't make it? No, he couldn't let himself think that. He was going to get there in time. The smell of smoke was almost suffocating, and only got worse as he drew nearer. He rounded the block to find a group of civilians watching the disaster. The heroes, Kamui Woods, Backdraft, and Death Arms were already there trying their best. But there was only so much they could do against the massive explosions and the safety of a child at risk. Still invisible, Izuku ran through the crowd toward the sludge villain, and there was Kacchan. He hadn't seen him in so long, and he wanted to cry in relief and terror. Relief for finally seeing him again, and terror because it's been so long. What if he hated him? Izuku wouldn't blame him if he did. Izuku grabs a metal pipe on the ground while still running and throws it smack dab in the middle of the villain's eye. The villain screeches, and it gives Katsuki a few precious seconds of air. The villain knew someone threw the pipe, and was now aware that there was someone else fighting against them. He could now see Izuku, so it didn't matter anymore if he activated his quirk or not. He switched it off, making it so everyone could see him, meaning Kacchan could see him. Izuku, he whispered, voice rough from having been choked moments prior. The sludge villain was still shocked from the attack, and seeing the boy he tried to use earlier that day appear out of thin air only stupefied him more. Izuku took this to his advantage and grabbed Katsuki's uniform collar, trying to drag him out. Kacchan, he was stuck, and he couldn't get him out with sheer force alone. He was about to activate his telekinesis to help pull him out, But the villain had overcome his shock and began to absorb Izuku into his body as well. Slime was clutching around his throat tightly, putting him into a chokehold. All might. He needed all might. Izuku tried to get out, to do anything, but it was like trying to swim up a violent upstream. He wasn't moving anywhere. What the fuck, Deku? Katsuki screamed, and if Izuku had the air, he would have laughed. Of course, the first sentence Kacchan would say to him after years apart would involve cursing at him. How fitting. Izuku was running out of air, and he couldn't grab onto anything. Black spots were starting to float across his vision, but he fought to cling on to consciousness. He just needed to wait a few more minutes. And then, finally, a loud voice shouted out, "I am here." Katsuki and Izuku were suddenly blown away, the slime dissipating around them. They both landed a few feet away, Izuku getting a nasty scrape on his elbow, and Katsuki using an explosion to soften his fall. Izuku couldn't feel the pain of his new injury, though. He was too distracted by All Might, standing right in front of them with a smile on his face, fist in the air. The once clear sky formed a cloud, and it started to rain. Izuku looked up, letting the rain wash down on him. All Might didn't leave him. It was a fear he didn't know he had until it left him, leaving him filled with relief. The sludge villain was passed out, already getting pulled back by the other heroes on the scene. Before anything else could happen, Katsuki and Izuku were both pulled away in opposite directions, because of course by separate emergency teams to check them for any injuries. He could hear that Katsuki received only minor burns from overexertion from his quirk and bruised ribs and throat. Izuku sighed, glad that Katsuki hadn't received any serious injuries. Izuku's elbow would scar, the medic said, and he needed stitches, which they gave them to him right there. It was deep, but not a long gash, and it should heal fine, especially due to the medic's quirk, which erased the chance of infection and increased the healing speed. What a cool quirk. Izuku couldn't help gushing. It's super helpful, and I bet it saved so many lives. Are there any drawbacks? Like, do you feel tired after using it? Or does it become less effective depending on how big the injury is? Or Izuku was interrupted by Death Arms scoffing to get his attention. Izuku smiled sheepishly at the medic, who smiled back before leaving to check on the civilians. Boy, Izuku cringed at being called that. It was like he was a child. He was, physically. But even if it was true, it didn't mean it didn't irritate Izuku. You can't just jump in like that, okay. You could have been seriously hurt, or worse. Before Death Arms could reprimand him farther, All Might stepped in and put a hand on the other hero's shoulder. Death Arms grumbled begrudgingly before walking off to survey the damage. All Might smiled at him and took both of his hands, shaking them wildly. Glad to know you're okay, young Midoriya. That was truly brave and hero-like, but try to leave that to the pros, okay. Izuku wanted to argue that the pros weren't even doing anything, but knew this was just something All Might had to say. The number one hero then leaned in and whispered, "Meet me at the same roof after sundown, okay? We need to talk." Izuku gulped and nodded. He knew what it was going to be about, but he was surprised by the wave of nervousness that came over him. The truth was, he had no idea what was going to happen next. All Might stepped back and saluted, "Well, I'm off. Take care." And with a gust of wind, he was up in the air, disappearing. Izuku looked down. He was sitting on a bench not too far from the scene, and noticed that his hands were shaking uncontrollably. Was it adrenaline, or anxiety of everything that happened and will happen? Izuku decided it was all of above. He was too lost in his thoughts that he didn't hear heavy footsteps walking towards him. He didn't even notice the shadow that had fallen over him. Only when a voice said, "Izuku," did his head snap up. It was like his face didn't know what to do with all of the emotions he was overwhelmed with, so it went slack, not revealing any of what he was feeling. "It's been a long time, Kacchan." Izuku abruptly stands up from the bench he was sitting on and hugs Katsuki. He hugs him so tight. Katsuki has grown, obviously. He's taller than Izuku, just like he's always been, and he's built more muscle. Not only that, but there's a sense of maturity that the other Kacchan didn't have at this age. It's summer, but red hot as well, frayed around the edges as if it was still being stitched up. Katsuki still smells like campfire and eucalyptus, something that is strangely comforting to Izuku. Izuku lets go begrudgingly before Katsuki even has time to hug back. Not that Izuku thinks he would want to, anyway. He grabs his best friend's wrist and starts walking. This area is too public for Izuku, and it doesn't feel safe. It's his paranoia, he knows, from years of being a vigilante and everything before that. But he won't be able to fully be in the moment if he's constantly hyper-aware of every little thing. "The fuck, where are we going?" Katsuki tries to stop, but Izuku doesn't let him. Katsuki isn't the only one who's gotten stronger over the years. He makes sure his grip is present, but not too strong to hurt. He'd never do anything to hurt him. Blood was everywhere. On his hands, in his hair, he could even taste it. Kacchan smiled, saying it wasn't his fault. It was. Katsuki was being delusional. He should have cursed him, yelled at him, tried to kill him. God, how Izuku wished he was killed when he got kidnapped by the LOV. Death would have been a blessing compared to this. Blood was dripping from Kacchan's mouth. Izuku was crying harder than he's ever cried before. His throat was in agony from sobbing and screaming, but the tears kept coming. Please, Kacchan. I'm so sorry. Sorry. I didn't want this. Don't. Izuku sobbed. Blood and tears and snot and sweat everywhere. Don't die. I can't live without you. Katsuki smiled. He was still beautiful. His hand held Izuku's cheek, and Izuku grabbed onto his hand with both of his, as if that would do anything. You'll find a way, nerd, Katsuki coughed. Kiss me. One last time. Izuku screamed. It won't be the last time. After this, I'll kiss you so much that you'll get sick of me. But he was already gone. Izuku spaced back in to find that he was still walking with Kacchan's hand still in his. A tear had run down his cheek, and he hastily wiped it away with his free arm. Kacchan was still yelling at him, completely missing the fact that Izuku had completely dissociated, or just not caring. Izuku came to a stop and looked straight ahead at the park. He knew that if he looked at Katsuki right now, he would just burst into tears. He's imagined this reunion hundreds, possibly thousands of times. All of the things he would say to him. All of the sorries he would whisper, shout, and convey to Katsuki. Maybe he would even tell him the whole truth. Unlock the past, present, and future and finally tell someone. None of that happened. Instead, he stood there, staring at the old playground that was starting to show its age through marks and rust. How was he supposed to express years of yearning, sorrow, and regret? He couldn't. Katsuki wouldn't have let this idiot drag him here if he wasn't so paralyzingly numb. All he could do was stare at the back of Deku's head and yell stupid curses that Izuku didn't even seem to hear. His green, fluffy hair was the exact same from when he saw it all those years ago at the mall. How could that stay the same when so many other things have changed? Katsuki stares at Deku and notices. He notices Izuku's navy sweatshirt that seems to swallow him all. He always seemed so small, like a breeze could take him away. The strength of his hand holding his, the way Izuku hastily wipes his face. The fact that Izuku was still a crybaby was comforting. Once they stop at the park, Katsuki starts to feel years of repressed confusion, anger, and hurt start to erupt. A dormant volcano suddenly awakening. His palms fizzle and pop and he takes pleasure in Izuku's flinch. He wants to inflict all the pain Izuku has made him feel. Because how dare he? How fucking dare he show up after years of nothing? Look at me, Katsuki whispers, but Izuku either doesn't hear him or chooses not to hear him. He says again, look at me, damn it. You owe me at least that much. He hates how they're here, at this shitty little park next to Strawberry Street. The same freaking park where they played and had fights. The same one where Izuku got fucking kidnapped and where they met the hot and cold freak. He hated that he still came here every Saturday, had memorized every scratch mark, every screech of the swing set. He loathed that Izuku was looking at it like he hadn't been here once since he's left, like it meant nothing to him. Izuku turns his head to meet Katsuki's eyes. It's the first time since they've been reunited that Katsuki has actually been able to see his eyes. They still shine like emeralds, and Katsuki knows that he could still get lost in them. Izuku's eyes convey a pain that seems too much to bear, and he almost looks away. He fights the urge and only sharpens his glare. He won't make this easy for Deku. He's going to make it hell. Izuku still doesn't say anything, and Katsuki boils. You left, he screeches, and he hates how his voice threatens to break. And you didn't even have the guts to say goodbye in person. Am I really only worth a letter a few paragraphs long? Do I mean so little to you? He was breathing heavily. He had so much to say, and so little words to use. Maybe that's why he punched Deku in the face. Katsuki always believed in action over words. And right now, he was feeling too much to properly say what he wanted to say how much pain and loneliness and worry was impossible. He had more energy than he's had in so long and he had no idea what to do with it. Punching Izuku wasn't even a thought, only an action. Izuku stumbled, but didn't fall. He didn't look surprised in the slightest that he had punched him. Katsuki was the only one left feeling surprised by his actions. But he refused to let guilt overwhelm him when he saw Izuku's lip bleeding, his chin already forming a bruise. What shocked him even more was the look of resignation on Izuku's face. Izuku had expected the hit, and didn't even dodge. He probably even thought he deserved it. He did. He deserved 1,000. Katsuki hated him. He hated him so much, and he hated the fact that his body was begging him to run up to stupid Deku and hug him, to question him about the bags under his eyes, another thing that hasn't changed, or tease him about wearing a sweatshirt on the hottest day of the year thus far. He yearned to know what he's been doing, and how the hell he has a quirk now. Izuku looked at him, and it took everything in Katsuki not to look away. Izuku looked so sad. And for a moment, Katsuki almost believed that maybe he didn't need to make him feel all the pain that he's felt in these years. Because at that moment, Izuku looked like he carried enough sorrow to crush them both. You mean everything to me, Katsuki. You are worth the whole world, the stars, the moon. I left because I had to, but know that it killed me. I have thought about you every day. Know that you are still my one, true, best friend. Izuku's eyes had watered. but he clenched his fists hard enough that it had to hurt, and continued to speak as Katsuki stood frozen. But I'm not sorry for leaving. I can't tell you why, but maybe someday I will. God, I hope so, Izuku said, muttering the last part to himself. Katsuki half wanted to yell more, demanding an apology. Another half of him just wanted to hold his best friend. It turns out, the latter was stronger. Holding Izuku felt like coming home. He had never hugged someone this fiercely before. Doesn't even remember when the last time he initiated a hug was. But this, even if it was only for a moment, felt right. Izuku hugged back with just as much strength. It was then that he realized that he wasn't the only one who had gotten stronger. Burying his head into his chest, Katsuki was smart enough that this wasn't the end of this argument, and that only more would start. But with all of the energy evaporating from him, leaving only exhaustion, he could hardly bring himself to care. Maybe tomorrow, or the next day, or even an hour from now, but not this second. Not when he finally had Izuku back. They released, much to Izuku's dismay. I missed you, he said. He couldn't help but stare as the setting sun reflected off of Katsuki's sandy hair, making him radiant. His ruby eyes were sparkling and bright. Izuku had almost forgotten how bright those eyes could shine. Katsuki looked like he was about to say something, but Izuku interrupted him, finally registering that the sun was setting. Shit, if he weren't so panicked. Izuku would have laughed at Katsuki's comical surprise at his language. It's getting late. Ru is going to be mad. I hate it when she gets mad. She'll bring hell down on me. Not to mention that I have to meet someone soon. Maybe I could stop by and tell them I have an errand to run. Yeah, that could work, but Kacchan, I can't. Yo, Katsuki yells, startling Izuku out of his muttering. He looks up to see Bakugo almost smiling at him. So you still mutter? Huh. Izuku scratches the back of his neck sheepishly, feeling his face heat up. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever be able to stop. Katsuki tchs as he looks up at the painted pastel sky. I'll come with you. He tilts his head. What? Katsuki glares at him, as if he was stupid for not being able to read his mind. Izuku never thought he would miss someone glaring at him, but he found that he had missed it. Katsuki says, we can't stay here forever, and I don't trust you to come back again. Izuku winces at that. So let me grab some stuff at my house and I'll spend the night wherever you are staying. You are staying somewhere, right? Katsuki's face was stern, but Izuku could clearly see the worry creases there. He nods, and Katsuki sighs in relief. It's about a mile from your house. You can grab some stuff, but I can't go in with you. He ends the conversation by walking towards Katsuki's house. 2 people in less than 3 months have found him out. 3 if he counts All Might, but he isn't sure if the hero even knew that he went missing all those years ago. Adding the Bakugos into this would be too much, especially since he knew they would make a big fuss over it, alerting the police, never taking their eyes off of him. Aizawa is already a pain in the ass to avoid, and Izuku isn't looking for any more annoyances. Katsuki huffs and starts walking next to him, not behind. Not in front, but beside him. Izuku swells with content. They miss you. You left them too. He really wasn't going to go soft on him, was he? That's fine, Izuku deserved it anyway. Izuku doesn't say anything else for the entire walk, and neither does Bakugo. His chest heaves once they make it to his driveway. This house used to be his home, too. It was a beautiful house, and had such a Bakugo essence to it. Izuku remembers the warmth he always felt when he entered this house and how he always felt like he was welcomed there. This home had given him support, security, and love. He itched to go inside, but he couldn't. It would take too much time. And he had to go to the cafe, somehow get Ru and Kacchan distracted, and then go see All Might, which was something he fully hasn't processed yet. He could almost feel one for all thrumming in his veins. I'll be back in 5 minutes tops. The old hag is probably going to kick me out of the house once she finds out I'm going over to a friend's. Don't move. Izuku salutes, chuckling as Katsuki grumbles. He opens the door, and for a moment Izuku sees the light in the house. He almost reaches out towards it. It was such a warm glow, and it looked so safe. He wouldn't mind if that light had swallowed him whole. But then it was gone, and Izuku was once again alone. He couldn't believe that he was here, not just at this home, but with Kacchan as well. It felt like a dream, but that was almost less likely than it being reality because Izuku never had good dreams. He pinches himself, just in case. A few minutes later, Katsuki opens the door, and Izuku is startled out of his thinking. Katsuki is yelling over his shoulder, duffel bag in hand. Yeah, I got it. See you, old hag. He shuts the door. Izuku could hear Mitsuki perfectly through the door, yelling curses at her child but then muttering an I love you, kiddo underneath her breath. Izuku smiled, loving the sound of Mitsuki's motherly voice. Katsuki looks at Izuku and visibly relaxes, probably fearing that he wouldn't be here. Izuku doesn't think he could if he tried. Not again. With Katsuki at his side, he says, let's go. The silence is so loud between them, so many words left unsaid. Izuku was almost twitching with energy. He hated absolute silence. It always drove his anxiety bouncing off of the walls and only gave room for his thoughts to become more noticeable. Surprisingly, it was Katsuki who spoke up first. So who is this Rue? They're your girlfriend or some sheet? The question had surprised him so much that he started laughing, really laughing. His eyes watered, and his cheeks started to hurt, the serious expression on Katsuki's face not making it any easier to quell his laughter. What? Katsuki shouts. What's so funny? Huh. Izuku gulps down some air and wipes a tear from his eye. Rue is so not my girlfriend. They're like an older sibling to me if anything. I've been staying with them for a few years, helping her with the cafe and doing homeschool. It was then that they pulled up to the baby blue coloring of the cafe. Here we are, he says as he opens the door with Kaidaki Cafe's signature design. A black cat facing a wreath of roses. Katsuki walks in tow and almost trips over a sphinx cat, which hisses at him. You live here? Izuku nods. Well, not here. We have a small apartment above this that we actually live in, but I suppose we do cook and eat down here. Izu, is that you? Thank God, I almost just burned the house down. I hope you're okay with takeout today. Soup is not my forte. Izuku sighs while Katsuki looks alarmed. Izuku waves him off and mouths it's okay to him. Really, this was a daily occurrence. Whether it was almost burning the house down, almost stabbing herself, or almost stabbing someone else. It's me. I brought a fry guest. He didn't think that he was allowed to call Kacchan his friend at the moment. It's not like he deserved the title, anyway. Katsuki and Izuku both wince as they hear a clatter of the pans and pots from the kitchen before Rue comes running into the main area of the cafe. A guest. Izu, you never bring anyone here. I didn't even know you had friends. Katsuki barks out a laugh and Izuku flushes. Rue, I do have friends. They give him a look. Name one. Izuku points to the fluffy Siberian cat. Myra is my friend. Now Katsuki is giving him that look. That's just sad. Shut up, Izuku replies. Rue fakes a cough and glares at the both of them, which sends shivers of fear down both of their spines. Are you going to introduce me or not? Izuku shakes his head up and down furiously. Rue, this is Kacchan, Bakugo Katsuki. Kacchan, this is Arai Hadoru. Rue squeals and pulls Bakugo into a hug, in which Katsuki does not look happy at all and refuses to return it. Rue lets go and giggles. Oh, I see, you're a grumpy one. Tell me, how did you two meet? Katsuki starts to say. We've known each other since. But Izuku erupts, his voice squealish. At the park, clumsy me bumped into him and spilt his coffee all over him. I offered to get him another coffee, but he wanted ice cream instead. Turns out, that's a good way to make a new friend. Thank God Rue didn't watch the news. Katsuki gives him a half-confused, half-angry look before nodding. Well, Bakugo, Rue says, please make yourself at home. I'm so excited. Let me make some tea and then you tell me some things about yourself. Izuku's never brought anyone here before. Izuku starts to back up towards the exit while Katsuki follows Arai to the kitchen, dining room. I realized that I forgot some things at the grocery store the other day, so I'm going to grab them real quick. Katsuki whips around with his eyes wide. Izuku winces. He was going to be late to see All Might. That wouldn't exactly make the greatest impression. Rue waves him off. Yeah, whatever. You do that while I treat our guest. Teenagers these days, so forgetful. Izuku runs out of the door before Katsuki could stop him. Be back soon, Kacchan. He hears a muffled, Deku. You idiot. But Rue must have trapped him because Katsuki doesn't come after him. Izuku lets his legs speed up, his thoughts racing along with his body. This day went so inexplicably sideways that everything he thought could have happened has been completely erased. He just hopes luck is on his side. Izuku is barely out of breath by the time he reaches the roof of this fated building. The sun has set, and the sky is almost black with only a few stars dotting it. The moon was perhaps just a few days from being full. He wonders what his life was going to be like when that time comes. He takes a deep breath before continuing to walk forward, where he sees All Might in his normal form. All Might, he says, voice barely above a whisper. But Yagi hears him, and calmly turns around. Yet Izuku knows he's nervous by the hunch of his shoulders and the white knuckles of his clenched fists. Young Midoriya, his tone is serious and holds only righteousness and determination. We need to talk. Aizawa was stupid to believe that getting Midoriya to talk to him would be easy. It very much wasn't. Oh, they've encountered each other plenty of times, and have even fought a few thugs together as well. But as soon as they're done fighting, Hado was gone like he was never there to begin with. He's tried to talk to the kid every chance he got, but he wouldn't listen. He alerted Tsukuchi of Midoriya being the infamous Hado, but even with that knowledge, he hasn't been able to find much of anything. They've looked at security cameras to see what patrol routes Hado takes, which Aizawa already had a pretty good idea on what they were to see if it would lead to where he might be staying. Problematically, the problem child knew how to avoid cameras quite well. Aizawa swears that Midoriya was trying to give him gray hairs. He wants to help him more than anything. Midoriya has not had a pleasant life from the looks of it. He's been kidnapped and forced to fight for 2 years in the arena, only to come home to the knowledge that his mother had passed away. And then there's the before, a time that only Midoriya truly knows, one with death and sadness, but also a classroom of rambunctious teenagers that have such potential. Then there was Eri. Oh, how he was pissed when Midoriya planned a rescue mission, gathering heroes who would never otherwise work together, let alone with a vigilante to save her and then leave her in his care. What was the damn kid thinking? Sure, he's a teacher, but that doesn't mean he likes kids. He ignores his husband's whispers of "you seem quite fond of Midoriya." And he's a kid. However, Eri is a sweetheart, and he doesn't mind having her around. He begrudgingly admits that he's glad that she's under his and Hizashi's care. Not that he would tell that to anyone. Ever. The first few weeks were hard. Eri barely spoke and flinched at any sound or fast movements. The only times she did speak during the beginning weeks was to ask where Deku was. Aizawa, at first, had no idea who she was talking about. Deku, who are you talking about? Shota had asked. Eri had quickly shut down, saying sorry. Clearly curiosity was not a thing that was encouraged at the Shie Hassaikai estate. It took days of gentle questioning to get her to answer. The kind boy who saved me. He said I was special, which meant I could call him Deku. He wanted me to call him Hato. But you've been calling him Mid. Eri scrunches her face up, not being able to pronounce Izuku's last name. And he said people who only knew him could call him that. It suddenly came to Aizawa where he had heard that name before. Midoriya's best friend, Bakugo Katsuki, called him Deku. Over the weeks, she had slowly become who she was supposed to be, a child. The young one at that, barely 5. Her appetite grew, and the two men had to hastily learn how to cook proper meals. Luckily, Eri was patient with their developing cooking skills. Or she just truly didn't care because she was being fed consistently. Aizawa tried not to think about that too much. She had her own room with a bunny nightlight, and carried her bunny stuffed animal everywhere. There was a time where she forgot it in the car and had her first meltdown. It was horrible, and only because Yamada and Shota loathed to see her cry. What was worse was seeing her face morph into guilt and fear after finding her bunny named Benji. She didn't speak for 2 days after that, even after the couple told her that it was okay to cry and be upset, that they expected it, and that it was healthy. They didn't think she believed them. Over the past 2 months, Eri's skin flushed with color. Her cheeks were no longer gaunt and she's developed a newfound energy. She still doesn't sleep well, often waking up in the middle of the night with hellish nightmares. She doesn't like to talk about them, or anything that has to do with Overhaul. They said that it was okay if she didn't want to talk right now, but that they were here if she ever wanted to. Before the rescue, Aizawa and Hato had met up to discuss further plans. Hato had described Eri's quirk with great detail, and when he asked how he knew such things, the boy had just shrugged and said, "I can't tell you. Where would the fun be in that?" It turns out, the vigilante had been extremely accurate in his analysis of Eri's quirk. They hadn't had too many problems with it so far. A few apples turning into blossoms, a pillow turning into a chicken that one was hard to explain to her, and Hizashi's freshly trimmed face returning to its scratchy, whiskery face, in which he had groaned and grabbed the shaving cream again. Despite these harmless acts, Shota was still careful, deactivating Eri's quirk as soon as he saw it. She seemed to have not much control over it, and it only activated with bursts of emotion. They would get to training it soon, but wanted to focus on healing Eri first. Eri was kind and held no ill will towards life or the world. She was so gentle with their cats and loved them to death. On multiple occasions they had found her surrounded by them. Fast asleep, they might have taken a few photos. She cried when she stepped on a bug, brought an injured bird to their house. They had mixed feelings about that and constantly asked if Deku was okay and when she was going to see him again. Aizawa had no fucking idea. Not until 2 months after the rescue. Aizawa was cooking dinner while Yamada was doing some paperwork. Eri was watching TV and eating sliced apples. She must have been flipping through the channels because Shota could hear the different music and voices change every few seconds. Suddenly, Eri's feet came tapping to the kitchen and she yelled, which was never really much of a yell, "Deku's on TV." It was the loudest he's ever heard her, and the brightest. Aizawa dropped the knife that he was using to cut up vegetables. It clattered to the ground inches from his foot, but he barely noticed it. He followed Eri to the TV and saw Midoriya in a sea of flames, fighting a fucking villain. Aizawa sighs. Ru stares across the table nursing her cup of tea. She's smiling so big that her cheeks hurt. Right across from them is Bakugo Katsuki, Aka Izu's first friend, that they know of. But Ru's pretty sure that this was Izuku's first friend. He looked like he had a stick up his ass and wanted to bolt, presumably to wherever Izu ran off to. He's quite funny looking, and not what Ru would think is a compatible friend of Izuku's. But Ru's quirk gives her a sense of how lonely people are. And while Izuku's loneliness had alleviated since they've known each other, Ru could still sense a gaping hole that pained her as much as it probably pained Izu. Then Bakugo came with Izu by his side, and the hole seemed to have shrunk in the blink of an eye. So yes, Ru was glad that Bakugo was here, but that didn't mean they could just outright trust him. No, an interrogation had to happen. "What are your intentions with Izu?" Ru started out, and laughed when Katsuki choked on his tea. He blushed, and Rue almost pitied him. Almost. I what? Rue's smile changed, and the little devil inside of her cackled at Bakugo's widened eyes. Don't just expect me to trust you right away because Izu does. I need to make sure you won't hurt him. He's been through enough. Bakugo's eyes widen at that, a melancholy passing through them. Rue isn't dumb. They suspect that Bakugo and Izuku have a deeper history than just a few hours. Bakugo looks Rue right in the eye, ruby red meeting ocean blue. Bakugo Katsuki is determined, Rue concludes. She just doesn't know what he's determined about. I'm his best friend, Bakugo states, and Haru raises an eyebrow. Best friend? After supposedly not even half a day of knowing each other, Katsuki must see their suspicion because he says more. We've known each other since we were kids. Don't ask me why he didn't tell you. I haven't seen him in years. Bakugo huffs a breath, suddenly looking like the energy was vacuumed out of his body. Rue looks down at her tea, frowning. And why haven't you seen him? That is, because he ran away. Simply just disappeared into fucking thin air. Rue heaves a sigh. They've always known that Izuku was different. A mind so old yet so incredibly young at the same time. The world hadn't treated him kindly, and he refused to tell anyone about it. Every time that Rue had pushed him to talk to them, to anyone, about it, he would shut down or argue. Izu has always been closed off. I see him as my own brother, and love him to death, but sometimes he's a stranger, Rue whispers, offering a small smile to the teen. I met him, gosh, over 2 years ago. I was walking near the cemetery where I felt a deep, aching loneliness. That's my quirk. I can feel other people's loneliness that I almost had trouble breathing. That's when I saw him, crying next to a grave with a bouquet of weeds in his hand. It was heartbreaking. That's when I invited him to come stay with me and help with the cafe. He doesn't talk about who he was before we met, no matter how much I pry. I've learned to help him be who he is now, so he can have the strength to heal. Bakugo's eyes are brimming with tears, so Rue takes their empty mugs to wash them and allow him some privacy. I'll show you where Izu's room is, and you can wait for him there. He disappears sometimes, but he always comes back. Rue watches as the kid sniffs and straightens his back. His voice is angry and strong. He fucking better. Rue smiles because finally, someone who could really help Izuku is here. They just have to give it time. Midoriya Izuku stands on the rooftop, mere feet away from Yagi Toshinori. The cool night breeze sends goosebumps up his arms, but he hardly notices the dropping temperature. He's too captivated by who stands before him, of what lays ahead. Yagi-san, Midoriya says, but it gets caught in his throat and comes out barely a whisper like a breeze in the wind. Yagi turns around to face him, hearing his soft greeting. The great hero smiles warmly. Izuku's heart squeezes at the sight. Young Midoriya, I was beginning to think you wouldn't come. The sentence was meant to be a joke, but Izuku could hear the worry in his voice. He has spent enough time around this man to interpret the undertones of his voice, his facial expressions, the weight he carries constantly and forever. The sun is now gone and the sky is dark. The city light offers enough light for the average person to see well enough, so Izuku knows Yagi can see him smiling back. Sorry, I got held back. He begins to walk toward Toshinori and gaze at the city next to him as they talk. But once he gets about 2 feet away from the place next to his past and possibly future mentor, he comes to a halt. Yagi seems to go still as well. Breath hitching. Izuku can hear it. One for all. It's calling out to him, like a telephone signal or electricity traveling through wires. Midoriya. That was the first user. Midoriya, we've missed you. Nana. Midoriya. Took you long enough. The fourth user, Shinomori. All of the users talk in sync. We knew you were coming. For the past 14 years. This quirk has been calling out to you. Soon, it won't be only a part of your mind, but your body, heart, and soul as well. Their voices make Izuku want to cry. They're so beautiful. A song that's been so quiet that he's tuned it out, but now it's all he could hear. Once passed down, One for All will be more powerful than ever. You will learn to harness it once again. We are a part of you as much as you are a part of us. We are infinite. We will guide you to save the future. And we will help you, Nana says. The other voices have faded. We will make sure you don't lose yourself, and we will guide you back to what you need most. Love. With that, the voices were gone, but Izuku didn't feel empty. He felt warm, like he had just cuddled up in a blanket and drunk his favorite tea. You know already, don't you? All Might says quietly. The way he says it makes it sound not like a question, but a realization. Izuku fights the urge to make himself smaller. What? He could mean so many things, all of them relating to OFA. My quirk is calling to you. I think it has been for a while. Izuku notices that Yaga's shoulders relax, and his fisted hands droop. He doesn't seem stressed or confused, but content. Izuku makes the last final paces to Yaga's side and crosses his arms on top of the roof's gate. The thrumming between them gets stronger, so much so that Izuku could have sworn he saw a spark of green electricity between them. Do you feel it? Asks Toshi. The energy, the past users, my quirk. Izuku hesitates for a split second before nodding. How? Why? He knows that All Might was talking to himself, but answers anyway, I don't know. And it's the truth. He truly doesn't know why that, even though he shouldn't feel connected to OFA in the way he does at this time. He does. I don't know, he says again. Yagi nods, believing him. It's then that he smiles and transforms into his hero form. Izuku yelps and takes a step back. All Might's power and promise of protection rain down on him. It's overwhelming. His smile is radiant, even though being in this form must cause a massive strain on him. You want to be a hero, All Might says to him. I do, more than anything. Even with all of the heartache, pain, and unbearable grief, he still wants to be a hero. To save those who haven't fully lived yet, and to give hope to those who've never embraced it before. You can be a hero. My quirk, a quirk that has been passed from one user to the next, stockpiling power and getting stronger from each user, is connected to you in some way. I know that asking you this is a lot, but will you succeed me and receive my quirk? Izuku laughs, tears streaming down his face. He did it. He's finally here. He feels power in his veins as if he's already received the quirk. Yes, he exclaims with everything he has. He won't let All Might down. Not again. Yagi felt his chest loosen as Izuku showed up on the roof, greeting him. He'd been stressed out of his mind that the kid wouldn't show up, especially since he was so sure that this boy in front of him would be the next wielder of One for All. He wouldn't have known what to do if young Midoriya hadn't shown up. It was when young Midoriya started walking towards him that something had shifted. Yagi's skin started to prickle all over like a healing sunburn. It was a sensation he had never experienced before, and he wanted it gone. It made him want to crawl out of his own body. It stopped right when Toshinori was on the brink of not being able to handle it. But it's also when the voices had started. He hadn't heard them in years, but their voices were a broken record imprinted into his mind. It was Nana's voice that took over. God, it was her. How he missed her. He thought about her every day. And not a day went by that he didn't think of the what if. What if she was still alive? What if I got to say more to her? What if I could have saved her? Toshi. Her tone was loving and sincere. Toshinori wanted to say something to her, but he couldn't. It was like someone placed a lock on his vocal cords, prohibiting him from making the smallest of noises. I know you know Midoriya is special. I know you've been having dreams of him. Yes, but not in a long while. He had written them down, hadn't he? It's been who knows how long since he's even looked at it. The journal had simply slipped from his mind. You have to remember him. He needs you to remember. She could talk about so many different things. But why this? It's then that the dreams flash through his mind, a push provided by Shimura Nana. The first dream, a rooftop. A boy who wanted nothing else but to become a hero. Then a different scenery. The smell of blood and smoke and tears. Black spikes coming near him, and he knew that that was his death. The second dream, a funeral of a boy. He had a red cap and red shoes. But Yagi couldn't remember his name. All he clearly remembered was the fact that Midoriya wasn't there. A purple portal appeared, and that was all he knew. The third and final dream, he had felt so incredibly empty. The last of his power was gone, but he didn't seem to mind. His successor was next to him. The same boy on the rooftop both now and before. Green eyes sparkling with tears and whispers of promises to make him proud. Didn't he know? He was already proud. Yagi could hardly breathe. Young Midoriya. He's existed before. He's been here before. Different time, but same circumstances. Good. Nana compliments. Midoriya Izuku has to receive One for All. You know this. Guide him, nurture him. You will understand with time. Time. It was always about time. Yagi had a feeling that this had a lot more to do with the seconds, minutes, hours in a day, but something more universal. Everything fades and then lights up once again with life. The traffic down below was a lot louder than he remembered it to be, and he's more aware of the wind caressing his skin. He sees young Midoriya and comes to a realization that yes, he wanted this boy to become his successor, but now he needs it. Perhaps he doesn't know why this fact was so important and non-negotiable, but he knew then and there that Midoriya Izuku was destined to have OFA. No one else should have it. No one else could have it. He musters up the strength to transform into All Might, and asks him the long-awaited question. It's well after midnight when Izuku comes sneaking through his bedroom window. He and All Might had discussed training, and he wasn't surprised to hear about Dagoba Beach. Disappointed, however, when All Might said his body, while trained, wouldn't be ready for One for All at the moment. He thought he would have been ready with everything he's done, but it turns out that he still wasn't strong enough. When he had expressed this to All Might, the new mentor simply said, being strong enough will never be an attainable goal. It'll only get higher, and it will only leave yourself feeling like you're not enough. You are enough. Cleaning Dagoba Beach won't only train you physically, but it will increase your mental stamina as well. This is to ensure your safety, young Midoriya, but know that I will always see you as enough. He had cried, and only cried harder when All Might proceeded to tease him about being such a crybaby. After they decided to meet up at the beach in the morning, Izuku decided to roam the streets. He knew Kacchan was waiting, but he needed to think about what he was going to say to him, what he was going to do once he started at UA. as well as the whole Aizawa situation. He may have fought a few criminals trying to rob a group of friends as well, dropping them off at Tsukachi's station all tied up. But that was neither here nor there. Once he had made it to his room, it was well past midnight and he was dead tired. He had expected Kacchan to still be up and extremely pissed, or sleeping in their guest room. Instead, he saw Katsuki asleep in his bed, looking as calm as an unbothered lake. Izuku smiled before turning off the lamp illuminating the room and climbing up onto the bed. It was a bunk bed, his desk underneath it, so it was a bit awkward to crawl in without waking up Kacchan. He knew Katsuki would have questions. So many questions with an equal amount of conflicting emotions. He knows that Kacchan saw his invisibility quirk, and will ask about that. But what about all of the other million questions he's going to ask? Saying he was a late bloomer is an easy enough lie, but everything else, even he hardly knew what was going on. Izuku didn't know how many more lies he could tell, how many secrets he could keep locked away. His entire life had been built with lies upon lies. He hated how good he's gotten at it, and how he could hardly discern what was the truth. Who was he, under all of these misstellings? He was a stranger to himself. It was terribly lonely, not knowing the person you were stuck with for your entire life. Izuku squeezes his eyes shut and tries to ignore Katsuki's body so close to his. He could feel the comforting heat radiating off of him, hearing him breathing in and out, even the faint sound of his heartbeat. In the end, it was the soothing sound of his best friend's breathing that lulled him to sleep. Katsuki hadn't realized he had closed his eyes until he was startled awake by a sharp movement to the left of him and a deep intake of breath. He slowly opened his eyes to see Deku next to him breathing heavily. He looked frantic, and he was gripping his arms with what must have been painful strength. The lack of light made it hard to see finer details, but even so, Katsuki saw Izu's wide eyes and hunched shoulders. It was a familiar scene, one that Katsuki had almost forgotten about. When Izuku was living with him, he had often awoken to find Izuku like this. He had always had night terrors and bags under his eyes, and his sorrow fell on his shoulders once he realized that Deku still had them. At first, he was afraid he had forgotten what to do when Deku got like this, but then his body went on autopilot. He slowly sat up and whispered, "Deku, I'm here. Do you know where you are?" Izuku looked at him as if he had totally forgotten he was there. He probably had. Usually when these nightmares happened, at least when Izuku lived with them, Izuku would get lost in his own torturous mind and seek Katsuki out for comfort. At times, he hated to be touched during these moments, but every once in a while he would crave physical comfort. Katsuki would hug him and let him feel his breathing, or he would stay at a distance and whisper simple things to him, like the latest hero or what they had done that day. This time was different. Izuku's eyes looked at Katsuki, and he smiled. He was still shaking, and panic was still in his eyes, but he had completely oppressed the frantic fear. "Sorry, Kacchan," his voice cracked. "I didn't mean to wake you." Bakugo narrowed his eyes. "Don't just try to push the panic back for later, stupid. You should know by now doing that only makes it worse later on." Deku heaves a heavy sigh and collapses onto his back, staring up at the ceiling. Katsuki was just beginning to think that he fell back asleep when his hoarse voice whispered, "How do you still know me so well?" It was pure curiosity, but there was also agony in it. Katsuki couldn't understand how such a simple sentence could hold so much sorrow in it. Absent-mindedly, Katsuki thought it was because Izuku had lost himself since leaving. Or maybe he never knew himself to begin with, and had only gone deeper into a cruel maze. The answer comes easily: "I will always know you." He hears Deku's harsh intake of air, no matter how far apart they are. Or whether it's another 10 years until he sees him, Katsuki will always know Izuku. He will never become a stranger. He doesn't move when he feels Deku slowly relax next to him, folding into a fetal position next to his chest. Katsuki wrapped a loose arm around his torso, and for a moment, it was like they were kids again having a sleepover. "Do you have nightmares constantly?" Katsuki asks, not knowing if he wants to hear the answer. Izuku hums, pretending to think about it. "Not too often." It's a lie and they both know it. Through his sleepiness, anger blazes through him. After everything, the least he deserved was the truth. He uncurls his arm from Izuku and turns to face the opposite direction. He feels tears sting his eyes and hates himself for it. During moments like these, he didn't want a hurricane of emotions. All he wanted was the persistent burning of anger. He wanted it to burn away all of the other emotions that he didn't want. Worry, happiness, the urge to protect the damn nerd. He despised the fact that he was disappointed that Izuku didn't reach towards him to ask what was wrong. All he wanted was to feel satisfaction at knowing that he was making Deku overwhelmed with guilt. The idiot deserved it. He felt Izuku get on top of the covers and jump out of bed. The warmth his body left behind was quickly leaving, and it took all of Katsuki's willpower not to say, "Wait, don't go, not again." He allowed one last thing to slip past his lips, something he had been dying to ask. "You're quirkless. How do you have a quirk?" He saw Izuku's body outlined next to his door, just getting ready to leave and do God knows what. "Turns out I was a late bloomer. Happened while someone was attempting to mug me." Funny that, how something so trivial would unlock my quirk. Would have been a lot helpful earlier. He knew he was talking about the arena, even though Izuku had always refused to talk about it no matter how many times he had asked. Katsuki didn't say anything, only letting his eyes close, feigning sleep. Although he knew he wouldn't be sleeping anymore tonight. He heard Izuku close the door and repressed the urge to scream. He was stupid to think that things would return to normal with them given time. Nothing would be the same as it once was before. He didn't know what to think about that. Izuku brews himself some sencha in the kitchen, not bothering to turn the lights on. It's 30 till 6, and Izuku agreed to meet All Might at the beach at 7. Ru will be up in half an hour to open up the cafe, so Izuku decides to make some breakfast for everyone. He starts with the cats first, making sure each one gets their required food measurements in either dry, wet, or a mix of cat food. He grumbles at how freaking spoiled the cats are, but makes sure to give each one a kiss on the forehead anyway. He cooks a simple dish called akayu, rice porridge, and adds pickled plum to it for extra flavor. For protein, he makes tamagoyaki with kimchi on the side for Kacchan. Just as he finished, Izuku hears Ru's loud thumping and eventually sees her jumping down the stairs, no doubt waking up their guest. "Good morning, Izuku." They hug him, which was something that he only recently became used to, and he hugs back with just as much force. "You made breakfast." "Thanks, dude." Ru proceeds to make herself a massive cup of iced coffee, always iced, no matter how cold it is outside. Ru says hot coffee was for the weak. He dishes Ru, ears twitching as he hears Katsuki get out of bed grumpily. He starts to brew tea for Kacchan. Katsuki always liked chai, and Izuku had recently created a special chai tea that was only sold on Saturdays. It contained cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg, black pepper, black tea, and orange peel. He had named the tea Ground Zero. Katsuki in the other timeline told him he would have gone with that as his hero name if he hadn't been drawn to dynamite. He turned from the kitchen counter to greet Katsuki. Ru was stuffing their face, so they just went with a half-assed wave. "Good morning, Kacchan." He then sets Katsuki's portion of the tamagoyaki and akayu on the dining table. "I made a chai tea recently, and I'd hope you would try it. You don't have to if you don't want to, of course. I don't even know if you still like chai tea, or tea in general, so I won't be offended if you don't. Would you shut up for just 1 second? I'll try the damn tea." Izuku smiles and nods, trying to ignore the tenseness that had yet to fade from last night, or maybe it was from the years separated. He puts his tea and plate down at his usual spot and goes to fetch Katsuki's tea. He pours it in one of Ru's many rugs. This one had a cartoon frog holding a knife, saying peace was never an option. It was fitting for Kacchan. He watches as Katsuki takes a small sip of the drink, and then after a moment, takes another sip. Izuku smiles, happy he won over Katsuki with his tea. He doesn't say anything, not that Izuku thought he would. He looks at the clock and realizes that he has to meet All Might soon, and starts shoveling food into his mouth, along with deciding if he should just tell Katsuki about OFA now or wait until later. Maybe he should just invite him to train with him. That might aid in reconciling their friendship as well. "Whoa, Izu, you're going to choke. What's got you in such a rush?" Ru asks, their mouth full of the rice porridge. He ignores the curious gaze that Katsuki sends him and wipes his mouth with a napkin. "I know it's last minute, but do you think you can handle the cafe without me for a few hours? I need to start training for UA." Ru doesn't even think about it before she waves him off. "Of course I can handle it. You do your hero training thing and I'll lure customers in with my sexy looks." "I'm coming with you," Katsuki demands, not even bothering to ask. Izuku sighs, expecting this. Sure, he could explain everything to him, but what about All Might? It was different before, when he knew about their relationship dynamics and trusted Katsuki to keep it a secret. Now, they were complete strangers, having met only twice, and the first time was years ago when they toured UA. "Kacchan, don't you need to get home?" It was obvious that he was trying to get Katsuki to leave, which probably would only make him want to stay even more. Katsuki tchs, his gaze turning into a glare. "The old hag won't fuss about me until dark, and if she does, I have a phone for a damn reason, nerd." Instead of offering any further comment, Izuku takes the last sip of his tea and starts to gather all of the plates. "Don't worry about them, Izu. I'll get it. Now go train. But if you injure yourself, I will never let you out of my sight again. Got it, you clumsy fool?" Ru says calmly, as if talking about the weather instead of threatening him. Izuku hastily nods, throwing a glare at Bakugo when he snickers. "We have to leave in 5 minutes, so that gives us plenty of time to change clothes and get ready," Izuku says to Katsuki. He doesn't bother to ask if he's coming along. It would be a waste of time when they both knew the answer. He tries really hard to ignore the butterflies in his stomach at the thought of Katsuki wanting to go be by his side, even after everything. You truly don't deserve him. The thought is quick, but vicious. It chews at Izuku constantly, and he can do nothing about it. "Let's get a move on," then, Katsuki tells him, already moving up the stairs. Izuku sighs. It was going to be a long day, and he was already exhausted from the lack of sleep. He followed his best friend up the stairs, wishing that this new page in life wasn't going to be torn apart. He and Izuku were walking to the beach, Katsuki trying not to let the lack of sleep show. They hadn't discussed last night, and Izuku seemed too nervous to talk about it. What's got you so nervous? It's just training, Katsuki barks, making Deku jump. He clearly had not been paying attention to his surroundings. Bakugo scoffs at his idiocy. Well, you see, I have a mentor, and he doesn't know that I'm bringing you. I should probably call him. Izuku stammers out. Katsuki's eyes narrow in suspicion. Where did he get this mentor? He hopes that this dude wasn't some total stranger with no experience. He sighs, knowing Izuku. He probably found this guy on the side of the street. He pretends not to pay attention as Izuku pulls out his phone and calls the guy. Good morning. Deku yells, a bit too loud, so I'm on my way. I can't wait. But I might be bringing someone. There's a long silence, and Izuku winces, shrinking in on himself. You have to trust me on this, old Toshinori-san. He's going to find out sooner or later, and I trust him with my life. Katsuki sees as Izuku's resolve hardens. You and I both felt it. If the other users trusted me, then can you? Izuku's voice was stronger, and Katsuki almost felt grateful for the fight Izuku was putting up. He was confused as hell though. Past users. Why would it be such a big problem if he joined in their training? Anyway, he rolls his eyes. How do I know he will find out? Izuku screeches. Well, gut instinct? Katsuki mutters quietly. Idiot. Laughing at the glare Izuku sends him. Izuku sighs. Look, you've met him before. Remember the blonde boy yesterday? Yes, that one. Suddenly, Izuku brightens up. Katsuki forgot how bright he could shine. Thank you so much, Toshinori-san. I'll see you soon. Goodbye. He hangs up and looks at him, eyes sparkling. You better be grateful, that was a pain. Katsuki flips him off. They reached the beach just as the sun was beginning to show its full beauty, reflecting off of the clouds in warm yellows and pinks. What wasn't beautiful, however, was the beach itself. It was piled high with trash, a makeshift dump. Why the hell are we meeting here? Who's this dude anyway? Katsuki demands. They better not be about to be kidnapped. That is so not on Katsuki's bucket list. Izuku only grins mischievously. You'll see. They walk towards the end of the dump, where the sand becomes visible and a boardwalk extends out to the ocean. He sees a tall, skeleton-looking man that's vaguely familiar waving at them. Izuku waves excitedly back. Then, unexpectedly, he grabs Katsuki's wrist and starts to run toward the man, dragging him along. Once they reach the stranger, Katsuki yanks his hand away from Deku's, ignoring the hurt look on Deku's face. The weird man smiles at them, though it looks strained. Young Midoriya, and you must be young Bakugo. I'm Toshinori Yagi. I believe we've met before, although it was years ago when you last saw me in this form. Katsuki was hit with a blast of recognition. He had met this old man before, when he toured UA with Deku when they were younger. However, something he said didn't make any sense. What do you mean, this form? He looked at Izuku in question, who avoided his gaze. Suddenly, smoke engulfed Toshinori. Katsuki takes a step back, and feels his jaw drop when he sees who's now in front of him. All Might. Surprise. Izuku yells awkwardly. Katsuki wants to punch him, but he's too entranced to see the number one hero. This is the second time in less than 24 hours he's seen his idol up close. He's amazed and totally flabbergasted. You're Deku's mentor. His mouth is dry, mind whirling so much that he can hardly grasp at words. He's starting to regret coming here with Izu. It's almost too much, and now he understands that this was supposed to be private. He wasn't meant to know anything about this. Yet, Izuku let him come. Katsuki didn't want any more lies, and Izuku had chosen to show him the truth with this. He forced himself to take a deep breath and not flinch as All Might coughed, steam pouring off of him before reverting to his normal form. Deku confirms, I'm sorry to do this to you, Kacchan, but what happens next must never be spoke about to anyone else, okay? He steels himself for whatever the hell was going to happen. Izuku watches as Katsuki takes everything in. All Might's quirk, the past users, and Izuku being his successor. Thankfully, he doesn't go too in-depth about One for All. He talks about the training regime. Izuku was so excited to clean up the beach again and fails to mention All for One to either of them, which was to be suspected. After all, All Might thought AFO was dead, so why dig up old ghosts? Katsuki looked calm, but Izuku could tell that he was overwhelmed. This was too much to take in at once, and Izuku wasn't only thinking about OFA and him being All Might's successor, but all of it. Being reunited, being held from a distance because Izuku was such a coward, never knowing if he could trust Izuku. Knowing he had caused all of this made him hate himself and want to scream that he was so sorry and that if he could have kept any of this pain from happening, he would have. Katsuki was quiet for a long time, but they were both patient in waiting for his true reaction. Finally he spoke, and it wasn't what Izuku expected. How do I not know you're just going to use him as a weapon? His voice was rasped and defensive. Izuku didn't know what to think about that question. Yagi had never treated him like an empty vessel. Yes, he wasn't the greatest mentor or teacher at the beginning, but who would be when they had no prior experience? Yagi treated him like a person, the first one to have done so besides his mother in years. But Izuku wasn't only a weapon, he was a war. In the last timeline, he had spilt blood on both sides. An empty puppet at first turned into a furious monster out for revenge. He takes a deep breath, pushing the panic down to the deepest corner of his heart. He had to be fine with being this battlefield, if it meant to save those he loved. Izuku was about to say that All Might won't do what Katsuki fears, that this is okay and he knows what he's getting into. All Might beats him to it and says, young Midoriya is a person, not a weapon. I promise to never treat him as such. A hero isn't just the quirk they possess, but who they are as well. Kindness, compassion, and determination are traits that young Midoriya possesses, and what will make him a great hero. Katsuki's silent, a fight in his eyes. He slowly nods his approval and smirks. Where do we start? Number 1. Training was brutal. Muscles that he forgot existed were threatening to tear off, and the sweat dripping down his back along with his sweatshirt made him feel gross and claustrophobic. They had started with organizing the sections they were going to do, and then began to move the smaller objects toward the dump. At times, All Might would make them run back and forth as fast as they could while carrying heavy objects. It was a stark difference from running across rooftops with light weapons. He had caught Kacchan blowing up the smaller items, which each time he had reprimanded him by saying, Kacchan, don't cheat. It's not cheating, damn nerd, it's using my resources. It felt good to work so hard. The exhaustion that came with overexertion of the body was always a feeling Izuku adored, perhaps a little too much. Being so physically fatigued made him feel like he was doing something, and that he wasn't being useless. They had stopped for a lunch break. All Might had brought the 3 of them bentos with cute animals made out of rice and vegetables. Izuku gulped down the water, pulling at his sweatshirt. He looked at Katsuki, who was wearing a tank top and stabbing his food with his chopsticks, shoving it into his mouth. Izuku quickly adverts his gaze from Katsuki, cheeks warming up, and not because of the heat. He diverts his attention to his food and takes small bites. He's never that hungry right after an intense workout, but forces himself to eat anyway. He's a bit dizzy, and knows that if he doesn't eat this, he'll for sure pass out. All Might, he asks, gaining the hero's attention, do you think it will take us the entirety of the 10 months to clean this? His true goal was to have a couple months to adjust to OFA once again, especially if what the past users said was true and that it would be stronger. He didn't want to gain those hideous scars on his arms that had kept him up at nights, 1,000 needles stabbing into them. Yagi swallows down his food before speaking. We should be done before then, especially if young Bakugo continues to help. Although that doesn't mean that you'll be ready, you still have to do training outside of this beach, which we'll do together to make sure you're not overburdening your body. Izuku huffs, I can train by myself as well. I know my limits. To you. Katsuki speaks up, eyes searing him. Izuku ignored him, rolling his eyes. All Might smiles warmly at him, and it makes Izuku's heart swell. That smile had always given him determination and fatherly love. He had forgotten how much it meant to him. He's forgotten a lot of things. What was Uraraka's favorite food? What did Ida's voice sound like? What did Todoroki's smile look like? It was terrible of him to forget his best friends. His classmates' faces were faded. The only clear picture of them were their still bodies and pained expressions. Yaga's voice brings him back to the present. You can stretch and do some strengthening exercises by yourself, but I want to do the more exerting stuff with you to ensure that you're staying healthy. I advise you to stick to that meal plan we talked about as well. You not only need to gain some weight, but maintain it as well. Otherwise you won't gain the necessary muscle. Izuku sighs, too tired to argue. He might bend the rules a tiny bit, since All Might had said nothing about not going out at night as Hado. Don't worry, young Midoriya. I'll make sure you're on track. Just follow the stupid regimen, Deku. Don't want you collapsing and wasting time, Bakugo says in his own encouraging way. They get back to cleaning the beach, Izuku trying to hide his simmering frustration. He can't tell them that all he does is worry, and that he knows better than anyone how precious time was. Sometimes he wanted to scream at someone, anyone, that he worried to survive and how he was petrified that time was slipping through his fingers. He wouldn't know what to do if all of this was for nothing. That none of it changed a thing. The frustration had pushed him to work harder, numbing his body screaming at him with strained muscles. Katsuki saw him working harder, and like everything else Bakugo Katsuki did, he turned it into a competition. Izuku caught on, starting the game. They moved objects of various sizes and weights with increasing speeds. Katsuki was using his quirk to help him move faster, while Izuku was secretly using his telekinesis to move objects in front of Bakugo, causing him to trip. He couldn't help but laugh at how childish they were being. All Might let it go on, increasingly entertained by the boys' competitiveness. Once the sun had begun to set, All Might made them stretch before saying their goodbyes. He and Izuku would meet here again tomorrow, and Bakugo would be welcome to come as well. They started walking to Bakugo's house. Katsuki had brought his bags with him, both of them too worn out to talk. Izuku felt like he was going to pass out from the way his body was aching combined with the lack of sleep. He dragged his feet against the sidewalk, not having enough energy to pick them up. "I'll be there tomorrow," Bakugo states as they near his house. "You really don't have to," Izuku says. Kacchan's presence leaves him on edge at times, like walking blind. He never knew when they were going to burst into another fight, or when Katsuki would demand a further explanation of the past few years. They make it to the driveway. "See you tomorrow morning," Katsuki waves, completely ignoring Izuku's prior statement. Izuku waves goodbye even though Katsuki couldn't see it with his back turned and starts the walk back to his cafe. In that moment he finally rolls up his sleeves to let his skin breathe, revealing scars from years of battles. If one were to work close enough, they would also see a set of scars that line the back of his wrist, made from before he moved to his hips. He doesn't think he'll ever be able to stop the growing number of scars that adorn his body like tattoos. Izuku walks into the cafe, sleeves rolled down, and is greeted with the smells of kale rice, a Japanese curry. He travels to the kitchen and sees Rue stirring the pot full of curry. "Anything I can do to help?" Izuku asks. Rue jumps a full foot in the air and shrieks. Izuku bursts out in laughter, lightness filling his stomach. They spin around, glaring. "Holy shit, Izuku. You can't just sneak up on me. I'm not as young as I used to be, you know." Izuku smirks mischievously. "Not my fault you're not aware of your surroundings." Rue doesn't say anything as she turns back to the curry, only giving him the finger. "To answer your question, yes. Can you get the dishes and set the table? Then we can talk about your day." "Of course," Izuku replies. He starts getting out the bowls for the curry and smaller ones for the rice before placing napkins and utensils on the table. It's not long until they are sitting at the table. Izuku's mouth waters at the sight of the delicious food, stomach grumbling. "Thank you for the meal," he says before putting a spoonful of the kale rice in his mouth, not caring that it was way too hot. "Slow down, kid. It's not going to run away from you," Rue says as she blows on her food. "So, how was training with that Bakugo guy?" Izuku swallows another bite. "It was hard, but I liked it. I'm going to have to train like this until the entrance exams, so I'm looking forward to getting stronger." Kacchan does well, too. He's for sure going to make it in. "You've known him for a lot longer than you told me," Rue states. "It wasn't a question." Izuku narrows his eyes, not knowing how to continue the conversation. They could have been speculating, and Izuku could write it off and deny it. Rue speaks again. "I had a talk with Bakugo when you went on your little errand." Izuku cringes. He should have known that Rue would try to get more information out of Kacchan. He sometimes forgot how smart Eri was, and it often bit him in the ass. "Ah," was all he could say, shoveling more food in his mouth so he wouldn't have to talk. It seemed Rue was determined, though. "He also mentioned that you just disappeared one day. I'm assuming that was before we met." His appetite was slowly diminishing. Not in a million years had he imagined this conversation with Rue. How stupid could he be? Of course they would have found out sooner or later. "I don't see how this is important." "It shouldn't be, not to Rue." Rue slams her fist on the table, making Izuku flinch. He's never seen them this mad before, let alone at him. "Don't you dare say that to me. You have lived with me for over 2 years. 2 goddamn years. I've never asked because I thought you were an orphan failed by the system or shushed out by society. But from what Bakugo was saying, you had a loving family trying their darn hardest to make you feel important." Izuku chokes down tears. This wasn't fair. He couldn't explain to Rue why he ran away. Not fully. Just like he couldn't completely tell Kacchan. He was bound by chains of lies and secrets. He for sure couldn't tell Rue that he ran away to become a vigilante with Stain, who was now gaining the attention of the police. He couldn't tell her that he had become a vigilante to train for the deadly future, and to take down as many villains as possible that would have posed a possible threat later on. That maybe, just maybe, he became Hado to run away from himself and having to see Katsuki's face every day knowing that he couldn't save him. They would say he was crazy, and maybe he was. "Don't you know how it feels?" Rue asked, tears brimming her eyes. "To have your parents not want you anymore just because you were trying to figure yourself out. To be pushed into a system who didn't want you because you were too old. To know that you will never have people love you the way your parents used to." Rue Izuku's voice cracked. They've never really talked about Haru's past, but Izuku could see now the pain it left engraved on her heart. "Why can't you let people love you, Izu?" Rue whispered. Their voice sounded like a heartbreak. Izuku stilled. "I what? Bakugo is the first person I've seen you be friends with. It took me months for you to trust me enough to cook for you. You hate compliments, love hugs but don't know how to receive them, and you never ever ask for help. You're my little brother Izuku. Let me give you the support you've given me through working at the cafe and cheering me on and for just being there." "You really don't need to do that," Izuku rasped, throat dry. There was an onslaught of emotions that he didn't know how to deal with and it was jarring him. Rue shook her head. "But I do. Can't you see that that's what family is for? We lift each other up. not leave one person to carry all of the weight. He covered his face with his hand, hiding his tears. He didn't want to cry, and didn't know why he even was, but the tears wouldn't stop. Please, he begged, stop. I don't know how to deal with this. I'm doing fine. Ru, please believe me. They got up from the table and walked towards Izuku, kneeling down and giving him a hug. But you're not fine. I don't think you've been okay for a long time, Izuku buried his head in her shoulder and wept. He couldn't form any words through the storm of emotions and exhaustion, so he just wrapped his arms around Ru, clinging on. They stayed like that for a long time. It's going to be okay, Izu. I promise. Is it? He holds the glass in his hand, carefully. His pinky finger is extended, far away from making contact with the glass. He raises it to his lips and takes a small sip, enjoying the burn the whiskey gives off as he swallows. It's eerily quiet in the bar, as it always is. Hirajiri was usually in the bar keeping him company, but Master needed him for one reason or the other. Shigaraki Tamura couldn't give a flying fuck on what Master needed him for. He was happy to get drunk with no one but himself for his company. He glares down at the nearly empty glass of whiskey, fighting the urge to scratch at his neck. At times like this one, his mind starts to drift to the boy from the arena, the only reason why he was still alive. Hado. He's repeated that name over and over again. It circled his mind when he couldn't sleep, which, to be honest, was most nights, and when he felt crushed by loneliness. He repeated it in order not to forget the one person in his life that seemed to care about him. Not who he could be, or what could be done with his quirk, but him as a person of the present. Hado's face had slipped away. Only a blurry outline of his image remained in his mind. His voice was all but erased. Not that it mattered anyway, since it's definitely changed after all of these years. Tamura finishes his drink and then pours himself another one. All for One had given him a place to stay, a purpose, something to direct all of his anger and pain towards, and he would do anything to make him proud. He wonders what Hado would think about where he was now. One thing he remembered so clearly about the kid was his utter devotion to help people. To damn what happened to him. Would he be disappointed, pissed out of his mind, or would he worry and try to help? Tamura laughed at the last thought. No one would be crazy enough to stand up against Master. Besides, he didn't need help. He had someone who believed in him, and that was more than he's ever had before. It's not like he could go anywhere else, anyway. Yes, he had to hurt people and do awful things, but he told himself that it was okay, because those people weren't so good. At least that's what Master had told him. It was too late for him. He was far too deep in this path toward villainy. It was the sole reason why he never let himself think about if he actually wanted it. He wonders if Hado thinks about him as well, or if he's completely forgotten about him. He drowns the sadness and hurt that comes with that thought by finishing his whiskey in one swallow, mildly coughing at the rough burn. It's not like they'll ever see each other again. He doesn't even know if Hado is still alive or not. He tells himself he doesn't care. The ache in his chest tells him otherwise. It was dark out. He was walking outside, and he could see up ahead a city, but it wasn't Musutafu. In fact, it looked out of place, like a stage. There weren't any lights besides the street lamps, making it seem abandoned. A ghost town. It was then that Katsuki realized that this was another one of those dreams that seemed just as real as reality. He was beginning to think it might be. He was overwhelmed by the onslaught of emotions whirling him. He felt anger so hot that he thought it would actually burn him. It was an anger he had never experienced before. It was twisted like a thorn bush, going in so many directions without a sole target. He realized he was the most angry at himself, but he didn't know why. What was hidden under the fury was a pain that was unlike anything he's had to bear before. Guilt so piercing that it cut right down to his soul, leaving an unerasable scar. Katsuki thought he would choke on it. A part of him hoped he did. Deku was behind him, but he couldn't bring himself to look at him. He hated him, but that wasn't necessarily true, was it? Katsuki watched himself. He looked stronger, more defined. He also looked lost. Katsuki witnessed his fight with Deku, his component with a quirk that must be one for all. But this Katsuki didn't know what that was. He thought Deku had lied to him, and then was only left with twisted confusion and anger when this Izuku had told him that it was a gift. Katsuki looked on at the violent, emotional fight. He noticed how Izuku somehow looked younger than the one he just saw a few hours ago. He had scars on his arms, but the burn mark on his palm that was in the shape of a star wasn't there. His eyes were livelier, too, and there wasn't any darkness under his eyes, either. He knew who was going to win before the fight even ended. It wasn't him being overly confident, he just knew. Why was I the one that ended All Might? His voice was broken and raw. He could hardly recognize himself. Katsuki froze, refusing to register the words. He ended All Might. He couldn't believe that. He wouldn't. It was impossible. But what was this incredible guilt he was feeling, then? He refuses to think about it. He wouldn't allow this to happen. He would change this painting with his own hands. Izuku froze, sorrow and that familiar spark swirling in his eyes. The spark that ignited whenever he saw a person he wanted to help. There was something else in there as well. Something that Katsuki had seen in his Izuku's eyes but could never decipher. He felt how even though this version of himself slapped Izuku's hand away, he still wanted comfort. He just didn't know how to ask for it, and it only cut the pain deeper. Slowly, the scene began to blur and meld. Then it morphed into another. It was the complete opposite of the one before. He was in his room, but it wasn't his room, which was really confusing, lying on his bed with his back propped up on pillows. Someone's head was on his chest, and he didn't even need to look down to know that it was Izuku. They were watching an all-night movie, their legs tangled underneath blankets, his hands softly combing through Izuku's unruly hair. The only light illuminating the room was the screen and the warm lamp. Katsuki had never felt this warm before. He was filled with an affection that he knew was only reserved for the boy snuggled up to him. He was incredibly calm, something he hasn't been in a long time. He never wanted this scene to end, and would gladly live in it. He watched himself as he brushed his lips on Izuku's head. Warmth flooded his face, and he looked away, feeling as if he was intruding on a private moment even though this was his moment. Even though he's seen terrible, awful things through these visions, he would gladly live through them if it meant he would get this one moment. He would live through 1,000 lifetimes just to get to this. Katsuki woke up with a determination that he hasn't had in a long time. He knew with absolute certainty that dreams could not contain that amount of emotion, depth, sensations. He's had horrendous nightmares before, but has not once felt the fear or pain in them as he did in the one where he witnessed his and Deku's fight. He's had some wonderful dreams, but never with as much love and safety as that one. They weren't dreams. They couldn't be, and he knew exactly who he had to talk to. It was a good thing he was seeing him soon. The night before, Izuku was on a light pink beanbag upstairs, covered by cats. There were two fighting for a spot on his lap. A ragdoll kitten named Pocky that Rue had found abandoned a week ago curled on top of his head, and several others purring around him. Across from him was Rue, sitting on their worn gray couch looking the most serious he has ever seen them. He busied his hands by petting the two cats on his lap, refusing to make eye contact with Eri. "Can you please talk to me?" Rue asked, tone on the edge of pleading. Izuku hated how worried she looked because of him. Izuku shrugged, still not meeting their blue eyes. "There's nothing to talk about." He managed to barely get his voice above a whisper. It did not make the sentence sound any more convincing. He did not want to be here, and felt like he was about to jump out of his skin. He earned to be outside jumping across rooftops, pretending to be someone he wasn't. "You know that isn't true," Haru responded, not unkindly. "There's so much going on in that head of yours. Don't you think it would be relieving to share some of it?" Maybe, but he couldn't. It would be impossible to form into words, let alone comprehend. "Some things aren't meant to be talked about," Rue answered by saying, "and some things are, especially if they're chipping away at your soul. You're withering, Izuku. Why couldn't they just leave him alone? Even if he were to talk, where would he even begin? In the first timeline when he was diagnosed as quirkless, going to UA and making wonderful friends, watching them all die, mostly because of him? Or should he start when he traveled back in time, only for things to fall apart when he got sent to the arena? If he were to talk, it would be sporadic, practically in a whole different language that he himself could barely understand on his best of days." Izuku shakes his head, only to feel guilty when Pocky meows irritatingly. "Why can't you just let sleeping dogs lie? I can't talk about it. If I could, I would, but it's way more complicated than that. You can't or you won't." Rue barks out, frustration at the edge of their voice. Both. His voice cracks at the sudden volume change. His fists are clenched so tight they hurt. He only clenches them harder. "What about Bakugo? You left him for years, and you won't tell him anything as far as I can tell." Despite deserving it, Izuku's hurt by what Rue said. Kacchan was his weak spot, but also his strength. "You don't know anything, Eri. Don't bring Kacchan into this. I've lived through enough for 2 lifetimes. And if you think I'll be able to just talk about it, then you clearly aren't ready to listen. I'll talk on my own terms, and I'm asking you to respect that." Rue slouched, "And if that's never?" Izuku lifts his hand to his head and pets Pocky. "Then it's never." A tear slips down their cheek. "I love you." It wasn't what Izuku had expected, but it numbed the sorrow. He hasn't had anyone say that to him for a long, long time. He smiles softly. "I love you, too, Rue." He gently gets up, putting Pocky on the beanbag, and carefully dodges the other napping cats. He hugs Rue tightly, and she hugs back with just as much strength. "I'll be okay. Please don't destroy yourself, Izu. I wouldn't be able to bear it." Izuku gives her one last squeeze before releasing the hug. "Good night, Rue." He's outside, legs dangling over the high ledge. The breeze is cool, but not nippy, a hint of warmer days ahead. He knows he should try to get some sleep, especially with getting so little of it the night before, but Izuku had to get out. He yearned to put the mask on and patrol the beautiful city. So, he did just that. Pato had been out for a little over an hour, running around the city looking for anyone who needed help. He had decided to sit on a rooftop and gaze at the night-lit city before heading back to the cafe. It was a view he would never tire of, and would gladly give up some sleep in order to view it for a little while. It was perhaps the most at peace he's been in weeks. He wished it didn't have to be ruined so soon. Hado heard Aizawa approaching, and heaved a sigh once he heard him land on the rooftop he was on. He didn't bother acknowledging him, hoping that pretending he wasn't there would make him disappear. It didn't work. Eraserhead walked toward him, and once he got too close for comfort, Hado stood up and increased their distance. Midori, don't call me that, Hado snaps. People couldn't leave him alone, could they? Eraserhead stills. Hado, are you going to let me talk, or are you going to run away like you've done the last dozen times? Hado huffs, a part of him tempted to do just that, but his muscles weigh him down. He doesn't think he'll get a block away before his limbs give up on him, so he stays, not saying a thing. He sits back down again, and so does Aizawa, keeping his distance. You've been missing for almost 7 years. Thanks for the reminder, Hado snaps back. His head is so heavy, like lead, his eyes burning with exhaustion and mind fumbling incoherent thoughts together. Can you at least tell me you're staying somewhere safe? Aizawa asked, and there was so much care in his voice that Hado's anger at him evaporated. He nods, and Aizawa gives a sigh of relief. I saw you on the news the other day. You're reckless, you know that. Hado laughs, although it comes out as a deep release of breath. Oh come on, it wasn't that reckless. Running into a raging wall of fire to attack a villain with nothing to protect you against. I don't think you know what the word reckless means. A silence covered them for a few moments before Shota spoke again. So I take it Bakugo knows where you are now. Hado sighs and nods again. Yup, trying his absolute best to make me feel like shit about leaving as well. Not to say that I don't deserve it. He'll learn to forgive you if you let him understand. It was a hint at something more. To tell a story that wasn't meant to be told. Not yet. He changes the subject. Hausuri-chan. He thinks about her a lot, and guilt gnaws at him for leaving her. She gets better every day. You should hear her laugh. It's amazing. She asks about you a lot. How you're doing. When she's going to see you again. Soon, I'll visit her and spoil her so much that she'll grow sick of me. He gets up on aching legs, knees popping. Eraserhead stands up as well, turning to face him. I'll hold you to that. With a final nod, Hado is jumping across rooftops, albeit a bit clumsily. Luckily the cafe isn't too far, and he manages to get to his bedroom window without falling from a roof. He slides it open and quickly gets ready for bed. As soon as he hits the comfort of his blankets, he's out. Izuku wakes up full of an anxious energy that makes him want to run across the city and back without stopping. He hops out of his bed and hurriedly puts on his workout clothes, a navy sweatshirt with his shirt underneath and black athletic shorts. He only has a couple of scars on his legs. The most noticeable is a straight silver line on the side of his left calf from when an arrow grazed his leg in the arena. All the other ones are from falling off of rooftops or falling in general. He slides down the railing and is surprised to see Rue already up with breakfast and a packed bento. Good morning, hero in training. I made some onigiri with eggs in it for breakfast and packed you a bento. Need to keep you well fed. Izuku's struck by just how lucky he is to have Rue. Without them, he would probably be surviving off of instant ramen and protein bars. He runs over to Rue and hugs them tightly. Thank you, he whispers, meaning so much more than making the food. Rue ruffles his hair. You're welcome, little dude. Now come and eat with me before you have to go away. I steeped some white peony tea as well. They eat silently, but it's not uncomfortable. Izuku embraces it, not often getting peaceful quietness. His muscles are aching from yesterday, but it's a good sort of ache. One that tells him that he trained hard, something he's going to do again today. He thinks of seeing Kacchan again today, and finds himself both excited and terrified. Bakugo Katsuki is both known and unknown, and Izuku hates not knowing when he's going to get pestered again by where he went, what he did, why he left. He hates coming up with answers that only ever skid past answering the actual question. Breakfast is over sooner than he liked, and Izuku packs some black sesame cookies for All Might and a container of homemade hot sauce he had made a few days ago for Kacchan. I'll see you soon, Rue. Try not to drive the customers away. She waves her hand. PFT, I'll have trouble getting them to leave. Be safe, Izu. Izuku smiles, anxious to get this hungry energy out. I will. He runs. He sees Katsuki walking along the path to the beach and runs to catch up to him, yelling his name. Bakugo glances at him and keeps walking, but noticeably slows down to make it easier for Izuku to catch up to him. Izuku is quick to get to his side and instantly notices that while the blonde looks like he got no sleep, he also seems to have a powerful energy radiating from him that just screams Kacchan. Good morning, Izuku says, a bit forcefully. He wants to act normal around Katsuki, but knows that doing so would only make him more rightfully angry. It leaves him scrambling to figure out how to act in front of him without screwing things up further. Katsuki doesn't say anything. Izuku can't tell if he's ignoring him or is just lost deep in thought. or both. He pulls his yellow backpack around and hands him the container of hot sauce. Katsuki stares at it like he's never seen anything like it before. What the hell is this? Hot sauce. Homemade. I made it a few days ago and thought you might want some. Now that he's saying all this is aloud, he feels stupid. Bringing someone hot sauce is a gift. Seriously, he might not even like it. He's tempted to tear the container from Katsuki's hands and stuff it back into his backpack, pretending nothing ever happened. Katsuki stares at it a moment longer before putting it in his bag. Thanks. His voice contains the roughness of someone still waking up. I'll have some for lunch. There's a long pause as they continue walking before Katsuki speaks up again. Yo, nerd, do you have a phone? Izuku stumbles mid-step before swiftly recovering. Yeah. I don't really use it often. It was a present from Rue the first Christmas they spent together. He only had Aizawa's, Tsukachi's it was funny annoying them, and Rue's phone numbers. He had hacked his phone in order to make it untraceable and really only ever used it to tell Rue if he was running errands. Maybe he sent Aizawa funny cat videos. But that was neither here nor there. Katsuki holds out his hand. Gimme. Not seeing any reason to argue, Izuku unlocks it and hands it to him, the wallpaper being the cafe's logo behind a periwinkle background. Katsuki fiddles around with it before handing it back. Izuku looks down to see that he had added his phone number under the contact number Kacchan. He can't control the smile that grows. Why did you give me this? He asks, not able to come up with any logical reason. Katsuki huffs, so we can keep in contact. Obviously, and so I can bother you whenever I want. He smirks at that, and Izuku internally groans. Handing him his phone was a mistake. He pouts, whatever. They reach the beach soon enough where All Might is waiting, and after a quick warm-up, they're back to cleaning the beach. It's grueling work, and Katsuki, being oddly silent, is stressing out Izuku. He pushes himself to work at a steady pace, trying to ignore everything else. He wipes his mind clean of the past and future, and if an unwanted thought occurs, he just forces himself to work harder. They end earlier that day, at lunchtime. Izuku feels disgusting with the sweat sliding down his sweatshirt and sticking to his back and yearns to take a shower. They sit down on the hill of grass, and Izuku gives the cookies to All Might. His heart swells at the grateful smile the hero sends him, a part of him still a fanboy. Izuku and Katsuki hungrily dig into their packed lunches, and Izuku tries to be discreet as he watches Katsuki try the hot sauce with some of his boiled egg. He doesn't say anything, but he does start to lather his other food in the spicy sauce as well. Izuku shoves down a laugh with some of his food, trying not to be too proud of himself. You two are doing a wonderful job. It'll be cleared out in a few months' time, probably even before the 10 months are up, Yagi comments as he takes a drink of his smoothie. I have school, so you losers wanted me to help you until the weekend, Bakugo says pridefully, but Izuku can tell that he's disappointed to be missing out. Young Midoriya, don't you have school as well? He shrinks slightly with both Yaga's and Kacchan's eyes on him. I'm homeschooled, but I've technically completed the required education for my age, so I've just been reading here and there to keep my mind fresh. The person I live with gives me assignments as well, but since I've finished everything, I technically don't have any school work. Yagi nods, as if that makes perfect sense. I see. You still have to study for the written part of the entrance exam, though, so make sure you keep up with your studies. That includes you, too, young Bakugo. Bakugo scoffs. Of course I'll be ready for the entrance exam, old man. I've already started to study. Izuku smiles at him. You won't have any problems getting in, Kacchan. You're so smart. For a moment it looked like Katsuki had blushed, but Izuku wrapped it up to the training. Like hell I won't. I'll pass the damn test with a perfect score. Yagi and Izuku both laugh, in which Katsuki only grumbles some more. Before long, Yagi is giving them his goodbyes, saying he'll see Izuku in 2 days. Tomorrow is supposed to be a rest day, and walking off. Izuku's legs are jello, but he forces himself to stand up. He wants to help Rue with the cafe as much as he can today and tomorrow, since she'll be handling a lot of it on her own most days. Besides him, Katsuki is still sitting. He has a serious look on his face as he looks towards the horizon. It makes him seem older than he is, and that scares Izuku. Being older means that time is slipping by, and the timer is getting closer and closer towards going off. He's getting sick and tired of always being terrified. Before he can say anything, Katsuki says, "We need to talk, Izuku." He could be talking about 1,000,001 things. Every single one is a subject that Izuku doesn't want to talk about now, or for the foreseeable future. Sorry, Kacchan. Maybe some other time. I really want to help Rue with the cafe today. Katsuki talks as if he didn't hear a thing he just said. Sit. This can't wait. Stop running off and let me talk. And listen, Izuku's cornered, and he knows it. If he declines this invitation, then Katsuki will only be angrier and delay the inevitable. So he sits, hoping that he can spin enough lies to protect his secrets that are embedded into his heart. He's going to get the truth out of Izuku, because he knows that somehow he is intertwined in Izuku's secrets. Izuku is the lock, and he better be the key. The damn Deku is sitting so close to him, yet he seems worlds away. How can he know someone so well, but still feel like he's looking at a stranger? He knows what he wants to say, but struggles to say them out loud. The words are right there in his mind, but he's afraid that saying them out loud will cause something to irrevocably crumble. He refuses to look right at Deku in fear that whatever expression he's wearing or trying to hide will prevent him from saying anything. Katsuki clenches his fists and takes a deep breath. It's one of those rare times he hopes to be wrong, that nothing is serious and he's just being overly paranoid. But it's Izuku, and nothing is ever straightforward with him. I've been having these dreams. He sees Izuku flinch from the side of his eye, and all of his hopes of this being simple diminishes. They feel so real, like a memory that you've almost forgotten, but still hold on to the main fragments of. You're in them, always, or at least the presence of you is always in them. You're so different in them too. He pauses, letting Izuku jump in and fill in the gaps. He sighs when he doesn't and continues, "Fuck. I know this sounds batshit insane, but I don't think these dreams are dreams. They've happened, even though I'm older in them, and know people I've never met before. I just know. And I think you know what I'm talking about. And that you can explain what the hell is going on because I am so damn tired of secrets." He finally looks at Izuku, and the first thing he notices is how utterly still he is. Katsuki isn't sure he's even breathing. He's paler, too, the flushness of his face from exercising completely non-existent. His eyes are dull and filled with uncontained fear. He looks terrible, but like everything else, Katsuki refuses to back down. "You're being paranoid, Kacchan. They're just dreams," Izuku whispers. His voice breaks and he's curling in on himself. He's lying, and oh how that angers Katsuki. "Stop lying," he sneers. Izuku curls further in himself, gripping his arms so tight that Katsuki doesn't doubt that they won't leave bruises later on. "Lying can be a kindness," Izuku says, like that's a perfectly sound argument for this. "I don't give a damn about kindness, Deku. You should know that, or do you not know me anymore? I'll always know you, Kacchan. Always." It comes out as barely a whisper. And if Katsuki wasn't so close to him, he wouldn't have been able to hear it. "Then tell me, and don't say it's not that simple or you won't understand. Make me understand." He could tell that Izuku was finally cracking. There was want in his eyes. And in that moment, Izuku seemed so impossibly alone. "Let me be with you," Katsuki says, trying to convey how much he wanted to help Izuku. How he didn't need to be alone. That he would always be within reaching distance. It is then that Izuku started to shout. "And where the hell would you want me to start? Huh? You're wrong. It's not simple, and you don't even know what you're asking for. As soon as you know, you're going to wish that I've never told you." Katsuki had never been so happy to have Izuku anger directed towards him. He was finally getting through, even if it was just the prologue to something much bigger. "Maybe I won't, but that's not for you to decide." Katsuki pauses before adding, "Start from the beginning." "Which one?" Izuku laughs without humor. His hair is covering his face, shadowing his face from any emotion. Katsuki stills. His head is pounding with the inevitability of something huge. It feels like a damn moments away from breaking. He clenched his eyes tight to try to get rid of the feeling. It doesn't help. "What?" he rasps, barely able to get the word out. Sensations are flooding him. He hears the phantom of laughter in drums and shouting. He smells smoke, newly sharpened pencils, and freshly baked cake. He feels love and rage and pain. He nearly forgets where he is, what he's trying to do. "There's so many pathways I could take to tell you. Do you want me to start when I was first diagnosed quirkless?" Katsuki stifles a gasp. Did this really start a decade ago? But the statement felt wrong, as if there was a big chunk he was missing. He rubs his temples and tries to concentrate as Deku continues. "Or when I first met All Might, and how much more you despised me when you found out I had a quirk." What? Why would he despise him? He already knew what this training was for. And while he was a bit jealous that All Might noticed Izuku first, he wasn't hateful towards him. Deku gives a self-deprecating laugh. "Or maybe when we became friends again, and you apologized for all of the shit you pulled me through." Shadows of images of Izuku in a middle school uniform backed up in a corner shaking. Of people laughing at a pathetic quirkless person. Everyone encouraging Katsuki to be crueler, crueler, crueler. Pray for a quirk in your next life, and take a swan dive off of the roof of this building. "Oh my god," Katsuki says. He's shaking and terrified of everything, but Izuku's trapped in his own world and fails to notice. He feels like gravity is pushing him to the ground, growing heavier with more pressure. He might be sick. "How about when everyone died because of me, and so I went back in time to try and save everyone? To try and save you." Izuku isn't crying, but he sobs. It's perhaps the most gut-wrenching sound Katsuki has ever heard, and he doesn't ever want to hear it again. Katsuki remembers. He remembers that masked hatred he felt towards Deku. His idiotic friends, his first date with Izuku at the amusement park. He's in too much shock to process that. And he remembers dying. The pain he felt was white-hot. The feeling of being drained of blood is dizzying and awful. But the worst part was seeing Izuku's face while he was holding Katsuki. It was nothing short of broken. and he wanted nothing more than to see his best friend smile. He remembered wishing for more time, so he wouldn't leave Izuku all alone. Oh my god, Katsuki repeats. He can't. He just can't. Fuck, holy shit. His mind goes on overdrive. The memories from before and now were mixing together, making him disoriented. A lifetime of Izuku always by his side whether he liked it or not. Of nights lying awake hating him in order to ignore his bleeding insecurities. Then there was the time when they were always together until Izuku wasn't there anymore, and then he was for what felt like seconds before he disappeared again. When he lied awake thinking about why he couldn't stop thinking about him and why the hell he had left, he suddenly felt so very old from what he had been just a few moments ago. He tries to crawl away, to stand up, to fucking move, but his body ignores his commands. He's stuck, but his mind was racing. At last, he moves and grabs hold of Izuku's shoulders. The damn nerd flinches like he forgot Katsuki was there. He could tell by the hunch of his shoulders that Izuku wants to get away from him, but Katsuki won't let him. Izuku, he breathes, I remember. It was perhaps the most important 2 words he has ever said. It seemed to have made time slow all around them. They were the center of the universe. For a moment, Izuku only blinks at him, and Katsuki could have sworn he saw a spark of hope in his emerald eyes. You what? Katsuki couldn't believe that Deku had somehow done this. Fear swallowed him at the fact Izu had been carrying this for over a decade. The nightmares he always had and his intelligence started to make more sense. He finally had the puzzle pieces he had been missing for years. He tries not to choke on his words. I don't remember everything, but I can feel it. It'll come to me, I fucking know it. How? Everything was going too fast. And it was affecting both of them. Izuku looked like he was on the edge of a panic attack, although he hid it well. Back before, he sniffs and gasps for breath, acting as though Katsuki was the only thing anchoring him. When I was with the League, as a last gift Tamura gave me another quirk. Katsuki interrupts him. Another? Did they give you more? Shit, what did they do to you? There was never a chance. He cuts himself off. There wasn't a chance because one day Izuku had shown up with the League, looking like the only thing keeping him standing was the hatred tortured into his skin. Then it was a bloodbath, and it continued to be even after Izuku had broken out of the spell he had been under. Deku shakes his head. It doesn't matter. He was being controlled like the rest of us, and he wanted me to change everything. I didn't know what he had given me until I had done it. He recalls that last time he saw Izu before he was taken by the League. He and Izuku were taking Koda to the park when a villain from the LOV had flown into Izuku. Koda had only wanted to help, but the villain was too powerful for them, just heroes in training to fight and simultaneously protect the boy or even get him far enough away from the destruction. They were both on the ground, and Koda had blocked an attack that was meant for Izuku. He was dead before he hit the ground. After that, it was a sea of uncontrollable green lightning. It was equally horrifying as it was tragically beautiful. Katsuki had been trying to revive Koda, hoping that he could save him. In the end, Izuku had exhausted himself along with losing himself to grief and anger. It was then that the villain had taken him out. Izuku was gone by the time Katsuki had called out his name. Do you really remember? Izuku asks, breaking Katsuki out of his tumbling mind. The other boy had basically collapsed into him, as if all of his strength had left his body. Katsuki held him while trying to keep him up. I do, he whispered into his hair, tangled and messy. Thank you, was the last thing he said before passing out into his arms. The stress he must have been experiencing along with the training and lack of sleep finally catching up with him. Katsuki had no idea what he was thanking him for. Shouldn't that be the other way around? He's the one who went back into time and bore the weight of the world. Katsuki didn't know what else to do, so he went back to the cafe. He wondered when he would come out of the pure shock of it all. All he knew was that when reality crashed down on him, at least he had the present to come back to. He was floating. It reminds him of the days in the dorms where he'd wake up to the sun warming his face and his body being comfortably hugged by his mattress. The feeling was a dream itself, one he had forgotten ages ago but embraced so easily. The stillness of his body and deep relaxation of his bones was what startled him to fully awake. He came to the slow realization that he was being carried. And once that fact settled in, his body turned to an intense thrumming of adrenaline and panic. He was being kidnapped. Izuku had no idea how or when, but why else would he be on someone else's back? He couldn't believe he had been stupid enough to let his guard down. He should know far better by now. Izuku's eyes snap open. He twists his body to the side so his legs are wrapping around the person's torso. He then proceeds to put both legs on the ground and flips the person onto the ground. What the fuck, yells the oddly familiar voice. Izuku breathes hard, and it is then that he remembers where he was and who he was with, which meant that he had just tackled Kacchan. Izuku gulps. He was a goner. This was it. Katsuki was going to bury him alive. He scrambles to apologize. Kacchan, I'm so sorry, I thought he was being kidnapped. But what sane person would have that as their first thought when they woke up to being carried by someone? Maybe he had lost his sanity. It wouldn't surprise him, especially when there were times when he felt so out of body that he didn't feel human at all. Maybe he's lost his humanity altogether. He tries not to think about it too much. The one time I tried to be nice, and you tackled me to the ground. Damn nerd. Izuku winces, offering his hand to help Kacchan up. Katsuki stares at it, melancholy swirling in his ruby eyes. It's then that Izuku realizes that Katsuki remembering wasn't a dream. It was real, so very real. Offering his hand to help Kacchan has just become so much more. It was a symbolization of everything they were, of what they will become. Children in a river, students trying to deal with what life was becoming, a promise to be together. They were walking around the campus. Both had decided to ditch their friends at lunch in order to spend some time alone with one another. They've been dating for a month and no one has a clue that they've become more than rivals. It's a mystery that no one's figured it out, with how snoopy the class was. They were holding hands, Katsuki's smooth, warm hand squeezing gently on Izuku's rough, scarred one. We should do this more often, Izuku had said. It wasn't often that they got time alone together, especially with such a tranquil setting. I wouldn't mind getting away from those extras now and again. Katsuki grins. Izuku bumped into him playfully with his shoulder. You love them. Katsuki stays silent. Izuku looks at him questioningly, feeling Katsuki's hand squeezes tighter, but not uncomfortably so. He stops walking, and Izuku stops with him. Kacchan, he asked. Katsuki's face was relaxed but serious, an expression not often found on him. Katsuki lifts their joined hands in front of them, and makes eye contact with him. I love you, he had whispered like it was a secret meant for only them to share. Izuku's breath faltered, his heart skipping multiple beats. Surprisingly, Izuku's eyes hadn't watered. He grinned so big that his cheeks had hurt. He squeezed Katsuki's hand in return. I love you too, Kacchan. To them, it wasn't just a confession, it was a promise. They would be together, hold on to one another, and always accept the other's hand. Katsuki and Izuku stare at each other. Izuku's just about to pull his hand back when Katsuki grabs onto it. Izuku automatically helps him up, butterflies fluttering in his stomach. Izuku tries to let go of his hand, but Katsuki holds onto it. He looks up to see Katsuki staring intently at him. Kacchan, he questions, butterflies flying away. There's so much I still don't know. So much shit has happened, and I doubt I even know half of it. He's serious, and Izuku knows that he won't be able to get away. Not when his body keeps on gravitating towards him, but telling him everything. That's too much. It's then that the recent events catch up to Izuku. Katsuki remembers. He remembers. How does he not hate him? After all, it was Izuku's fault that their classmates, their family had died. Katsuki remembering was both a beautiful dream and a horrible nightmare. He was no longer alone in some ways. But now he wasn't the only one who knew how much of a monster he was. And Katsuki said not everything had come back yet. The fact that more memories will come back to him leaves Izuku breathless. The past is only half of the story. They both know that. He knows that Katsuki deserves everything laid bare, but Izuku doesn't think he can do it. Faintly he realizes his vision has begun to blur, his breathing becoming rapid. He would have to talk about the arena, how Tamura was captured by AFO and now he's probably being controlled by him. Does he even remember him? Izuku had promised that Tamura could come home with him after they got out, but that promise turned out to mean nothing. God, he had killed people. Even though it was better than the children fighting to their deaths, he had still taken lives. Jude, who was a horrible person, died because of him. Madoka, a child barely getting a taste of life, taken away from him. He probably killed people during the battle with Overhaul. Hitting people with a giant tree was definitely lethal. He was a monster. He tried to make amends by saving people and slashing himself with a razor, but it was never enough. Izu. Both of his hands were clenching his sweatshirt. He wanted it off, but he couldn't remove it. Not with Katsuki there. His body was a shattered vase, impossible to put back together. He was leaning forward, gasping for air. The words monster, killer, a useless son of a Izuku. He felt hands on him, and all he could think about were the hands that tortured him when he was captured by the League. The hands that had electrocuted him in the arena. The hands that had threatened to take him apart and put him back together again. They were still on him. They were always on him. He needed them off. His body reacted for him, flinging the hands off of him with his quirk, enough force to send the person skidding a couple feet away. He faintly heard explosions, but couldn't register them for what they were. Thought him it, Izuku, listen to me. Kacchan. He gripped at his sweatshirt harder, trying to ground himself. His hearing was muffled, eyesight blurred with unshed tears. His back was drenched in sweat, his shirt sticking to it uncomfortably. He wanted to close his eyes and fall into a deep sleep filled with nothing. No dreams, no sensations, no nothing. A deep, dark, black hole. Izuku took a slow inhale of air, trying his hardest to slow his fast breathing. His hearing began to clear, and he could hear Katsuki's footsteps coming closer. He straightened his back with wobbly knees and looked up at Kacchan's concerned face. His arms were pink and lightly skinned. Izuku knew without a doubt that that was because of him. Katsuki only knew him to have his invisibility quirk, definitely not a telekinesis one. He felt his eyes widen as he took a step back. He had flung Kacchan off of him. He really does screw everything up, doesn't he? Deku, Katsuki says. And Izuku almost melts, but instead he takes another step back. I'm sorry, he says, because it's the only thing he knows how to say anymore. Panic still grips at his heart. The strain of not falling back into the panic attack was exhausting him. Don't, he shakes his head. I don't accept your apology. Not when there was nothing to be sorry for. Izuku's knees give up on him, and he collapses to the ground. Gravel digs into his knees, but he hardly notices. All he notices is the person in front of him. Katsuki comes closer and drops down onto his knees as well. His eyes are stern, determined. Izuku wants to yell at him to stay away, that he doesn't deserve him. I'm sorry, Izuku says again. He's sorry for so many things. And he will keep on being sorry forever, no matter how many people say that they forgive him or that there was nothing to be sorry for. He's never going to forgive himself. I'm not accepting your apology, Izuku. His head suddenly feels impossibly heavy, and he can't stop himself from falling into Katsuki's chest once again. I don't know what I'm going to do, he whispers. You will, Bakugo states as if it were a universal fact like how the sky is blue. How do you know? Izuku can't see Bakugo's face, but knows without a doubt that he's smirking. Because you have me now, obviously. Izuku takes a deep breath as he stands in front of the entrance to Kaidaki Cafe. He's still shaken up from the past few hours, and will probably be for a while. Bakugo stands beside him silently. His presence alone is enough to give Izuku the confidence he needs to compose himself. He grips the handle and swings open the door. They must have just missed the lunch rush, since most of the cats are not in the front, most likely in the back napping or eating, and some of the tables have yet to be cleaned. There's a small scatter of people on their computers working, reading, or talking with a companion. Rue is up front wiping the counter. Their hair was sticking up in all sorts of directions, almost mimicking Izuku's unruly hair. He walks towards the counter with Kacchan in tow. He forces himself to smile, but it probably looks half-assed. Survived rush, I see, he says as a greeting. Rue's head snaps up, their face holding a radiant smile despite the weariness she must have been feeling. Barely. Hi Bakugo, are you staying over again? Katsuki shrugs, for a while, if that's okay. Izuku can't believe how polite he can be when being a guest in someone else's home. He rolls his eyes. He doubts it'll last that long. Of course, this little dude needs a social life. Hey, I so do have a social life. If you count pissing off pro-heroes and villains and snuggling with cats. Rue sends him a look that says yeah, right. Izuku huffs, knowing better to argue further. He ignores Katsuki's cackle. Do you need any help? Rue shakes their head. Nah, I'll be closing in a few hours. Maybe later you can get takeout for us from that yummy ramen place. Izuku nods instinctively, eager to help. Sure thing. Okay, now you two get out of the way and do whatever teens do these days. Izuku sighs as they make it up to his room. He's thankful that he didn't have to help out with the cafe today, even though he would have if Rue asked. His social battery was near non-existent, and he knew his nerves would only mess up people's orders. He sees Katsuki look around his room as if it was the first time seeing it. You cut down on the merch, he says, observing. Izuku shrugs, sitting down on the fluffy carpet and leaning his back against the leg of his bunk bed. Too much money. It's easier to be minimal, in case you need to make a quick getaway. Bakugo commented, bitterness in his tone. He flinches. Kacchan. Don't. Izuku doesn't try to say anything after that. He knows better than that. He knows that Kacchan needed the quiet in order to process, and there was a lot to process. He tenses as Katsuki picks up the small, now frayed pink ribbon that was sitting on his desk. You still have this. It was the ribbon that Madoka had. For the longest time, he had refused to take it off, but after becoming a vigilante he grew afraid that it might break and he would lose it. Please don't touch that, he retorts. Katsuki sighs and sits down across from him, lying down on his back with his hands cushioning his head. You're going to have to talk, Deku. Izuku falls to his side, turning onto his back, inches away from Kacchan. About what? He wasn't playing dumb. There was so much he could say, and he was afraid that if he started, he would never be able to stop. There was also the matter of the fact that it was impossible to know when to start. Why didn't you tell me? Kacchan whispered, starting a surge of anger through Izuku. He was always burning. He wondered how long it would be until he simply evaporated. Why would I? I had no idea that you would remember. If I suddenly told you that I was from an alternate timeline trying to save the future, would you have believed me if you didn't remember? No, you wouldn't have. He tries to take a deep breath, but it's shaky and doesn't really help. Even if I did have any semblance of hope that you would remember, when would I have done it? When you were 4. It was nearly too much for you now. There would be no way even you could handle that sort of breakage of your mind on top of learning to control an incredibly powerful quirk. He wasn't angry at Katsuki, not really. He was simply angry at everything and nothing at once, so maybe it wasn't simple at all. What about the other quirk? Katsuki asks. Izuku sighs, his mind usually running with an overwhelming amount of words empty. I've been developing them over the years, I guess. The League had gifted them to me when I was with them, he shudders, remembering the pain that came with having a quirk forced upon him. His body being forced to expand and reshape each molecule in order to fit another one. It was like slowly being cut open with a knife. Katsuki's palms crackle, but he doesn't say anything. Izuku thinks that maybe for once, he doesn't have anything to say. Or maybe he had too many things to speak aloud that it all just cancelled out into nothing. They're both silent for a long time. Thoughts of Katsuki hating him coming back to haunt him. He would be more surprised if his best friend didn't hate him. But God, he didn't think he would be able to handle it if those words were spoken aloud by Katsuki. He'd rather keep the fear to himself than make it into reality. Izuku flinches when Katsuki grabs hold onto his hand and squeezes it tight enough to hurt a little. Izuku keeps his hand slack, afraid that moving will cause the hand in his to disappear. I don't hate you, shitty nerd, Bakugo says, looking up at the ceiling. Izuku jolts in shock. Had he been muttering? He really needs to break that habit. While he starts out before Katsuki starts to speak again. You weren't muttering. You think so loud that it's giving me a headache. Damn annoying. Izuku scoffs. You're just saying that. While Izuku can't fully see his face. He knows that Katsuki's raising an eyebrow. When have you ever known me to not tell the truth in order to be nice? Why don't you? The words escape his mind before he has a chance to pull them back. I want to. Izuku flinches at that. But I can't because you're the same damn Deku as you've always been. Trying so hard to help people. Hating you would be impossible. They both roll to their sides to face each other. It reminds Izuku of their sleepovers as kids, giggling softly to each other, and then later on at UA, when they kept each other company when feeling like the world was against them. But you have every reason to hate me. I killed our friends, and then I left you for nearly 7 years. He wasn't lovable. He couldn't be not after everything he's done. Every time he tries to help or do the right thing, someone ends up getting hurt. He'll never be a hero. Izuku recognizes the irritation swimming in Katsuki's eyes. You didn't fucking kill them. I know you'd rather die than lay a scratch on them. When that started, you weren't there. Sure, your body might have been, but that means nothing. You weren't there, and then you were, and you fought with us. Izuku curls in on himself, hugging their conjoined hands close to his chest. He doesn't cry, doesn't make a sound. I know you don't believe it right now, but I'll make you believe it. If not right now, then someday. He knows Katsuki is signing up for a futile goal, but doesn't have the heart to tell him. He slowly gets up, letting go of Katsuki's warm hand while simultaneously blocking out all emotions. He can't afford to feel too much. It would be dangerous and a waste of time. He's done enough feeling today to last him a whole lifetime. We should head out to pick up dinner. The walk usually takes a while. Katsuki quickly gets up. Deku. Izuku turns towards him and smiles. Come on, Kacchan. We can talk more later, okay? We better be. Izuku nods, wanting nothing more than to crawl into a ball and turn invisible. To disappear only until things were okay again. He doesn't remember the last time anything was okay. Hato tries to regain his breath as he stares at the guy on the ground with a head wound oozing blood. He had caught the middle-aged man stalking a group of kids, his danger sense going off at the mere sight of him. Whispers in the wind of catch him, danger repeating as Hato trapped the guy in a dark alleyway. The street lamp had been the only light as they fought. Not that Hato needed light when he could rely on his other enhanced senses. The tall, lanky man had a quirk that allowed him to shoot daggers out of his wrists. It was a dangerous quirk, but he lacked experience in fighting. And that's how Hato was able to win so easily. He had never seen this man before, but something about him had irked Hato. It wasn't often that he'd see villains by themselves, which meant that this man was just starting on his path to villainy and was incredibly stupid, or he was a part of a larger group, wanting to leave as fast as possible. Hato sends his location to Tsukachi, leaving him 5 minutes to get out of the area before they arrive. He kicks the villain for good measure, and when he's satisfied that he won't be waking up anytime soon, turns to leave, only to freeze as an overwhelming presence appears behind him. All of his senses go into overdrive. The whispers turned into shouts along with a thumping pain in the back of his head. Run, get out, run, run, run. He slowly turns around, heart threatening to leap out of his chest. His breathing becomes shallower as his body prepares him to fight or run. He meets a man towering over him with a horrendous wide smile. His smile is the only thing that lifts his face. Everything else is covered by massive scar tissue overlapping in all sorts of directions. Hato's blood runs cold. He doesn't run or fight. Every muscle in his body has been frozen. and for a second, he thinks it's because of a quirk, but then he realizes it's not. He's afraid. More terrified than he's been since he saw this same exact man staring at him. He doesn't have eyes. But Hado knows that he's being analyzed for his every flaw at the arena, grinning at Tamura with an extended hand. All for one. A few hours earlier, they had just finished dinner and were back in Izuku's room. Both of them were on Izuku's bed staring at the ceiling that was only a few feet above them. The evening had been quiet, Ru being the only one with the motivation to chat. They asked endless questions about Katsuki, ranging from his favorite color green to if he thinks he would survive the zombie apocalypse, in which he said, "I'd kill all of those motherfucking zombies." Ru had smacked him over his head and told him not to use that language in front of Izuku. They always used that sort of language around Izuku. Now, silence blanketed them once again. It was dark in his room, the sun long ago setting. Izuku closed his eyes, liking the feeling of floating in self-induced darkness, trying to ignore how close Katsuki was. "I should get going," Katsuki whispered, a breath in the infinite darkness. Izuku locked his lungs, forbidding himself from saying "don't go. Please, stay a little longer." He nodded, offering to walk home with him. "I don't need you to walk me home, Izu. I can take care of myself." Izuku still followed Katsuki out of bed anyway, saying, "I know that, but I wouldn't mind another walk." Meaning, in reality, that he wanted to stay up a little longer, leaping across the night sky. Whatever, nerd. Izuku took that as a yes. The walk to Katsuki's house was comfortable. The spring night was chilly, and Izuku curled into his purple hoodie. He had his backpack on that contained all of his gear. Luckily, Katsuki didn't mention him bringing his bag, only giving him a weird look. Izuku gazed at Katsuki's house with longing, wanting to go in and tell the Bakugas that he was fine, that he was alive. Katsuki looks at him and sighs. "When are you going to let yourself see them again?" Izuku shrugs solemnly. "I don't know. Soon, maybe." He wanted it to be soon. He missed them so much. They were the only other connection he had left of his mother. Right now, though, it would be too much. Katsuki doesn't say anything as he gazes back to his home. "Then, see you after school tomorrow." Izuku nods. "Yeah." Katsuki scoffs and turns to walk towards the door with his hands in his pockets. "I can't believe I have to go to school tomorrow. Now I know I'm definitely smarter than all of those extras." Izuku laughs loudly, a raw sound escaping his mouth without permission. It shocks him at how free it was, and how light it had made him feel. "Good night, Kacchan." Katsuki waves. "Night, nerd. Now who might you be?" All for One asks with an innocent curiosity that contrasts his menacing aura. How he wished he hadn't succumbed to the urge of putting on his mask. Hado stays silent, eyes darting to every possible exit. But he knew it was futile. AFO would catch him before he even took a step. Staying still was the only thing that could get him out of this alive. He hoped. AFO's smile broadens, nearly taking up half of his face. "Oh, I know. You're that little kid that plays pretend hero, aren't you? What's your name again?" "Hado." "No, that's now right. Ah, I got it. You're Hado." He tries to breathe, but he's frozen. Terror grasps at his heart. He's never been so terrified. AFO performs a mock bow. "People call me All for One. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Hado. You've been causing me quite some trouble." Hado forces himself to talk. "What have I done now? Does AFO know he's Izuku? Does he even remember what happened? What will happen? What Izuku had done?" AFO chuckles. "Well, first of all, you just took out my newest recruitment. Not that I'm mad, you did me a favor. Now I know that he's no use to me." Hado chokes on his dry mouth, wanting to cough. "You're welcome," he rasps. He wants to sound confident, unbothered. He can't even convince himself. "Yes, I suppose I should be saying thank you. You've also taken out Chisaki, which wasn't ideal. I had my eye on him, but you sadly took him out of any equation that I might have formed." AFO frowns at this, almost looking disappointed. Hado wants to go home. "What do you want?" Hado asks, not knowing what else to do. He's woozy, and it's taken everything he has not to throw up his dinner. All for One walks closer, suffocating Hado with his menace. "What do I want?" I want many things, little hero. Why don't you join my league of villains and find out?" Hado takes a step back instinctually. "No thanks. I like what I'm doing now." AFO's face tightens, a wide smile transforming into a disappointed frown. "And what is it that you're doing? Pissing off heroes and villains alike?" AFO barks out a delighted laugh, nearly stopping Hado's heart. The villain starts taking a step back, melding with the shadows. "I'm sure I'll see you again, little hero. Try not to get in my way when you do." And then he's gone. Hado drops to his knees, ripping off his mask as he gasps for breath. Tears stream down his eyes as he chokes on air. He recognizes sirens in the background and hurriedly crawls to a darker corner, turning invisible as he does. His legs refuse to give him strength to stand, let alone walk. So he clutches his knees tight to his chest and the police come and take the villain to the ground. His whole body is shaking, and once the police finally leave he throws up violently. spitting out the excess vomit as he heaves for air, tears and snot and saliva mixing together in a terrible mess. It takes him an hour to get back to the cafe that's 10 minutes away. He clumsily opens his bedroom window and falls into his room. His funny bone hits the ground hard, but he hardly notices it. Izuku flips onto his back and heaves for breath. Desperate sounds come from him as he does so. He's drenched in sweat, but freezing. He fears he might die, and for a moment he truly believes he will die. That a FO had actually killed him and he was just a lost spirit. Izuku had just encountered All for One. Did he know? Know that Hado was Izuku, his son, and that he reversed time to defeat him before he killed everyone and everything he knew. He claws off his sweatshirt, thinking it will suffocate him if it's on him for a second longer. He pulls at his hair and claws at his skin, trying to get the encounter of his father off of him. Izuku chokes on a sob with half the mind to be quiet so as to not wake up Ryu. Izuku stays like that for a long time, somewhere in between reality and a world of horror. Eventually, his mind and body shut down, and he falls into dreams that only feed on his panic. He wakes up that morning, only a few hours after seeing AFO. His skin has marks from sleeping on the carpet, and his joints are stiff, letting out loud pops as soon as he starts to move. Izuku feels sick, and moments later he runs to the bathroom to throw up once again. The image of All for One standing over him imprints itself into his mind so that it is all he can see. A shiver runs down his spine at the memory of his stretched smile and eyeless face. Izuku knew he could still see him, even without his eyes. His invisible gaze had made Izuku feel the weakest he's been in a long time, and it made him want to crawl out of his skin. After what feels like hours, but couldn't have been more than half an hour, he gets up from the bathroom floor and washes his mouth out with some water before crawling to his bed. He cocoons himself underneath his blankets, for once not caring that he was supposed to help Ryu with the cafe today, not having the energy to care. He can hardly even look at himself without his heart racing at the moment. He doesn't think he'll be able to interact with anyone else either. Izuku closes his eyes once again, hoping to sleep the day away, forgetting that he was supposed to see someone today. He wakes to the sound of his phone alerting him of a notification. He rubs the sleep from his eyes and sees that it's already dinner time, meaning he's slept the entire day. Izuku also notices several messages from Kacchan in varying degrees of anger and one message from All Might. He clicks on the one from All Might. All Might, good morning, young Midoriya. I've been sent out on a mission this week, so I won't be here to advise your training. Here's a list of your training regime for the week. Don't overdo yourself. Below the message is his day-to-day training and rest days. Izuku sends a thumbs up, not having energy to send anything else. He doesn't even bother looking at Kacchan's messages. Instead, he shuts down his phone and hops off of his bed. He smells whatever Ryu is cooking, waking up his appetite. His stomach bites at him in hunger, winning against his nerves that threaten his need to eat. He puts on a sweatshirt and weakly stumbles down the stairs. He goes to the kitchen where Ryu is and instinctually starts setting the table. Well, you look like shit, Ryu comments, not bothering to hide their slight irritation. Izuku huffs, putting the chopsticks and napkins on the table. Thanks. Sorry, I really didn't mean to sleep that long. I wasn't feeling well. I'll make it up to you. Todoroki hums. You don't need to make it up to me. I'm glad you got some rest. You needed it. However, you do owe me for kicking Bakugo out when he came to see you. I could practically see the steam coming out of his ears by the time he left. Izuku winces. Sorry. I'll bake some pastries tonight for tomorrow. I'll make some sandos that you love as well. Ryu puts 2 steaming bowls of curry on the counter and grins. I suppose I can accept that. They both sit down. Thank you for dinner. Sorry that I didn't help out today. Ryu slurps at her curry and waves him off. I forbid you from saying sorry. Izuku grimaces and shoves some food into his mouth, finally realizing how hungry he is. How was the cafe today? Izuku asked, mouth still of food. Ryu wrinkles their mouth in disgust. Ugh, why do you have to be so gross? Teenage boys are the worst. Izuku wipes his mouth and laughs. I would say sorry, but you just told me not to. Ryu gives him the middle finger. It was pretty steady business today. You should have seen this one girl, though. She was a cutie. Bubblegum pink hair, beautiful emerald eyes, and a sleeve tattoo. Izu, you know how I feel about sleeve tattoos, Ryu sighs dreamily. Izuku rolls his eyes, remembering one night where she talked to him for a whole hour about women and tattoos. Yeah, I know. Did you at least get her name? Ryu looks at him blankly. And Izuku sighs, really, Ryu? You didn't even ask for her name. Ryu groans, I was entranced. Okay, she had me under her quirk. Izuku takes another bite, making sure to chew and swallow this time before speaking. She might come again if you didn't scare her off with your ogling. You think? Izuku sighs. He goes back up to his room after Ryu retires to bed. Having spent a few hours hanging out with them, he's still wide awake and wants to put off sleeping for as long as possible. He doesn't want to find out what horrors his mind will conjure up. Izuku's reminded of the training list All Might sent him. Today's technically supposed to be his rest day, but he's already gotten more than enough sleep and it's a little bit past midnight, meaning that today was actually yesterday. He can train tonight or this morning and then some later in the afternoon. Deep down, he knows that overtraining won't do him any good, but he needs it. It's one of the only things that Izuku could control. His encounter with AFO only reminded him how weak he still was, and he knows he won't feel better until trains at least twice as hard. Without hesitation, Izuku puts on his workout clothes and hops out the window. A sick part of him wants to train until he's too exhausted to think, to stand, to fear, because he can't be afraid. Fear will only kill him. Izuku promises himself to never lose control of his body like that ever again. Izuku knelt over, sweat dripping down his forehead onto the cool sand. The sun was rising over the ocean in beautiful pastels, but he hardly took notice of it. He had run the entire length of the beach and back again as his warm-up, then proceeded to practice strengthening his telekinesis quirk while simultaneously trying to turn invisible. He found that using two quirks that were both physical straining was a lot more difficult than he had initially thought. He hasn't been able to turn invisible while using telekinesis yet, but he seemed to have gotten better at lifting heavier objects. His mouth moves in incomprehensible mutters, still leaning over with his hands on his knees. I wonder if when I pulled that tree out of the ground during the Hassaikai raid it unlocked some sort of extra strength in my quirk. It would make sense because ever since then it's been easier to lift heavier objects. To prove this, he goes up to the dump and finds a fridge that's a fairly big size and uses his quirk. His muscles tighten, and a warning of a migraine comes with a pang in the back of his head, but the fridge floats several feet in the air. Izuku floats it towards the rest of the garbage that they had taken out and lets it go with a loud thump. He was dizzy from overworking himself, and he hasn't had anything to eat since the night before. The only thing that was keeping him from falling over was the rage and fears that coursed through him. It was an addictive feeling, to be so angry that anything seemed beatable, breakable. This must have been what Kacchan had felt like. Izuku suddenly understood why the blonde always latched onto anger. It was a safety blanket that made one feel invincible. Even with that, Izuku loathed it. It made him feel out of control, and how he hated to be out of control. He couldn't stand it, needing to get everything out. Izuku walked towards a worn, metal storage container and started to punch it with bare fists, invisibility fading away. He screamed even when his voice cracked. He thought that if he yelled loud enough, hit harder, stronger, all of the panic would seep out of him. But it didn't. It never did. He wanted to get AFO's face out of his head, but it never left him. He punched again and again until he heard a loud crack followed by throbbing pain surrounding both of his hands. He looked down to see that his hands were a bloody mess, covered in red and torn skin hanging on by a thread. His right thumb was bent at an unnatural angle, and he cursed. Izuku didn't even know where to begin with cleaning up the mess. The entirety of Izuku's hands were screaming in pain, and the blood prohibited him from seeing where he was actually hurt. He couldn't use his healing quirk that only worked on other people. He's used it only a handful of times since first unlocking it when Ru got shot. And while his quirk healed the person who had gotten hurt, it only transferred the pain to him, but better him than anyone else. Ru is going to kill me. Not if I beat them to it, a voice says from behind him, familiar and rough and angry. He had been so lost in himself that he hadn't even paid attention to his surroundings. Kacchan had snuck right up on him. Izuku stole a sharp breath of air, the agony in his hands no longer at the forefront of his mind. He slowly turned around, not knowing what else to do. He met Katsuki eye to eye and witnessed the moment Katsuki saw the state of his hands. "Shit, Izu, are you trying to fuck up your hands again?" Izuku didn't have any energy left to react. Maybe he had been trying to ruin himself, so what? It's not like he couldn't still feel the phantom pains of breaking his arms repeatedly until they were covered in more scars than actual skin. There were nights where he lay awake and swore that his arms were throbbing and tensing up. He looked down at his wrecked hands, realizing that he wasn't wearing his usual long sleeves. There weren't many scars, most of them being from the arena and vigilantism. But there were clean silver lines on his forearms that weren't noticeable at first. But once seen, they were impossible not to notice. He glued his arms to his sides, a weak attempt to have more secrets revealed. Realizing that Izuku wasn't going to say anything, Katsuki started talking again. "Are you trying to ignore me? That's not going to work. You're damn lucky I respect Eri enough to not barge into their house and drag you out of your room." "I wasn't feeling well," Izuku muttered. It was the truth, but a broad one. Katsuki scoffs, eyes narrowing on the blood dripping from Izuku's hands to the powdery sand. "And now you are. You went from not even being able to answer your phone to this." He gestures to the beach and him. "In less than a day. I'm getting sick of your excuses." Izuku clenches his hands, making the blood come out faster. He winces. Kacchan walks the last few steps to him and gently, something that surprises Izuku, grabs both of his hands. "What the hell are you doing?" What happened? He was getting Izuku's blood onto his hands, but didn't seem like he cared in the least. Izuku gulped, briefly thankful that his forearms were facing the ground where Kacchan couldn't see them. You were fine when I went home. Or do I really not know you anymore? Katsuki's voice was tough, but Izuku could hear the pain in his voice. He hurriedly shook his head. After all these years, you still know me better than anyone. Katsuki looked up from their joined hands, a question in his eyes. Izuku swallowed. After you went home, I ran into someone. His spine crawled with the memories of that night, the terror stapled to his skin. His lungs constrict. Who was it? Katsuki growled. Izuku yanked his hands back, disgusted with any sort of contact. The loose cloth of his clothes made him feel suffocated. People call me All for One. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Hado. You've been causing me quite some trouble. Izuku shrivels back, swallowing bile. Izuku, Kacchan says, calmer, what happened? All for One, he spits the name, gasping. His heart gives a jump at the name and he hates himself for it. Katsuki's recoils, eyes going wide with shock. What? I saw. He couldn't get anything out. And it wasn't just fear, because to tell him about the encounter, he would have to tell him about Hado. Katsuki straightens, quickly getting over his surprise. Did he do anything to you? What the hell happened? It was weird how Katsuki's shouting and anger could help calm him. His voice was grounding, and something that Izuku clinged onto desperately. No, he didn't know it was me. Katsuki's face contorts into confusion. I was fighting a new recruit of his, not that I knew he was with All for One. Not being able to hold himself up anymore, Izuku sinks down onto the plush sand, hugging his knees. He introduced himself to me, asked if I wanted to join the league. When I said no, he just smiled and disappeared. I don't think he had any idea who I actually was or that I was from the future. What do you mean he had no idea who you were? Katsuki bit out. The answers to his question were multiple. He didn't know that he was his son or that he was a vigilante. He smiles bitterly. Kacchan, do you really think that I would sit around doing nothing but waiting? When I knew that I could be saving and fighting evil, awful people, that's not me. Katsuki drops down to the ground, face going slack in shock. The Hassaikai raid. There was a masked person there fighting with the heroes. That was you, wasn't it? Izuku was silent. For once, his mouth refused to blurt out words. Tell me, is that why you left? To play fucking hero? Katsuki's face was squinched up in anger and bitterness. It was a face that Izuku had memorized to the very wrinkle on the corner of his eye. He always thought that Katsuki looked gorgeous like this, like a kindling flame full of vibrant colors. But Izuku could see the hurt there, too, and that he didn't like, nor did he think it was beautiful. He nods, although it's as if someone else had taken over his body. I had the opportunity, and I took it. I couldn't just stand by when I knew I could do something. I'm incapable of doing that, and you know it. In Kacchan, I've helped people. Countless people who wouldn't have been saved otherwise. I've taken down villain organizations that would have become a part of the league. He knew he sounded desperate, but couldn't control it. He needed Katsuki to understand that he was doing everything he could, making sacrifice after sacrifice for the sake of others. The next moment, Izuku was lying on his back, face pounding in bruising pain. What he said as he stood up to face the now standing Katsuki. His fists were clenched, small pops being emitted from his palms. And what about you? Huh? Katsuki screamed, startling Izuku enough that he took a couple staggering steps back. How many times have you gotten hurt? How many times has someone saved you? Why does any of that matter? I'm still here, aren't I? The pounding of his cheeks subsided, but he still winced at the stinging of his hands. He looked down to see his black tank top stained dark with blood. He frowned at the ruined new shirt. Katsuki laughs, but it's deprived of joy, not really. You're a shell of the person I knew. I thought you were a self-sacrificing idiot before, but now, you've ceased to surprise me. It's Izuku's turn to be overcome with anger, and you just expect me to be the person I was before. He waves his hands around in frustration, losing the care of hiding his arms. I can't be. Don't you get it? Everyone died. You died. I was the only one left breathing in a battlefield of bodies. And then I was a kid again and I didn't understand anything. Then I got trapped in the fucking death ring only to come back 2 years later to the knowledge that my mom was dead, one of the people I wanted so much to save. And not who I once was. I refused to be. His throat was raw and dry, muscles aching. He wants nothing more than to collapse onto the sand and close his eyes. But he keeps on standing. Katsuki's eyes shine, and he hastily wipes them with his arm. Izuku's eyes remain dry, perhaps because he's finally run out of tears, or doesn't even have the energy to produce them. You're right, Katsuki bites out, shocking Izuku. You can't be the same, just like I can't be, now that I remember. But goddamn it, Izu, just because you're not the same doesn't mean that I care less about you. Izuku gulps, too shocked to do anything. When you saved Uri, you got shot. I saw it on live television. Katsuki continues, you've been hurt countless times with vigilantism, and don't you dare try to deny it. Izuku thought about saying that he was okay with being hurt, that he thought he deserved it. He kept his mouth shut, not wanting to delve into that conversation. Feeling self-conscious, Izuku walks over to his sweatshirt lying on the ground and hurriedly puts it on, not wanting to push further chances of Katsuki seeing his scars. He turns back to face Bakugo. Kacchan, getting hurt is inevitable. Kacchan yells in frustration, and Izuku is overcome with confusion. Bakugo wants to be a hero, and technically already was one, and he understood how dangerous it could be. He had experienced it firsthand multiple times, but you can prevent it. He yells, "The thing is, I think you try the bare minimum in avoiding getting hurt. Damn it, Izuku, you even met all for one and you don't even care." "Of course I care," Izuku screams, the sound being torn from his throat violently. It was an ugly sound. He sees that he shocked Katsuki, but the words keep on flying from his mouth. You have no idea how terrifying it was. He could have found out who he was if he bothered removing my stupid mask. He could have killed me before I even blinked. I was so scared. I couldn't even move. I was powerless. Completely powerless. It was like he was quirkless again, at the mercy of his bullies or anyone with the time of day to tell him that he was beneath them and that they could hurt him however they wanted because he couldn't do anything about it. They stay quiet for a long time, staring at their feet. The pain of Izuku's hands is forgotten momentarily. The only thing he can think about is Kacchan, and how messed up everything was. Are we always going to be like this? He whispers, more to himself than Katsuki. Like what? Always yelling, fighting, always so angry. I don't want this. I just want. He stops, not knowing the answer to his phrase. But then the answer slips from his lips. You. He immediately goes bright red and stumbles to cover up his slip. He had not meant to say that. He didn't know what he had meant to say, but was definitely not that. He moves his hands up to cover his face, but then remembers what a mess they are and just starts flinging his arms all over the place. Oh my god, I didn't mean to say that. Please ignore that. In fact, just ignore me right now. I'm a mess. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. He's interrupted by Kacchan's loud, boisterous laughter. His face heats up even more. Kacchan. Not funny. The boy continues to laugh, holding his stomach. You, he starts before laughing again, are such a fucking dork. Oh my god. Izuku sighs, flabbergasted but relieved not to be yelling anymore. He patiently waits for Katsuki to calm down, tapping his foot restlessly on the sand. Katsuki wipes a stray tear from his eye, and Izuku feels his lips twitch. It was refreshing to hear Katsuki laugh so freely. It was a sound he hadn't heard in a very long time, and it was just as wonderful as he remembered it to be. Katsuki turns serious again, causing Izuku to stiffen. He gestures to his hands and says, I'm taking you to the hospital. No, yes, fuck. It's a few hours later and they're both in his room. Izuku's hands are itchy and heavily bandaged, and his cheek has an ugly bruise on it, making it impossible to hide from Rue. When she saw them enter the cafe, her face went slack, and then in the most monotonous voice Izuku had ever heard said, You little sheet. You're lucky that you made all of those delicious treats last night, or I'd so be on your ass. I should ground you. And you. They pointed to Katsuki, who gulped. Why did you let him do this, huh? Oh, you better keep one eye open tonight, mister. Once they finally made it up the stairs, they talked about Izuku's vigilantism. What he did, how often he went out, in which Katsuki said, Do you ever sleep? Izuku laughed at that. He even talked about working with Stain for a bit and his other quirks that Katsuki hadn't seen yet. He told Kacchan about Aizawa and how he knows his identity and has been having dreams, too. Why haven't you told him? Izuku shrugs, didn't know what would happen. To be honest, the thought of you guys remembering hadn't truly crossed my mind. I hoped for it, sure, but I didn't believe it for a second. Katsuki hums, You should tell him. Izuku scoffs, running a hand through his messy hair. Then what? He might not react the same way you did, Kacchan. He might learn to hate me. Oh please, Aizawa would never hate you. I'm pretty sure you're unhateable. Izuku begged to differ, but knew better than to say anything out loud. Katsuki continues, You know he's going to find out eventually. Maybe, but that doesn't have to be right now. Katsuki sighs and closes his eyes. They're both lying on Izuku's bed, close enough to touch. They stay apart. You should probably go. I have to help Rue close up shop. You're really kicking me out, huh? Katsuki says in a teasing voice. Whatever, I'll see you in a couple of days. Katsuki gets up and Izuku follows. They go downstairs to the door where Rue and Katsuki say goodbye. Katsuki turns to face Izuku. You're not going to ignore me this time. He shakes his head, pained but understanding of the distrust. No, I won't. Katsuki nods. Well, see ya, nerd. Izuku smiles. Bye, Kacchan. Slowly, the months begin to pass. All Might comes back from his mission, and as the weeks pass, the training gets harder, the objects being lifted heavier. The trees form blossoms which then turn into lush green leaves as summer comes. Izuku tries to forget about his encounter with All for One, but it's like a scar, fading but never disappearing. His hands heal, leaving silver lines not unlike the ones he's had before. It makes him seem more full somehow, as if he was an empty canvas before and now he's finally getting painted on. That's probably not the most healthy outlook on his gaining collection of scars, but it's the only one he has. The dump is slowly diminishing, And after 5 months of working on it, they are now more than halfway done. All Might never fails to express his amazement, and Izuku never fails to get flustered. Even after all of this time, his heart swells at every compliment the hero gives him, big or small. They talk outside of training, too, about life, memories, and dreams. I know it's silly, but a part of me has always wanted to run a small bookstore, featuring books from retired heroes that don't get hurt anymore for the only reason being their retirement, whether it was because of injury, age, or life. I think that the ones who fought before us are the ones you ought to listen to. Besides, sitting down with a good book and a cup of tea is great for the soul, Yagi had said one time while they were looking around in a crack-in-the-wall bookstore. Izuku shook his head. It's not silly. Someday, you should fulfill that dream. I'll be your first customer. Kacchan will be your second, of course. Yagi smiled, warm and deep in his scrawny form. Thank you, young Midoriya. Izuku was able to get a hang of managing training with the cafe as well, and he learned to relieve his stress through experimenting with new foods and drinks. He still resulted into some of his not-so-healthy habits when things got too stressful, too dark, too sad, but those days were reaching far in between. Most days, he was too tired to do anything besides collapse in bed and fall into an empty sleep. He had, on multiple occasions, been yelled at by both Kacchan and All Might for overworking himself, especially when they found out that he hadn't been taking rest days and instead was doing extra training instead. He was doing a pretty good job at hiding that fact, until he passed out in the middle of combat training with Kacchan. Neither had even gotten a hit in before Izuku started to feel light and dizzy, as if he were floating in the air. He knew he was going to pass out, but by time he had figured that out, his mind had turned to white static and his mouth refused to form words. In conclusion, All Might and Kacchan had not been happy. He and Kacchan hung out as often as time allowed them. It was difficult when they were both leading completely different lives. Katsuki still had to go to school and not be gone too long, thus his parents got suspicious, and Izuku had the bakery and vigilantism. Katsuki had tried to stop him from being Hado, but it was a futile argument and they both knew it. However, Katsuki hadn't given up as per usual and was not afraid to bring up his opinion whenever the topic came up. The thing is, Izuku knew Katsuki was worried about him. Being a vigilante was just as dangerous as being a pro, if not more so. But Izuku loved the danger. Each time he stepped out of the window, mask on, he knew he was risking his life. He made that decision. It was one of the few things he felt he had control over, and he was desperate to hold on to it. He needed to know that he could still help people, that he wasn't an entire waste of space. It was one of the only things he refused to listen to Kacchan about. It was the end of summer and a miserably hot day. Izuku was working the front while Rue went to buy more cat food and ingredients. He doesn't work the front often, preferring to be behind the scenes, but he doesn't mind it. He enjoys making conversation with friendly people and bringing smiles onto their faces when they take that first sip or bite. He finds that most people that come here aren't rude, and when he does get a grumpy customer, he knows deeply that no one can be happy all of the time. Making those who can't seem to smile is one of the most rewarding things about working up front. It's a slow Monday afternoon with only a couple of customers inside doing their work on a computer or playing with the cats when his hearing catches onto a very familiar voice. Sweet and soft and full of wonder, Izuku recognizes the voice immediately, and the gruffer, deeper voice that follows. He doesn't have any time to react when the door chimes open, revealing a little girl with gray-blue hair wearing a red sundress with running horses going around the bottom hem of it. With her is a man wearing all black and a scarf despite the weather, looking like he doesn't know what sleep means. Automatically, Izuku says, "Welcome in." He immediately winced. His shoulder rode up to his head as if it would help disappear. Yuri's face brightens up, putting the sun to absolute shame. "Deku nai." Izuku sees her, and he crumbles, face giving away to a wobbly smile and watery eye. He hops over the counter using one hand and catches her running form in a giant bear hug. He runs his hand over her soft hair and revels in the fact that she wasn't afraid to hug him. She's grown a bit since he last saw her nearly half a year ago, and she's not as skinny. He silently promises to give her as many pastries as she wants because this wonderful girl deserves it. He'll grow an apple tree through the crack of the cement if she asks, and so much more. He lets go of her reluctantly but stays on his knees to be eye level with her. "It's so good to see you, Ri-chan. And you're so strong now. Have you been lifting weights?" Izuku asks only to hear Ri laugh. It works, and the cafe is filled with laughter that sounds like beautiful wind chimes. He stands up and finally forces himself to make eye contact with Shouta. His eyes are wide in disbelief, and Izuku would have found it funny if it were any other circumstance. His stomach twists with that familiar sensation of anxiety and dread. Eri grips his hand tightly, her little hand only being able to wrap around 4 of his fingers. He instinctively squeezes back gently. Izuku breathes, forcing down the usual urge to run. He paints on a smile, and internally cringes at how fake it must look like. Coffee. They were both sitting on a wooden bench at a nearby park, watching Eri look for caterpillars. Ru had come back and let him take a break. Eri had filled their walk with questions for Izuku, making sure to ask every once in a while if she was being a bother, in which he always said, "You'll never be a bother to me, Eri-chan." "How are you?" Aizawa asked, drinking the strongest blend of coffee they had. They haven't seen each other in a couple months. Izuku's vigilantism had gotten cut back in hours due to how physically exhausted he always was. He nearly passed out a few times on patrol, and overall how stuffed full his life has become. There had been multiple occasions when they had come close to crossing paths, but Izuku had always heard Eraserhead and made sure to go in the opposite direction. He wasn't avoiding him. He just didn't have time to chat. That's all. Fine. Ew. Izuku hugged his knees to his chest. Fine. Izuku huffs a laugh. They liked to share details, didn't they? "You've been avoiding me," Aizawa says, and it might have been Izuku's imagination, but the man sounded offended. "Been busy. That's all. How long have you been at the cafe? Do you live there?" Izuku smirks. Why all the questions? His chest constricted. The unwanted thought that maybe, just maybe, Aizawa could remember, too. That there could be one more person to share the weight of this crushing burden. Showed sighs. "Come on, kid. Is it really that hard to believe that I care about you?" "Yes, I've been living at the cafe for about 3 years now. The owner has been taking care of me." He sees out of the corner of his eye. Aizawa straightened up. "Eri, the person who was kidnapped. They've been taking care of you." Izuku nodded, surprised that he remembered. "Yes, I'm glad that you're someplace safe, kid." Izuku denies that any warmth flooded his chest. Izuku stands up, stretched. "I'm going to be applying to UA this spring, so be expecting me to be your student." He grins, knowing all of the trouble he and his classmates were going to cause Aizawa. Aizawa stands up as well, a look of dread crossing his face and then confusion. "How are you going to pass the entrance exam? You're supposed to be quirkless, but you're not." Izuku shakes his head. "I'm not." Aizawa frowns. "You have 2 quirks, don't you? You healed Eri's wound and you lifted a tree from the ground." This is the part where Izuku starts to withdraw from the conversation. He starts running towards Eri, pretending he didn't hear Shota's words. He knew that he would eventually have to tell him something, but he could at least delay that inevitability. It was at that moment that he realized how much fear controlled him, and he didn't quite know how to stop that. It was the next day, well into the night. Hato was perched on the edge of the building like a hawk, using his enhanced vision to zoom in on the city grounds. For once, he was full of energy. Kacchan had practically forced him to go back to bed after he walked into the cafe and got one good look at Izuku. His stare did not make Izuku blush. He hadn't gotten much sleep the night before. By that he means none. His mind raced with thoughts on his encounter with Aizawa, who now knew where he lived. Speaking of which, Eraserhead was right next to him, grabbing any sort of detail that his eyes could gather. He doesn't know what to say, so he says nothing. The only indication that he gave to the hero that he knew he was there was a split second of eye contact. "I had another dream about you last night," Aizawa says, breaking the silence. Pause. That's not creepy at all. He's happy at the fact that he managed to hide how much that sentence nerves him. A shiver crawls up his spine. "It's not because of the cold." Aizawa ignores him. "It was the first day of class, and I was testing all of you. Bakugo was there, too. And so many others with such potential. I bet I aced the exam with flying colors," Hato says, although they both know that was not true. This is the first time that someone has actually told him in detail about these dreams. Whenever he asked Kacchan about them, he simply huffed, saying, "Nothing you don't know about." He doesn't push any further than that. He's not sure he wants to know what Katsuki saw before he remembered everything. Aizawa almost laughs. "No, I was sure you would be my first student who I expelled." Hato winces at that. "Did you?" The older man shakes his head. "But I didn't. You surprised me. Something that's hard to do. For everyone but you, that is." He stops talking, looking as if he's trying to grasp onto his thoughts. "You had this power unlike anything I've ever seen. Different from the quirks you have now, which you still need to tell me about. It was bright and strong and it wrecked you. It was as if you were a 4-year-old who had just gotten their quirk." Hato laughs. He wasn't far off. "But it wasn't just your quirk that I'm talking about." Shota continues. "You had this aura that just radiated hero. From that first day of class, people had gravitated towards you, and you didn't even know it. And Bakugo, he hated you. You were terrified of him. It was wrong, watching you guys repel against one another." Hato doesn't say anything. He remembers what they were like. How could he forget when memories still flash in front of his eyes from when everything was empty and cruel and heartbreaking? He thinks it's not much different from now, except now he has Kacchan and Ru. But maybe that's all he needs. "I don't think he hated me." It was out before Hato could even blink. He hadn't meant to say that out loud. Aizawa looks at him in shock. "What?" He scrambles to say something. "I mean, in your dream. I don't think he hated me. Kacchan has always felt deeply. It's never that simple for him. So maybe he did hate me in your dream, but it wasn't just hate. Eraserhead hums, but Hado doesn't think he understands. That's okay, because it's taken him years to understand. Hado catches a movement a few blocks down on another roof. He stands up instantly and squints. The person's form is mostly hidden behind baggy clothing, but he knows that it's not another hero. What is it? Eraserhead asks, standing up as well. While his danger sense wasn't going off, Hado was still on edge. A breeze hit Hado and it eventually hit the person as well, pulling his hoodie off of his head. He took a step back, almost falling off the building as he did so. Aizawa put a hand on his shoulder to steady him. He asked something, but Hado could only hear a muffled voice. All of his attention was on the figure, who was now staring at him with his head tilted to the side like a curious cat. He was taller now, all of his babiness gone. He must be 19 now, maybe 20. Hado continued to stare, not quite believing his eyes. The person was lanky with dark red eyes, nothing like Kacchan's bright ones, and pale blue hair down to his shoulder. Hado took a step forward, then another. He reached his hand out, as if he could communicate who he was from blocks away. Tamura. Hado runs, hopping across rooftops as fast as he could. He hears Eraserhead behind him, and knows that he should tell him to stay back, but his mind is only focused on one objective, seeing Tamura. He trips over something and falls to the ground, somersaulting as he hits the ground and stands up to start running again. He still sees Tamura, and he's so close. He watches as Tamura notices him, squinting his eyes as he does. Izuku stops running, only a roof's jump away from being on the same building as him. He moves to take off his mask, but right before he can, Tamura starts slowly backing away. Hado reaches out. Wait, Tom, but it's too late. Tamura runs towards the other direction, running into a purple portal. He sags to the ground, disappointment and dread weighing him down. He couldn't get to him, and now no amount of make-believe will cover up the truth that Tamura is still with All for One. Aizawa steps next to him. Who was that? He sighs. Someone I used to know. Tamura lays awake in his bed, body bruised and exhausted, but his mind swirling with a thunderstorm of thoughts. He's thinking about the person he saw hardly an hour ago, running toward him. It freaked him out, but he was also curious. There was something so achingly familiar about the masked person, and for a brief moment, Shigaraki played with the thought that it might have been Hado. He dismisses the thought, knowing that hope will get him nowhere. Tamura is not a good person, he knows this. He's stolen and hurt and threatened. The worst part of it all is that he doesn't hate it. Sometimes, he gets lost in the feeling of revenge, of bloodthirst anger. It exhilarates and terrifies him at the same time. There are nights where he can't sleep because closing his eyes will bring a new tomorrow. And each day he knows he changes. He's morphing into a mold that Master created for him, and it's getting harder to believe that he won't be able to fit in it. He thinks that Hado would be angry at him, but not entirely. A part of him is angry at Hado for not keeping his promise of letting Tamura live with him and his family. Although he knows this is irrational, neither of them had any control over where he had ended up. But he needs to direct his anger towards someone, Hado or not, or else it'll just stir in his heart and he'll go crazy. He doesn't want to be a bad person, not necessarily. But he doesn't know how to stop. Not with Master, who's taken care of him for years, and is probably the closest thing he'll ever have to a father. Maybe it's already too late for Shigaraki Tamura. After all, he had agreed to attack UA, if only to prove himself and illustrate how the hero system failed Tamura. Hado, too. How could the heroes let something as monstrous as the arena to exist for so long? He was stuck in there for years. Not once was there even a hint that the heroes would save them. Not until Hado showed up. The heroes were ignorant of the deeper hells of the world. He would make them see what life could really be like, how painful it was for someone like him and Hado, even if that made him a villain. It's now 2 months until the entrance exam, and the beach is once again clean. Izuku's grown both taller and stronger along with Kacchan. With the help of All Might, of course. All three were standing on the warming sand. The sun was just rising from its slumber, a new day starting. Are you ready, my boy? All Might asks, much too serious for what he's going to reveal in a moment. Izuku looks at Kacchan, who nods, then looks back at Yagi. I am. He cringes as he watches All Might pluck a yellow strand of hair from his head. Eat this. Izuku sighed, a wave of disgust crawling up his spine. He stole a quick glance at Kacchan, and nearly burst out laughing at how utterly horrified he looked. Izuku never had told him how OFA was transferred to him, too embarrassed. But Katsuki's expression was priceless. His jaw was dropped, eyes blown wide. For once, he had been shocked into silence, dragging his attention back towards All Might once again. He looks at All Might. I can't believe I have to do this again, he mutters, too quiet for anyone else to hear. He sighs exasperatedly. Why can't we just prick our fingers and transfer OFA that way? All Might's smile drops. I suppose you're right, young Midoriya. Izuku could jump in the air with delight. Great. Let's do that then. He shivered again at the memory of having to swallow All Might's hair. That was something he really didn't want to do again. Quickly, Izuku pinches his fingertip hard enough that it tears the skin and blood wells, not even wincing at the process. All Might stabs his finger with his tooth, getting the job done as well. Just as they were about to connect their fingers, Katsuki stops them. Izu, are you sure you want to do this? Izuku could have sworn that he heard the unspoken again. He was sure. He needed OFA to end this war, but he also had to fill up the hole that had been left in the place of One for All in the history it left behind. I need to do this. Katsuki nods, and then does something unexpected. He grabs Izuku's hand, a support he didn't know he needed until he had it. He looks at Yagi and nods. I'm ready. All Might smiles, soft and fatherly. It's then that their fingers touch. Blood on blood, DNA intertwining. For a second Izuku doesn't feel a thing. Yagi raises his eyebrow expectantly. Well, he shrugs, still holding Kacchan's hand. I don't feel any diff. Then he knows nothing. Izuku's back in the black, swirling abyss. His body is whole, and he finds that he can move around stiffly. Power thrums through him. Everything seems brighter to him now, and it's almost as if he can see the power of One for All dancing around him in brilliant holographic lights. A gloved hand lands on Izuku's head. Izuku, Nana Shimura says, welcome back. Izuku looks up at the 7th user. I'm sorry it took so long. The 5th user appears next to her, along with the rest. Oh, come on now. No sorries. We're just glad to have you back with us. It's been quiet, not to mention boring to have to watch the same thing all over again. Guess that's what we get for rewinding time, huh? The 1st user walks forward and kneels in front of him. You've done such a good job, Izuku. It's then that Izuku starts to cry. He knew that not having OFA left him incomplete, but he had no idea how big the piece to his puzzle was missing until he finally had it back. Izuku tackled Yoichi in a hug. He couldn't believe that he was seeing them again. They were a part of them as much as he was a part of them of their legacy. Yoichi hugs him back, and he feels the rest of the users surround him in an infinite hug. After their reunion, Kyudo says, now that we've been reunited, you have to understand that this means that time will continue newly. You have made it to the beginning. You're on a blank page now. Izuku nods. Kyudo was right. This was the beginning of a new time. But it was also the end to a generations-long war. There are things you must do. Nana starts, as I know you must know. You have allies. Make more of them. You have to tell Aizawa about everything. There's no running away from it. What if he hates me? Thinks I'm a monster? Nana shakes her head. He won't. He didn't before and he won't now. You have to believe in him. Izuku, and addresses, running away from the people who care about you will only make things worse. You can't win this by yourself. How much longer can you go on being trapped within yourself? People weren't meant to be alone. Fear overwhelms Izuku. What if they get hurt? What if I fail again? Yoichi answers him. You have to believe in them, Izuku. Your friends are strong. If you push them away, if you sacrifice yourself, this whole thing will be for nothing. Allow yourself to be loved. 9th. It was an answer that came from all of the users at once. Voices mending into a singular beautiful voice. He didn't know where to start. He wakes up to someone shaking him violently. He opens his eyes with difficulty and sees a blurry figure that he knows is Katsuki. He also knows that OFA is coursing itself through his body and it aches all over, burning in 1,000 different places. He doesn't think when he releases the energy that seems like it's built up for years. He swears he only breathes a small inhale of ocean breeze. He exhales and sees Kacchan's now clear figure go skidding back at least 5 feet. The only reason why he didn't go back any further was because he used his explosions behind him to counteract the power. Izuku stands up. Kacchan, I'm so sorry. He almost falls again when a wave of dizziness hits him. All Might is there to steady him. My boy, you have to relax. It's only after All Might's words that he realizes that his body is still glowing red, green sparks flying off. He clasps the power shut, but swears that he feels OFA pounding against his skin, begging to be released. Don't go breaking bones, Deku. Izuku laughs, still having trouble standing up fully. I'll try my best. Katsuki gives him a once-over. Yaga's eyes scrunch together. Why would you break your bones? Your body should be ready enough for the quirk. At least I was by the time my training was. I don't have the best of luck when it comes to being unscathed, Izuku says through his teeth. Yagi nods, apparently accepting the reason. Are you feeling okay? I wasn't expecting you to pass out like that. Yeah, I just know I have a lot to do before I'm ready. He replies, ready for UA, telling Aizawa, the war, not being so damn afraid. Izuku gives Kacchan a look that hopefully tells him that he'll talk about it later, just not right now. All Might puts one hand on his shoulder and the other on Katsuki's. You boys get rest. Young Midoriya, it might take a while before the quirk fully transfers to your body. Try not to activate it too much before we meet again. I'm counting on you to hold him up on that, young Bakugo. TCH. Yagi looks at the sun, now fully showing itself. I have to get going on a last-minute mission. I'm sorry we couldn't work on OFA today. Try to rest. Okay, young Midoriya. Izuku resists the urge to roll his eyes, as if, thank you, All Might, Izuku says instead. A thank you holding 1,000 gratitudes, past and present. Yeah, thanks. Now this nerd is going to get into even more trouble. Izuku shoves Katsuki's side with his elbow. All Might smiles. I'll see you two in a few days. Take care. He turned and jumped so high that it seemed like he had begun to fly. Izuku stares up at him and startles when he feels a hand grip his. It isn't until then that Izuku realizes he's shaking all over. How does it feel? Katsuki asks, looking at him. Izuku takes a moment and then speaks. It feels like the future. His power was immeasurable. The hair on his arm stood up as he watched his protege fight briefly. Toshinori realized what was happening. Where he was, he tried to imprint each image of the dream into his mind. He witnesses as young Midoriya breaks another glacier of ice, breaking yet another finger. He tries to see if the boy flinches in pain, but he doesn't. He never does, never even seems to notice it. It's times like these that Yagi feels great despair. He knows that he didn't train the young man well enough. If he had, then he wouldn't be breaking bones left and right. Bones, Yagi realizes. Young Midoriya was breaking his bones in order to use his quirk. Just like the warning young Bakugo had given, don't go breaking bones, Deku. Another glacier of ice comes towards young Midoriya. It shatters into a million shards, just like his fingers. Yagi wants to yell for the game to stop because this damage will become irreparable. He doesn't get the chance because young Midoriya yells something that he can't hear. The whole arena erupts into flames. And through all the chaos, through the knowledge that there was no way he was going to win this, young Midoriya smiles. After that, it's destruction. His protege broke his arms and legs and was still fighting. Yagi couldn't stand this level of self-destruction. There's no way his young Midoriya would go this far. And yet, he knows that he's just lying to himself. The fight is over, and all he can think about is his successor. How he failed him, how he can make it better. He'll just need time. Toshinori jumps out of bed, nearly tripping on his rug as he rushes to grab his journal. He writes and writes and writes. He doesn't stop writing until he's got every single detail that he remembers on paper. Breaking bones. A brief image flashes through his mind. Forest green eyes looking down at him, crying alligator tears, saying I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Yagi feels a tear slide down his cheek as he stumbles back to bed. There's no way he's going back to sleep, but he wouldn't be functional doing anything else, either. He knows something's missing. He's so close that he feels if he reaches out a bit further, he'd be able to grasp it. Young Midoriya, he whispers, what are you up to? Hato breathes in the cool air, filling his lungs with ice. The city was sparkling with its lights, the city taking on a new look for different people. He thinks of the people below his dangling feet as he sits on the roof of a building. He wonders who these people are, what their lives hold. Are they partying, getting drunk on love and celebration? Or are they getting drunk on cheap liquor and hooking up with people who don't even know their names? How many people out there need to be saved, and he just doesn't know it? Maybe they're the only ones that know that they need help, but are too scared to admit it. Hato ignites one for all just barely 5% and lets the electricity light him up. He looks at his arms and marvels at the power that he now has back. He senses the past users with him. They offer him support, and it's just as thrilling as the quirk he's now holding. That's new, Aizawa says as he sits next to him. Hato doesn't jump, not at all surprised that Eraserhead was here. He deactivates OFA. Not really, not to him, at least. It might be to his body and to those who don't remember, but it wasn't new to him. And so, Hato nods, with a slight hesitation that no one would have noticed if they weren't looking for it. He lifted his hand to his mask and removed it. Izuku feels bare without it, vulnerable in ways he didn't think he could be. But he needs to do this. Not Hato, who's a shield. I need to tell you something. Aizawa looks at him. Izuku thinks he almost looks concerned, and that is. Izuku takes a deep breath. It doesn't help with the anxiety twisting inside his chest. His body shakes with apprehension. All of a sudden, he's freezing but sweating profusely. It can't do this. So many things could go wrong. He doesn't think he can lose one of the only adults that he truly trusts. Not again. The past users whisper reassurances. He feels their hands around him in an infinite hug. Aizawa is patient. He doesn't say anything during Izuku's turmoil. He knows he could back out of this, but the truth is going to be let out eventually. He might as well pick how that happens. Izuku opens his mouth. Those dreams you've been having, they're real. What? Aizawa asks. It was the only thing that he could think of to say. He's not surprised, not really. He knew deep down that the things he had been experiencing weren't dreams, but something else. He hated that dread was pulling in his stomach. Yes, he wanted to know what was actually happening, but there was a part of him that felt safe in this ignorant bliss. He couldn't be scared of what he didn't know. Shota sees Izuku sitting next to him. He looks so small. His heart aches at the thought of everything this boy has been through. Enough to last lifetimes. He knows it won't get any better once he finds out what's been buried for so long. Izuku takes a shuddering breath. They're memories. Not dreams, but memories. They've already happened, but you had forgotten. I don't even know how this works. You weren't supposed to remember anything. Kacchan too. Aizawa squeezes his eyes shut, a pounding in the front of his head beginning to form. You mean Bakugo has been experiencing this as well? Izuku nods. Yes, but now he knows everything. Or at least close to everything. He says some things are still fuzzy to him. Shota shakes his head. I don't understand. It was too much. How could he have memories of something that were obviously from the future? It was impossible. Illogical. He was at a funeral for a boy who wore a red cap. Koda was his name. It was 2 weeks after his death. 2 weeks after Midoriya had been kidnapped. 2 weeks of being entirely useless. He watches as his students mourn. They don't cry, but the pouring rain is doing that for them. He sees Bakugo in the front, and he looks so angry. It reminds him of the beginning, when these kids were just kids. He holds onto Iri's hand. She's endured too much for someone her age. And now this. Time doesn't seem to know when to give them a break. Suddenly, a portal appears. Shota picks up Iri and gives her to Ada, who nods and runs to get more help. His eyes widen once he sees who steps out of the portal first. Midoriya Izuku, his problem child. Although he does not look like himself. His face is gaunt, the bags under his eyes making it look like he hasn't slept in weeks. He thinks that is probably true. His eyes are void of any light. There's no flicker of recognition when he lays his eyes on them. And that's when he knows that this is not Midoriya Izuku. Everyone, he shouts just as the League comes through the portal, get ready. Everything that comes after is bloodshed. Aizawa chokes on his breath at the memory. He knows it was a memory. It had the reality in it that dreams lack. Izuku continues, eyeing him for a second. He knows what's going on. Aizawa realizes, I held back on telling you, even after you told me about these visions you've been having. I was afraid you would hate me or think I was a monster. Not that I would blame you for either of those things. When it all comes down to it, I'm responsible for all of those deaths. For your death, he chokes on the last word. Aizawa hates the world. How ugly it is, how disastrous. It tormented this boy over and over again, leaving him to believe that he was evil and broken. He knows that Midoriya Izuku was not a monster. He was peace itself. He was the light and the hope. He was the symbol that would mend this broken world. He shuts his eyes again, the headache getting worse. And then, everything snaps. I can still fight. Don't leave my sight, problem child. Tears and smiles and laughter. Late-night conversations with a cup of tea. Pride filling his chest as he watches Midoriya master his quirk, wanting to protect his kids with his life. A classroom overflowing with potential. Two leading them, motivating them, inspiring them. The twin stars, the wonder duo, Bakugo and Midoriya. Midoriya, unable to control his body, cries as he hurts those he cares most about. People dying, his students dying, him dying. Fuck, Aizawa whispers. He knows now, knows everything. He thinks back to his past memories that have revealed themselves long ago. Sitting with Midoriya well past midnight, his student insisted on making him a cup of tea, that it would help him sleep. He remembers how drained Midoriya had looked, how he had smiled at him as if that would convince him that he was fine. Aizawa wonders how long he's been smiling just to convince others, and himself, that he was okay. You remember, Izuku says. He sounded afraid. Aizawa hated that the kid thought that he would feel any ill towards him. Aizawa nods. I do. Midoriya, you are not a monster. I need to have a smile on my face so people know everything will be okay. Broken bones, near-death experiences, loss, all to achieve a dream that had already been achieved. The boy, the kid, laughs. It's a hollow kind of thing. It makes Shota's chest ache. Then what am I? Aizawa pulls him into a hug that he knows the kid craves but is too afraid to ask. Izuku clings onto his scarf. He holds on tight, but delicately. A feather's touch. You're Midoriya Izuku, a hero. He lies awake on his bed. He stares up at the ceiling and searches. He doesn't know what he's looking for. He only knows that he's missing something. Why else would he be feeling this way? Aizawa remembers. Izuku is no longer hiding from him. He does not think of him as a monster, but a hero. How could someone think that of their own murderer? He knows he should be happy or relieved or comforted, but he's not. He is sad and he doesn't know why. It reminds him of the times he had experienced a rush of happiness with his friends when they all lived in the dorms. How happy he had been with them. But as soon as he was alone in his own suffocating room, heaviness crashed into him and he was left wondering if anything he had been feeling was real. The drowning sensation was back. His head and chest were so heavy. He had a hard time keeping his breaths even. It was almost too much. Izuku curled into a ball under his thick blankets. Maybe if he closed his eyes and tried to fall asleep, everything would become quiet. Instead, it made his doubts louder. His mind, always his worst enemy, overwhelmed him with his failures. It told him he wasn't doing enough and that all of this was pointless because there was no way someone like him could save those he loved. In the end, they all ended up disappearing. Because of him, he wasn't enough. Izuku sat up and looked towards his bathroom. The familiar craving of self-destruction always came to him in these moments, although it's been a while since he last gave in. He thought back to earlier that night, how Aizawa looked at him with such care and told him he was a hero, how he held him even though Izuku knew Aizawa wasn't much of a hugger. He had looked at him as if Izuku had nothing to be sorry for. He had everything to be sorry for. I'm here for you. That's not only my job, but my want. we're in this together, Shota had said without any room for argument. They went their separate ways after promising to always meet up at least a few times a week. He had been hopeful and maybe even a bit loved. Now he felt nothing. Or maybe he felt everything. Izuku got out of bed and headed towards the bathroom. He told himself just one more time. Then never again will I do this. He told himself this every time. He turned on the bathroom light. Wincing at the brightness of it, he opened the cabinet under his sink and grabbed his singular blade. Bought for exactly this purpose, Izuku held it to his wrist. He was usually more careful about where he self-harmed, but there was something about doing it on his arms that felt different from his hips, something more satisfying about it. He was just about to slide the blade across his skin when he heard his phone ding. He looks up and sees the soft glow of his phone on his nightstand. He'd usually ignore it, but no one ever texted him this late. Izuku walked over to his phone, blade still in his hand. He saw that it was a notification from Kacchan. 2:34 am. Kacchan, nerd, you up? Izuku, why are you still awake? Kacchan, fucking restless, thinking about entrance exams, and all the training I still have to do. Why are you still up? Izuku's mind falls into a blank. A part of him wants to tell him the truth, but what good would that do? Katsuki already has enough on his plate. He doesn't need Izuku burdening him with his bad habits. He twists the blade around his fingers. His wrists were still aching for it. He hated how he resorted to this, but it was all he knew. His phone lights up with another notification. Kacchan, I'm waiting. Izuku, I'm always up this late. Kacchan, I'm calling your dumb ass. Izuku fumbles with his phone, dropping his blade as he does. He finally answers it much to his exasperation. Kacchan, he rasps, what the foo? What's wrong? Katsuki interrupts him. Izuku falls silent. He shouldn't be surprised. Not when Katsuki knew him better than himself most days. However, he is surprised. Was he really that obvious? Just through texting, no less. Izuku doesn't know if he has the energy to try harder with hiding what goes on in his mind most nights. It's hard enough to resist resorting to the blade throughout the days where things just became a little too impossible. I know you're still there, Katsuki gruffs. He sounds tired, exhausted. Izuku knows that he isn't used to staying up this late and will probably go to bed much earlier the next day. Nothing's wrong, Kacchan. Go to sleep. He isn't going to tell him. He isn't going to tell him. He isn't going to tell him. Izuku hangs up before Katsuki could get another word in. He sinks to the floor and wraps his arms around his knees. His fingers claw at his arms desperately. He needs it out. All of these feelings and fears and what-ifs. He's so sick of it all. He shouldn't be like this. Especially not now. Not when Aizawa finally knows and Yue is so close. And yet, it's so hard to keep it together. Izuku has to keep it together. He can't fall apart. His eyes travel to the blade on the ground. He picks it up and crawls to the bathroom. Standing up seems like too much. Izuku can't break, so he'll do whatever he has to do to keep himself sane. He presses the blade to his skin. It's shortly after he's finished cleaning up does he hear a tap, tap. He ignores it, thinking it was a bird or the rain. He does not feel better. He knew he would feel worse. Guilt and ache swirling together in his chest. It always seems like it would make everything better. And at first, it does. After every cut, everything fades into the background as he watches the blood well up. It's not too soon after that everything comes crashing down on him once again. He hates himself for resorting to self-harm, but he was desperate. He needed the reprieve, even if it was only for a moment. He wonders how long he'll go on like this, holding everything together until the weight of it becomes too much and he resorts to self-destruction, in a more physical form. That is, because isn't what he's doing trying to fix everything by himself, slowly tearing him apart? Will he get better after he succeeds? Or will he continue to fall? He just wants all of this to be over. Tap, tap. Scrunching his eyebrows together, he gets out of his bed and goes toward his window. He doesn't need his lamp to see perfectly who it is. He nearly jumps out of his skin, thanking God that he talked himself into cleaning everything up before going to bed. And for wearing a sweatshirt. Izuku opens the window. Kacchan? What the fuck are you doing here? Katsuki huffs and jumps inside. Izuku steps back. Well, come on in. He turns his lamp on to allow some light. It casts a soft glow in his room, detailing Kacchan's messy bedhead and rumpled pajamas. You hung up on me, Katsuki says in return, as if that answered all of Izuku's questions. That's why you're here, because I hung up on you. He didn't know why he was getting so angry. He didn't know anything anymore. How could he come crashing down when nothing really happened? Nothing bad. He had gotten OFA, and Aizawa now remembered, but all of that was good. It was then that he realized how real it made everything, too. The wait was almost over, and oh, that's why he had trouble breathing. Katsuki turns to face him. Yes, Izuku. I came all the way here because you hung up on me. Because something sounded so wrong in your voice, and you wouldn't tell me. Izuku grips his hands around his sleeves, securing them. I don't have to tell you everything. I can handle myself. He can't. Katsuki barks out a laugh. Izuku's glad that Rue's a heavy sleeper. Trust me, you've made that perfectly clear. What has this turned into? Why is it always hurt upon hurt upon hurt? He sees Katsuki. How dark the bags underneath his eyes have become. The slight shake of his hands, the confusion in his eyes. Izuku feels himself softening. Kacchan, you need to take care of yourself. Stop worrying about me. Katsuki walks closer to him, so they're less than a foot apart. Use those fucking eyes of yours, Izuku. I can't stop worrying about you. Remember, we're two sides of the same coin. One can't happen without the other. They're so close. Izuku's fingers twitch with the need to come closer. His wrists still sting, and guilt overcomes him. He hugs his arms around himself. He can't fall apart in front of Katsuki. Katsuki grabs both of his arms and pulls them closer to him. Izuku barely hides his wince. He hopes with every ounce of his being that he doesn't bleed through his bandages. We're in this together. We always will be. You got that? Izuku shakes his head. They can't be together. Katsuki had said this exact thing in the last timeline, and they got torn apart. No, I can't. People are getting involved enough as it is. I can't. What? Katsuki growls out. Let people get close to you. Let other people help you. You can. You just won't. His red eyes travel down to his arms. Izuku watches as the blonde frowns, fear spilling into his stomach. He looks down at his arms and sees that the bandages are peeking through his sleeves. Izuku yanks his arms back. Dread overwhelms him. Anger slams into him. He's no longer in control over anything now. When was he ever in control? Izuku, Katsuki says. Izuku looks away. His hands form fists to try to stop the shaking. Please don't tell me that's what I think it is. Of course Katsuki knows. He's smart, and he knows that Izuku has done this to himself before. They were watching a movie together. Izuku doesn't even remember which one it was, but he remembers being inexplicably happy. He was curled up next to Katsuki's side. His boyfriend was rubbing slow circles around his wrist. He can't think of a time where he felt more at ease, more safe than he does now. Then Katsuki stops with his soothing circles on his wrist. Izuku tries to look up at him, but it's difficult when he's pulled so close to his chest. He can tell that something is wrong. Kacchan? He asks. Katsuki doesn't say anything. Instead, he reaches over and turns his lamp on his bed in the dorms. The light blinds him for a second and he squeezes his eyes shut. Wah! Katsuki grabs his arms and looks at them. Izuku frowns at him, not sure what he's trying to find. They're the same, messed up and heavily scarred. It isn't until Katsuki looks closer at his forearms that he realizes what Katsuki's trying to find. He must have felt the thin lines that he himself made. Izuku, he says once he's found what he's been looking for. Katsuki looks up at him with wide eyes, tears gathering at the corner of them. Izuku hurries to explain. He hates it when his boyfriend cries, especially if it's because of him. Kacchan, please don't worry. I haven't done that in a long time, since before UA. It was true. He made himself stop the day All Might took him under his wing, threw away all of his blades and fought the urge through training. Katsuku's crying now. I was horrible to you, wasn't I? What? No. Kacchan Katsuki, this was all me. Yes, you hurt me, but nearly everyone did. Katsuki's head drops to Izuku's chest. I'm sorry I left you. Izuku kisses his head. It's okay, because you came back. I would have gone crazy if I hadn't done something, Izuku says. And that something was cutting yourself. Katsuki shouts. When was the last time? Izuku winces. 30 minutes ago. Katsuki grabs his arms. Izuku's too tired to fight back. He slowly pulls the sleeves up. Katsuki stops breathing. Izuku hates himself for doing this to him. You just did. Izuku nods. There is no point in lying. He's suffocating. He can't do this. Why does he always mess things up? Katsuki sounds heartbroken. Why? Izuku looks up at his best friend. That is everything. 14 years is a long time, Kacchan. I have seen everyone I ever loved die because I was too weak. I have been kidnapped more than once. First time I was tortured and mind-controlled. The second I was sent to an arena where our deaths were entertainment. Where I was starved, stabbed, electrocuted, and shot at. Where I saw a kid barely able to comprehend life die. I've lost my mom twice and have fought every day to keep on going. Why wouldn't I resort to this? The one thing that I can control. By the time he's done talking, he's out of breath. Tears are streaming down his face and he notices that Kacchan is crying, too. Suddenly, Katsuki crashes into him in a bone-breaking hug. Izuku hugs back with just as much intensity. He clings on as if his life depends on it. He thinks that it might. I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sorry, Izu. It makes sense, it really, truly does. I'm sorry, but it doesn't make it right. Still buried in the hug, Izuku muffles out, Kacchan, it's okay. Katsuki hugs tighter, it's fucking not. I hate this. I hate everything. You don't deserve this. None of us do. It's so fucking unfair. I hate what you do to yourself, and I swear I'll help you. Whatever it takes, I'll save you. He releases the hug and looks Izuku in the eye. I need you. You do know that, right? It sounded foreign. That someone cared about him this much. It seemed impossible. It was lovely. Kacchan, I need you too. I need you more than anything else. He touches their foreheads together, forever connected. Always the two sides of the same coin. Cling on to me, Izuku. We'll get through this together. Just stay. Please, stay. Izuku couldn't convey how strongly he felt through words. He would stay. He would fight. He had to. No matter how tired he grew or how broken he became, he'd hold on. Izuku grabs Katsuki's face gently. Katsuki was his whole world. He would go back in time again and again if it is assured that he would be safe. Kacchan, Izuku started, but was interrupted by Katsuki's lips on his. His eyes widened in surprise. He forgot this. He forgot how warm it made him feel. He kissed back, trying to convey everything that he couldn't say. He had wanted this for so long, but had pushed it back. He didn't think he deserved it, and it was hard to imagine Katsuki ever loving him again, ever kissing him again. Izuku had learned to only ever get this in his dreams. Yet, here they were, Izuku's hands holding Katsuki's face, their lips pressing against each other. Everything felt so warm. He never wanted this to go away. He knows that he'll be by Katsuki's side for as long as he'll let him be. And even when Katsuki grows sick of him, he'll still be there, waiting for this. Their lips parted, but they stayed clinging onto one another, tears falling down both of their faces. They were never ending. The other began when the other ended. They were timeless. Next time, don't hang up on me, okay? Text me, even if it's 4 a.m. I don't fucking care. Just let me help you, Katsuki whispers, kissing his forehead. Izuku barely manages to nod okay. He lets his eyes close. He feels Kacchan pick him up and put him carefully on the bed before climbing in himself. He let Katsuki put an arm around his waist and listened as he whispered soft things into his ear. He falls asleep, and this time, there are no nightmares to greet him. Katsuki is holding something. At first he thinks it's his pillow, although he doesn't remember crawling into his bed last night. He gives his pillow a soft squeeze before decidedly confirming that, no, this is not his pillow. It's then that he realizes that the reason he doesn't remember going to bed last night was because he didn't. At least not his. He opens his eyes slowly and stiffens when he sees who he's holding. Izuku is curled up beside him, his head tucked slightly below Katsuki's. His face is relaxed, perhaps the most relaxed Katsuki has seen in forever. His arm is slung over Izuku's torso and their legs are tangled up in one another's. He feels Izuku's chest expand with each intake of breath and is so comforted by that small movement that he almost allows himself to close his eyes once again. He never wants this moment to end. He doesn't want things to resume again. He needs to tell Arai. They need to know because as much as he hates to admit it, Izuku needs more than Katsuki to help him. He also needs to find his blades and make sure Izu never finds them ever again. He'll do anything to keep him safe, and if that means Izuku will be mad at him, so be it. He'd rather be with an angry Izuku for the rest of his life than one who resorts to hurting himself. Katsuki slowly tears himself away from Izuku even though that's the last thing he wants to do. He quietly jumps out of the bed and takes a deep breath. He brings a hand to his lips and swears that he can still feel the warmth of Izuku's lips on his. He wants that again. He wants more of Izuku in every way possible. He wants to start off from where they were cut off and begin anew all at once. But none of that can happen until he helps Izuku. He opens Izuku's bedroom door and gently closes it behind him. He hears Rue in the kitchen most likely getting ready to open the cafe. He starts walking down the spiral staircase and tries to think of ways to start the conversation. His mind comes up blank. Without turning around, Rue says, "Good morning, Izuku. I may be drunk on coffee, so apologies in advance if I start bouncing off of the walls." Katsuki clears his throat, causing Haru to turn around. She frowns in confusion before smiling. "Bakugo, I didn't know you were here. Where's Zuzu?" Katsuki starts walking towards the kitchen and sits down on a chair next to the dining table. "I came by last night. Sorry for not telling you." "Izu's asleep." Rue waves a hand and makes a PSH sound. "Don't worry about it. You're welcome here anytime." "And good. That boy needs as much sleep as he can get. Do you mind helping me with the displays before I open up?" Katsuki almost says yes, just to avoid this conversation a bit longer. He looks down at his hands and thinks of Izuku's hands that are already scarred from so many battles. He wonders how much more his body can handle. "Actually, Arai, I need to talk to you. It's about Deku." Rue's frown returns deeper this time. Their forehead creased. They move and sit down next to Katsuki. "What is it? I swear if you did anything I'll personally make your living life make hell seem like an amusement park. I'll find out where you live and talk to your parents about how you deserve to be grounded for the rest of your life as well." Katsuki shakes his head, a part of him relieved that Deku has someone like Arai in his life, and another part scared shitless of them. "No, I promised I wouldn't hurt him, and I intend to keep that promise." Noting the seriousness of Katsuki's voice, Rue nods. He's thankful for their silence because it gives him time to gather words that might make sense. "I'm telling you this because Izuku is a shitty nerd who doesn't care what happens to him. And when you're carrying as much weight as he is, it's easy to feel suffocated. He closes his eyes and sees his bandaged arms, red faintly seeping through the white. Izuku had fallen asleep before Katsuki could demand to see the extent of his cuts. But he knew that they wouldn't be thin marks like he so separately wanted them to be. He didn't want anything there. But he knew that was impossible, so his stupid brain went with the next best thing. Bakugo, Eri says. Katsuki has never seen her so put together before. They weren't playful anymore, but an adult worried about the one they were caring for. What are you trying to tell me? Izuku's been hurting himself. He doesn't let himself stop at Ryu's sharp intake of breath. I found out last night. I can't help him by myself, and you're the only other person I trust enough to keep him in check. He rubs his eyes with his hand roughly. He's so good, you know, but he doesn't believe that. He thinks telling people about what he's really feeling would burden them, and I can't allow that. Ryu grabs both of Katsuki's hands with hers. Katsuki looks up to see their deep blue eyes sparkle with tears. Thank you so much for looking after him. He's always been by himself, and I've always worried about how lonely he must be. Then you came barging through these doors and I was so happy that Zu had found you. I'll talk to him and we're going to figure this out. Ryu gets out of their chair and hugs Katsuki. He's surprised by how warm the hug is, and he hugs back even though he's hardly a hugger. He wonders where Izuku would be if he had never met Ryu. He decides he'd rather not know. Izuku wakes up cold. He curls in on himself into a tight ball to try to salvage some warmth and go back to sleep. It doesn't work because soon his mind is buzzing with all of the events from last night. He shoots up and bangs his head on his ceiling. Motherfu, he's cut off by his bedroom door opening. He glances towards it and is surprised to see Katsuki. He didn't realize that Katsuki stayed the night. He avoided eye contact as he muttered a very half-assed morning. While rubbing his forehead, Katsuki sighs. And Izuku is barely able to contain his flinch. He has to be mad at him, right? They had fought last night, and Izuku had been so mean. Then he burdened Kacchan further by being an idiot and not hiding his cuts more thoroughly. God, he was so selfish. He was always dumping emotional baggage onto Katsuki when he could have just handled it all by himself, albeit not very well. Morning, nerd. Breakfast is almost ready. And then they had kissed. Izuku felt his face burst into flames as he fell back onto his pillow. He wanted to be enveloped whole by his mattress. There was no way. Why would Katsuki want to kiss him when he was like this? Come on, Izuku. I want to do something before breakfast. Izuku sighed and got out of bed. His face still felt hot and knew that he was still flushed. What is it? He asked, finally getting the courage to look Katsuki in the eye. He was surprised to see how serious the other boy looked. He noticed how his red eyes traveled down to his arms. Oh, Kacchan, I'm fine, really. At Katsuki's huff, Izuku scrambled to say more. I mean, do we really have to talk about this right now? He really didn't want to, and the strong sting of his arms weren't helping his mind distract itself from something else. Katsuki took hold of Izuku's hands gently, but firmly. He always liked how Katsuki never treated him like glass, but was so firm and comforting and present. His hands were warm, and Izuku couldn't stop his hands returning the grip. His shoulders relaxed, releasing a breath he didn't realize he was holding. I need to see them. I want to help you bandage them, Katsuki said softly, so softly. Izuku stepped toward him and fell into his chest. He nodded because he was tired of this shitty endless cycle. Katsuki's arms wrapped around him and Izuku allowed himself to take solace in the hug. Okay, he said, nodding into the crook of Katsuki's neck. Okay. They sat on the floor of Izuku's bathroom. Izuku once again deciding to look anywhere else besides Katsuki. Shame filled him as he rolled up his sleeves and unwrapped the slightly brown bandages. He looked down at them, slightly surprised at how deep they were. When he was initially making them, he didn't think they were that bad. He could hardly even feel the pain when he sliced his skin open. It was fine. He was fine. He let Katsuki grab his arms so he could look at them. He tried not to pay attention to how Kacchan's hands were shaking, or the sharp intake of breath he took when Izuku unraveled the bandages. Do you have any ointment? Katsuki asks. Izuku barely suppresses a scoff. Of course he does. He has a whole damn first aid kit that's so big and plentiful that it would probably never get used up by a normal person. Izuku was not normal. He's already had to restock it more than once since he got it a few years ago. Izuku opens the drawer underneath his sink and takes out the kit. It's a big black bag that was probably supposed to be used for makeup and toiletries during travel. In it, he has everything he might need, ranging from a needle and thread along with lighter to scalpels and tweezers. Jesus, Izuku, are you training to be a doctor? Izuku rolls his eyes. Just be thankful I have it. I am. I just wish you didn't need it, Katsuki says as he grabs the antibiotic ointment and applies some to a Q-tip. He gently applies it to the cuts. The cold salve felt nice on his self-inflicted injuries. And despite everything, Izuku was grateful that he wasn't doing this alone. Katsuki begins to pull out the roll of bandage and starts wrapping it around his arms. How long have you been doing this? Izuku shrugs. There are multiple answers. When did he first start? When he was middle school in the first timeline. When did he relapse? Around a year and a half ago, I think. He doesn't even remember what spurred the action. He just remembered he had come back from a patrol and it felt like he had a ton of bricks on his chest. He could have sworn he would have collapsed if he hadn't done something. So, he did. Katsuki hums. And Izuku hears a very poorly hidden sniffle. I'm sorry, Kacchan. Please don't cry. The blonde had just finished wrapping his arms. So Izuku brings both hands to Bakugo's face. His red eyes were flooding with tears. Izuku swallowed the lump in his throat. I'm sorry. Please, don't be upset. Katsuki grips Izuku's wrists. How can I not be upset? You're the most important person in the world to me, so you have to understand how much I fucking hate this. Don't you get that? How much I care about you. We kissed last night. That has to show you at least a tiny bit how much I care about you. Izuku bonks his forehead gently on Katsuki's, his hand still cupped around the other's face. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't know what to say that would make this all better. Deep down, he knows no amount of words will make this better in a day. That it's going to take a lot longer than that. Finally, he allows himself to say something. I've missed you. I know we've been back in each other's lives for almost a year now, but I've missed you so much. I forgot how much until we kissed last night. And I suddenly remembered all the other times when we would kiss back when none of this existed. Back when we were just two high school students training to be heroes. He wants to kiss Katsuki again, but knows it's not the right time. The thought there might come another chance ignites hope in him. They both stand up. I know I've already said this, but you better promise me that you won't ever do this again. Izuku's silent for a while. He doesn't know if could keep that promise. I'll try. That's all I can truthfully say. Katsuki sighs. Okay. Someday you're going to promise me that, got it? Izuku nods, got it. They head downstairs and Izuku immediately notices that Ryu is acting off. He looks at Kacchan with a questioning glance, and this time, he's the one that refuses to look at him. He told Ryu. It wasn't a guess. Izuku knew that Katsuki told her. Good morning, he says, trying to add some false cheer into the room. It doesn't work. In fact, it seems to only make the atmosphere worse. He sits down at the table with Kacchan next to him. Morning, Zuzu, Ryu says, a tired smile adorning their face. They set the food down onto the table and sat down. Thank you for the food, both Izuku and Katsuki say in unison. Ryu nods but doesn't say anything. He can tell that she's thinking it's the only reason they'd be so quiet. He tries to eat, but finds that he lacks the appetite to. He tells himself he isn't mad, and he isn't, not at Katsuki, who only tried to do what was best. Under the table he grabs Katsuki's free hand and squeezes. He hopes it conveys that he's not angry at him. Kacchan squeezes back. Izuku picks at his food, and once Ryu and Katsuki are finished, he offers to clear the table. He gathers the dishes and starts washing them, trying not to think. Having the mind that he does, he seems to only think more. He's not mad. He's not mad at anyone. But God, is he furious with himself. If only he had hidden it better. If only he wasn't so damn pitiful and weak. He somehow manages to speak. Kacchan, your parents are probably wondering where you are by now. Katsuki scoffs. I'll meet you at 7 at our usual spot. Okay. Their usual spot being the beach, where he was supposed to train using OFA today. Katsuki knows better than to argue at the moment, so he nods. Better be there, nerd. Before he leaves, Katsuki ruffles Izuku's hair affectionately. Izuku tries not to let on how much he liked it. Once Katsuki is gone, Izuku makes his way back to the kitchen table where Ryu is sitting. He sits down from across from them. So he told you. Ryu nods grimly. Yeah, and no matter how hard I try to wrap my mind around it, I can't seem to understand why you would feel the need to hurt yourself. Izuku feels a pang in his chest when he hears Ryu sound so worn down. He hates that he was the one to cause that. I'm glad you don't understand, because that would mean you've experienced what I have, and I wouldn't wish that upon anyone. Ryu lets out a breathy sigh. Are you going to tell me what led up to this? She asked in a way that indicated that she already knew the answer. Izuku shakes his head. I can't, but know that there are people who know. If that makes you feel better. Arai grips her hands around Izuku's. And these people, are they good for you? Only second to you, Izuku responds. Ryu gives a watery smile at that. We need to figure some things out. How to prevent you from doing this again. Izuku was at a loss for words. He was overcome with gratitude for Ryu, for Kacchan. Tears came to his eyes. God, he hasn't cried this much in so long. I'm sorry, he cried. Ryu's grip tightened. Oh, Zu. There's nothing to be sorry for. Don't ever apologize for struggling. You have the right to feel whatever you're feeling. And if you don't know exactly what that is, then that's okay, too. No one has ever said that to him before. He always felt he had to hide that he was struggling. Who would trust a hero who couldn't even take care of themselves? It all came spilling out. I'm so weak. How can I be a hero when I'm like this? How can I be anything when I'm so broken? Izuku, you are not weak. You are human. So incredibly human. And that's what'll make you a great hero. You understand people. The good, the bad, you take it all in. and you still see something to save. You're already a hero, and I can't wait to see how you grow. Izuku leaned over and gave them a bone-crushing hug. I'm so lucky to have you. Ru rubbed circles on his back. I know, I'm amazing. And so are you. We'll take this one step at a time, okay? We'll get through this together. He had a hard time imagining what that would look like, having done this alone for so long. But he nods anyway. That sounds good. Really good. He hated being alone, and now he had people who were offering to help him. He thinks he might just let them. Ru releases the hug. Okay. I'm thinking we keep the cafe closed for the day and go upstairs and watch corny movies and eat junk food. How does that sound? Izuku lets out a watery laugh. I'll get the snacks. The sun was just barely beginning to set once Izuku made it to the beach. The days were noticeably shorter now. Soon, the leaves will turn and then they will fall. The holidays will come, bringing the entrance exams with them. Surprisingly, he's the first one to arrive. He had nearly lost track of time watching movies with Ru. They did a whole spree of American rom-coms, 13 going on 30, When Harry Met Sally, and Notting Hill were just some of the movies they had watched. He might have done some ugly crying during some of them, or all of them. Ru had promised him that they would work through this together, and he had believed her. It was a strange feeling, to be able to say aloud this thing he's been holding in for so long. It was a mixture of oh my god, they know, and finally, sup, nerd. Izuku looks away from the ocean to see Katsuki in casual workout clothes, waving at him. Izuku smiles, soft, but real. Hi Kacchan. He runs up to him and attacks the blonde with a hug. Katsuki lets out a huff before automatically hugging back. Thank you, he whispers. He knows that come morning he might be angry again at people knowing, but at this moment, he's glad. They loosen their hug. Izuku looks up at him and tries to take in every detail. The deepness of his red eyes, the pinkness in his cheeks, the scrunch of his eyebrows. He finds himself leaning in, and he thinks Katsuki is leaning in, too, deeping down slightly to meet him. He's just about to close his eyes and lean in to close the gap between them before someone yells out, "Sorry I'm late." Izuku screeches and jumps back from Katsuki, his face burning. He glares at Katsuki, who laughs, but is satisfied when he sees a hint of a blush on Katsuki as well. Yagi, Izuku yells in greeting. Yagi jogs up to them, smiling wide. Young Midoriya and young Bakugo. I'm sorry that I'm a bit late, I got caught up in some hero work. Izuku smiles, glad to see his favorite hero. Being with All Might always seemed to lift him up, to give him hope on what he could do. Without thinking about it, Izuku lifts his fist. Thank you for protecting us, All Might. Someday, I promise we'll be the ones to protect you. The sunset outlines young Midoriya as he raises his fist. It's been years since Yagi has been the one protected. He thinks of Sir Nidai and the future, how he'll never outrun fate. That's why no matter what happens to you, I'll be there to fight fate. Yagi stared at the boy wearing the UA uniform. He looked stronger and older than the one from the present. Yet there was something that this Izuku had that the other didn't, a bright shining spark of hope. Young Midoriya had tears in his eyes as waited for All Might to raise his fist. The sunset was beaming on both of them, creating beautiful hues of oranges, pinks, and yellows. Yagi smiles, somehow knowing exactly what his successor was talking about besides only appearing a moment ago. And the fact was, he believed him. If anyone were to change the course of fate, it would be Midoriya Izuku. Yagi bumps his fist against Izuku's. Are you ready to start training? Aizawa walks into Nezu's office with dread. He's running on too many cups of coffee, 2 jelly pouches strawberry banana flavored, and 0 fox. All he cares about is getting this over with and going home where Hasashi has cooked a 5-star dinner and Ri can present to him another drawing that she made. She said this one was going to be for her Deku Nihai. Nezu is at his desk sitting on his chair that is raised as high as it goes. In his paws is a cup of tea and to the side of him is a stack of papers. They're probably from all the students signing up for entrance exams this coming February. He knows Midoriya's is in there somewhere. Nezu looks up and smiles. Ah, Aizawa-san. You wanted to meet with me, right? Please don't tell me you're retiring from teaching. We've been over this. You're too young to retire and just because you don't like teaching. Aizawa interrupts. No, I'm not retiring. He moves to sit down across from Nezu, who pours him a cup of what smells like jasmine tea. Nezu tilts his head. No, I don't see any other reason why you would be here, then. I know you usually avoid coming in here at any cost. The principal snickers to himself. Aizawa scowls. This is important. Nezu's gaze settles on him, and he tries to not let anything show. He knows that Nezu is calculating him, making predictions. He doesn't think even the smartest being in the country could guess what he was about to say, no matter how long he stared. Do tell. Nezu leans in like he's a student learning about their favorite subject. Midoriya Izuku. Nezu's eyes light up at that name. I remember him. He was so little when he turned UA. Remember, Aizawa? You were the one who brought him and his friend here. He was smart, too. I wanted him to become my personal student. Aizawa nods, trying not to think about Nezu and Midoriya together. They'd be either the downfall or salvation of everything. He decides to rip off the band-aid. He's from the future. It was blunt and probably too sudden. But how else was he supposed to start it off? Shota's been pondering this for a while. He remembers most of everything blood and war and his students screaming, but he still has no idea how his student managed to rewind time. Was it a quirk? Another quirk of the many he already has? Nezu tilts his head. I beg your pardon. The principal seems cut off guard the first time in a very, very long time. He pinches the bridge of his nose and sighs. Midoriya Izuku rewound time after UA experienced a deadly war in his second year here. He went back further than he meant to when he was barely a toddler. Izuku had told him that the night he gained back his memories. That information had him lying awake for hours on end thinking about it. Izuku had to face the knowledge, the memories of what happened all by himself for years. No one to support or guide him when he got stuck in a dead end or couldn't seem to fight off the nightmares. Izuku had to rebuild all of his relationships, and then get forced into that hideous arena, only to escape to a world further tilted off of its axis. Aizawa has no idea how he got through it, did he? Could he really say that Izuku got through it? Or is his problem child just barely trudging along? For the first, and probably last time, Shota sees that Nezu's surprised. Out of the possible million calculations he made, this was not one of them. How? Aizawa shakes his head. I don't know. I only found out a few weeks ago. I've gained back all of my memories as well, although I don't think that's possible for everyone. I'm telling you this because I need you to believe me. In a few months from now, Midoriya and the rest of his class will be attending this school, and know that I will do anything to make sure they live to graduation. I expect you to do the same. Nezu nods. Tell me more. Eraserhead met Hato at their usual rooftop when the moon was high in the night sky, with the city bustling below them. The underground hero told Hato about his meeting with Nezu earlier that afternoon. And you didn't tell me you were doing this because... Midoriya. Hato the kid hates it when he refers to him by his real name while patrolling, asks, irritation barely hidden. Eraserhead sighs. Because as much as I loathe to admit it, we need that rat. And I know you would have immediately said no. What he didn't say was that the problem child was terrible at asking for help. It had taken years for him to reveal that he reversed time, and only did so because Aizawa practically begged him to tell him what the hell was going on. Aizawa never begged. Hato scuffs. He's a calculator, Eraserhead. He's going to pick the most logical, cleanest solution. He'll be willing to sacrifice some of us for that. I can't let that happen. And it won't. Mido Hato, we're going to need as many eyes as possible. Nezu has connections and the power to solidify our chances. You know this. Then what's the next step? Since you already decided on our last one. Hato questions. Aizawa notes that the kid looks bone-deep tired. He's going to have to force the kid to retire early after this conversation. We get you into UA. Reintroduce you to Nezu. He's quite excited to see you again. As a forewarning, he wants you to be his personal student. Hato shivers. Ugh, never. Although we could probably accomplish a lot together. Do you know how many dark webs there are? I bet we could even hack into the Hero Corp and mess with them a tiny bit. Maybe I'll give that proposition a little more thought. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. And please don't. The vigilante shrugs. Suit yourself. After a brief silence he adds, do you think everything's going to turn out okay? Shota feels his chest constrict at the fear in the kid's voice, the utter desperation. He nods. I do. And hopes to God that it's not a lie. If Izuku wasn't so aware of every second ticking by, he would have missed the months slipping by. The autumn leaves fall and decompose to the ground as the days get shorter, the weather colder. Christmas brings laughter and memories full of light and cheer in them. It was the best Christmas he's had since his first one at UA. Not only did he get to spend the day with Rue and the cats, but with Kacchan as well. They had all exchanged gifts and watched movies until Katsuki had to go back home to celebrate with his family. The new year came, in which Katsuki came over and they built a blanket fort like they used to when they were kids. It was the first time in a while that they got to hang out alone. Their busy lives were always pulling them in different directions, and they had things bigger than them to focus on. They never got to discuss who they were to each other, but under the tent of blankets with a small lantern giving them light, they got to talk about their relationship. So what? Izuku starts. Are we dating again? Are we just friends? What are we? Katsuki looks at him with twinkling eyes. Izuku knows he's tired, and warms up at the thought of him trying to stay up until midnight with him. What do you want us to be, Izuku? Izuku blushes. Come on, Kacchan, you know how I feel about you. He smirks. I do. I can't seem to recall. What am I to you? You're everything, Izuku says, nothing more than a breath. He studies how Katsuki's face freezes, then slowly starts to relax again. Katsuki grabs his hand with his, a fierce grip that grounds him. Izuku asks, who am I to you, Katsuki? You're the save to my win. You are my peace and my determination. You are just as I am to you, everything. He then blushes and covers his free hand with his face. Got him, Nit. That was cliched as hell. Izuku laughs. I loved it. Katsuki uncovers his face. Of course you did, nerd. You've always liked the cheesy crap. They slowly cupped each other's face, feeling the other's presence. When they kissed, the clock did not strike midnight, nor was it perfect. It was light and barely a touch of lips, but it made them smile. It solidified who they were moving forward. Together, they were everything. Now it's 1 month until the entrance exams. Izuku's been practicing with OFA nearly every day, building up muscle and endurance in order to use it at a higher percentage. Whenever he activates it, it burns through him in a way it never had before. He knows the quirk is stronger than it was, and while he knows that this strength will help him win, it's worrisome. It took him so long to get a handle of OFA before it had this added strength, but now he has to learn how to keep a grapple on this newfound power. He hadn't realized the power behind One for All until a week after receiving it. All Might had been training Katsuki and him when Izuku started to get frustrated. It had been a combination of having Ryu and Kacchan eye him extra carefully. Now they thought they were being subtle, which only frustrated him more. Learning how to contain OFA with his other quirks, and the lack of sleep he never seemed to catch up on. He could only handle so much for the cup spilled over the edges. All Might and him were doing some light, quirkless sparring to warm up while Kacchan stretched. Izuku's head wasn't in the game, and he got his ass handed to him. The whole morning there was something off, and itch he couldn't scratch. He was buzzing with anxious energy that was refusing to leave him. Young Midoriya, where's your head at? Huh, I wasn't even trying. But Izuku was. He was trying so damn hard and he hated that he wasn't close to his best. Come on Deku, you're stronger than that, Katsuki said in his own encouraging way. Yet it only ended up irritating Izuku further. Some days, he couldn't give all of his strength. His body wouldn't let him, or his mind, or both. Nobody was at their best all of the time, no matter how much he wanted to be. In a motion of anger, Izuku threw one last punch towards All Might. But the punch never landed, because before his fist could meet him, All Might was sent flying back by the pure force of One for All. All Might's large form left deep lines in the sand from where his feet tried to drag him to the stop. He finally braked himself, now a good 30 feet away from where he just stood. Izuku was breathing heavily. At first he thought he had accidentally activated his telekinesis quirk. When he realized it was not that and instead OFA, it was because his body was still flashing with green sparks. He hardly even felt One for All, which meant that the percent he activated must have been small. What the fuck? Katsuki whispered. He had pushed All Might, someone who was over 500 pounds, dozens of feet away without even touching him. That would have taken at least 10% of OFA to do, especially with someone as powerful as Yagi. If he had barely even felt himself activating OFA, then that meant he used at the most 1%. Something was different this time around. Izuku has been trying his best to get a grip on OFA. In the first few weeks of having One for All, he found that not using the quirk for a while made it build up and sometimes come out in uncontrollable bursts that would lead to him straining a muscle. Now, a few months later, his body has become more accustomed to holding such a powerful quirk and the outburst hardly ever happens anymore. Having a quirk is just like a muscle, so he tries to train it as much as possible. He's running on limited time, and he tries to swallow down the panic at the thought of having to get used to One for All again. Izuku can now use OFA up to 15%, although only for a minute tops before his body feels as though it's on fire and his grip starts to slip. His other quirks tend to slip under his control when he's using OFA at a higher percentage, as though his body has trouble holding all of them at once. He nearly revealed his multiple quirks to All Might when he was training with him. Which brings him to another obstacle. Yagi is gaining back his memories. Maybe it's not a problem, and could actually be a good thing, but it leaves Izuku in a constant argument with himself if it'll ever be a good time to talk about All Might about it. It's not like Izuku knows Yagi is regaining his memories, more like intuition. Yagi sometimes gets this faraway look when Izuku does or says something and he has to snap him out of it. Toshinori himself has asked a few times if they've already done something, or saying he's having a deja vu moment. Izuku has come to the belief that those who are regaining their memories, how many people, and why those people, will only fully remember once Izuku tells them about what will happen. He only has Kacchan and Aizawa to go off of, but All Might hasn't fully remembered yet, and who knows how long he's been having flashes of memories. He's asked Katsuki what he thinks he should do during their many days spent together. He still finds ways to avoid his parents, afraid of adding more targets on people he cares about, afraid of explaining the unexplainable to people who have never truly lived in his world. Katsuki believes that Yagi has the right to know, but that he shouldn't try to focus on too many things at once. Instead, to take things in steps and stages. Focus on OFA and UA. Now, then maybe think about telling All Might. He's been getting more antsy as the months have gone by. With only 1 month left until the entrance exams, Izuku can hardly sit still. He's always itching to do something. Patrolling for hours at night, searching for Tamura, training OFA along with his other quirks stronger, planning for what's next. He can sense his body slowly dragging down from exhaustion. But his mind never settles down. Sometimes he gets the urge to self-harm. His wrists scream at him to put a blade against them, but Katsuki took his blades away, and Izuku promised. He gets so angry in these moments when he's huddled under the covers in his bed or in the shower that's pouring white-hot water on him. He gets mad at Katsuki and Rue for taking this away from him, and then rages against himself for being mad at the people who are only caring for him. He hates that he's not normal. Normal people don't slice their skin on purpose, nor do they yearn for it. During these moments he might call Katsuki, but he hates doing that because then neither of them gets sleep. At times he'll bring his blankets into Rue's room and sleep on their floor just so he's not alone. When it's really bad, he'll go on patrol, being purposely more reckless when fighting. Izuku just needs to get through this month, the entrance exams, then everything else. He can do this. He tells himself every time he can't sleep. Every time he wakes up, he sees Rue, Kacchan, Aizawa, and All Might, reminding himself that this is worth it. He can do this, because he has them, and they are everything. Katsuki is waiting for him at the entrance of the cafe. His book bag is slung over his shoulder lazily, and he's wearing Aldera's uniform. He's not nervous, but not at ease, either. He's holding himself up tight, hands clenched and white nuclear. Izuku smiles at him, saying without words, I know. I feel the same. Izuku isn't wearing a school uniform since he's technically homeschooled. Instead, he's wearing black pants with a black button-up jacket and a white undershirt. He gives Rue a hug and whispers, thank you. Rue playfully slaps his shoulder. What for? You've gotten this far with your own 2 feet. You're going to do great, and once you two get back, I'll have the biggest feast you've ever seen. They smile, I love you, kiddo. Izuku wipes tears from his eyes, ignoring Katsuki's small laugh, I love you, too. Rue nods, and then looks to Bakugo, knock him dead. Katsuki rolls his eyes, obviously. He fails to hide his smile. Now get out of here, Rue exclaims. Izuku puts on his yellow backpack and slips on his red shoes. He meets Katsuki at the door and takes his hand. Ready? Katsuki asks. Izuku walks out of the cafe, ready. Yue is beautiful. He has to stop walking to admire it, pulling Katsuki to a stop as well. Excited teens walk past them, but Izuku doesn't take any notice. The Yue building stands tall and proud, sunlight reflecting off of its windows. He meets Katsuki's eye and smiles. He's waited so long for this day. He turns to look back at the school, but gasps and takes a step back. Izu, the building is on fire. Smoke's enveloping it as the once gorgeous school crumbles to the ground. He swears he hears the screams of the people who didn't make it out. Izuku looks around and only sees red. Bodies are on the ground, flames swallowing everything in their path, destruction painting every surface. He nearly gags at the rancid smell of blood and burning flesh. Izuku. He takes another step back. Then another. A figure catches his eye. It's him. Blood is splattered on his alternate's face. His eyes are blank and dull. And it's easy to tell that no one is really there. That the body standing in front of him is just a puppet doing what it's told to do. Something grabs his arm. Izuku. He blinks, and everything is back to normal. The skies are blue, the trees aren't on fire, and Yue is still standing. He slowly becomes aware of Katsuki gripping his arm, panic swirling in his ruby eyes. Izuku gulps and squeezes his eyes shut. He swears he can still smell the smoke and blood. Sorry, just sorry. He feels as Katsuki lets go of his arm and quickly grabs his hand instead. He feels himself slightly relax at the familiar comfort. It's not going to happen. It might. It won't. At the sheer truthfulness of Katsuki's words, Izuku wills himself to look up at him. By looking at Katsuki's face, he sees that Katsuki truly believes what he said without an ounce of doubt. Izuku squeezes his hand, whispering, thank you. To CH. What kind of boyfriend would I be if I didn't help you? Izuku huffs a small, but real laugh. He loves that word. Boyfriend. They continue to walk towards the building, but Izuku must have not been paying attention to where he was putting his feet, because he trips. He squeezes his eyes shut, cursing himself at being so clumsy. He never hits the ground. All he feels is a sense of déjà vu. And when he opens his eyes, he sees that the ground is mere inches from his face. He realizes that he's floating. Izuku's eyes widened, knowing what this meant. This has happened before. Katsuki's arms hook under his arms and gets him standing on his feet again. Izuku hardly even registers his presence, and very blatantly ignores his huff of annoyance at being ignored, because right in front of him is Uraraka Ochako. She smiles. He can't believe he forgot how radiant her smile was. Are you okay? She asks. He just gapes at her, so she continues to talk. I stopped you with my quirk. I'm sorry I didn't ask first. I kinda figured you wouldn't mind. She lets out a small laugh. Katsuki jabs him in the ribs, knocking him out of his speechless state. And no, I didn't mind. Thank you. To CH. He's clumsy as fuck. Knowing him, he probably would have broken his nose. Izuku glares at Katsuki before smiling at Uraraka. She smiles back, all warmth. Well, I guess I'll see you later. Good luck. She's already out of hearing distance before Izuku manages a U2. He looks at Katsuki as he feels a smile stretch his face. Katsuki offers a small smirk of his own. He knew he would be seeing everyone again. Obviously, he would be seeing everyone again. But now that knowledge has become a present reality, and he finally lets himself feel excited about it. He grabs Katsuki's hand and starts dragging him towards the entrance. Let's go. He hears Katsuki perfectly as he grumbles about having plenty of time, but knows by the squeeze of his hand that he's just as anticipatory as he is to see his friends. Friends that don't even know him yet. They enter the building. They're sitting in the big lecture hall with the hundreds of other students hoping to be a part of UAS student body. Izuku is sitting right next to him, just like last time, and is muttering up a storm. A part of Katsuki wants to shush him in order to avoid Four Eyes' comment, but another part of him wants it to happen again, mostly because he thinks it'll make Izuku happy to see Ada again, but also because he remembers how goddamn funny it was last time. And you, Ada yells from across the massive room. Izuku immediately stops his muttering and only stares at the boy, mouth hanging open. Katsuki snickers as Glasses continues on his tangent, watching as a blush creeps up Izuku's face. Izuku looks at him in fake betrayal, a smile unable to be kept hidden on his face. You could have warned me, Izuku whispers, softly punching Katsuki in the arm. Where's the fun in that? God, he loved this. His appreciation for it has only increased as their time together increased. He loved every moment with Izuku. The bickering, comforting, training, basking in each other's presence. He wanted it to last a lot longer than it did last time. Whoever gets the lowest score of the two treats the other to their favorite restaurant. Katsuki challenges, wanting some fun out of this incredibly long test that they have to take again. You're so on, Izuku whispers, but apparently he was too loud, because from across the room they could hear Ida say, after the written test. They have a quick lunch break before the physical. Katsuki drags Izuku away from the crowd with lunches he packed for both of them. Kacchan, where are you taking us? Be patient, will you? They were both tired after the written test, and Katsuki knew a crowded cafeteria wouldn't help either of them. So he led them toward a little patch of forestry where a little wooden bench was placed and birds could be heard chirping a happy little tune. Remember this place? He asks. Izuku has a soft smile on his face, eyes alight with warmth. Of course I do, he replies. He then smirks. It's when you finally got the guts to say that you love me. I said it first. Katsuki yells, triumph in his voice. I confessed first. They looked at each other and burst out laughing. It was a moment of peace that rarely came. Katsuki makes sure to soak in the sound of Izuku's laughter, a sound that wasn't often made. Come on, nerd, let's eat before we kick some ass. So they sat on the carved bench with sun beaming through the trees, basking in the other's presence. Their hands intertwined, and they didn't let go. Izuku stands at the entrance to the physical exam. He tries to even his breathing, knowing he'll be fine. He ignores our attempts to the what-ifs. At least he doesn't have to worry too much about activating OFA like last time. Maybe he could even get away without breaking any bones. He was lost in his head as he so often is and didn't hear Yamada announce the start of the test. The loud buzzer set his feet running towards the gate. Right away he came face to face with a robot. Something that had seemed so intimidating was now child's play. Izuku refined his control to 1% OFA and sucker punched the robot in its face. The power was enough to smash its head in. Izuku maintained the 1% throughout his body and started to run towards another robot when a flash of purple hair caught his eye. He changed direction and saw Shinsu trapped underneath a robot. Izuku swung his leg and kicked the robot off of him. He held out his hand, which surprisingly, Shinsu took. Thanks, he grumbled. He already looked like he was giving up, knowing now how this test was more suited for physical quirks. The thought of him giving up so quickly enraged a small part of Izuku. There's a hidden point system. Try not to just focus on attacking the robots, but helping people. You'll be able to make it. He barely notices Shinsu dumbly nodding before shooting off into another direction. He doesn't go overboard with taking out the machines. He could take them all, but why take someone else's chance? He gets enough to secure him a passing grade, and then moves on to helping people stuck under rubble or reaching their limit with their quirk. 3 minutes left. Yamada's voice calls out, Uraraka. He has to find Uraraka. He's deep within the fake city now, and he doesn't remember where he was when they released the zero-pointer. Izuku pushes himself to 3% as he starts running through the streets and alleyways. His body stings with overexertion. He hasn't used OFA for this long consecutively yet, and he's starting to feel the consequences of pushing himself. It keeps going. Izuku hears it before he sees it. His legs shake as the ground trembles, and as he rounds the corner, he sees her stuck underneath the rubble. Everyone is running in the opposite direction, the zero-pointer's shadow looming over them. People shove past him, some even try to get him to follow them. But his feet know what to do. They carry him toward one of his best friends, and for one moment, everything slows. He's calm and clear-headed. The boisterous sound around him dims into a muffle. He lunges, and then he is flying. He's higher than the buildings, the wind cold and refreshing against his face. His legs are on fire, but he doesn't pay them any mind as he swings his fist and thrusts it towards the giant. He doesn't even make contact with it, but the force of the wind alone is enough to utterly destroy it. The face, if you could still call it a face, crumbles. It falls back, and then he's falling, too. Izuku's mind scrambles for ideas to soften his landing, trying to latch onto something with his telekinesis, but his attention wavers whenever he tries to get something. He whirls around in the air, attempting to point his arm towards the ground. He thinks if he times it right, he could flick the ground to create enough wind force to soften his landing. Right before he's about to release a shot of OFA, Uraraka slaps him. He's levitating for only a second until he's dropped the extra few feet and slams hard onto the concrete ground. The wind is knocked out of him, and he can't breathe. He gasps for air, feeling blocked off of it. He sucks in again and again, and finally he's able to grab air. Izuku hears Uraraka say something, but he's too dazed to register the actual words. Relief overwhelms him that he once again protected her from the zero-pointer, and she, in return, saved him from splatting on the ground in a bloody mess. He doesn't need to look at his limbs to know that they're broken. He's been friends with the pain of broken bones for a long time now. He hardly even registers the pain of it these days. At least he'll be able to see Recovery Girl again. He's surely grown in these past few years, hasn't he, Aizawa-san? Nezu asks, never taking his eyes away from the several monitors. Aizawa barely manages a nod, too busy staring at Yagi, who had his eyes glued onto Midoriya getting emergency treatment for Recovery Girl. Yagi's knuckles were white from clenching his hands so hard. He could practically see the worry emanating from him. Aizawa looks back to the screen and is relieved to see that Izuku's limbs were no longer mangled in a stomach-twisting way. The boy hardly even seemed to register the pain of multiple broken bones, which was worrying how much his pain tolerance has increased to a near impossible level, and was now chatting animatedly with Chiyo. He walks over to Yagi's side and says, "Tough kid, huh?" Toshinori nods, looking proud. "Very. He's going to do well." Aizawa has never understood Midoriya's and Yagi's relationship, but he knew not to push it. He had known that Midoriya was Yagi's successor, but he never knew how that formed. He never even truly knew until now that they had known each other before Izuku started UA. Maybe he would find out more in the near future. He would just have to talk to Izuku when he was in a good enough mood to be open with him. But that's not what he was after. Not today, at least. "I actually met him a long time ago, when he was just a little kid," Aizawa started. Yagi finally looks at him. "Really? As did I. It's strange how paths intermingle." Aizawa hums, wondering if Midoriya had met All Might so early on in the last timeline as well. "It's strange. Even before I met him, I felt as if I knew him." Maybe he was being too blunt, but it was a test. Midoriya had told him that only he and Bakugo remembered. But if there were to be any other people that would remember about the time before this one, it had to be Toshinori Yagi. Yagi chuckles softly. "I've actually had dreams of him. They started around the time when I met him, but the weird thing was that he was this age, looking exactly as he does now, only perhaps a bit stronger. Some of those dreams were pleasant and happy, others were filled with war and grief." Fills in Aizawa. Yagi's eyes drop, no doubt remembering the small fragments of those terrible dreams. What he thinks are dreams. "How did you know that?" Aizawa looks back at the monitor. Izuku's being slowly helped up by Uraraka. He looks so grateful to be able to be next to his friend again. Izuku's going to need more people to be by his side. He can only carry so much by himself, and it's time for someone else to know. To help carry this god-awful burden, we have to talk. Yagi has never talked to Aizawa before. Not really. They've done missions together, but full conversations have never passed between them. He was surprised, to say the least, when Aizawa approached him during the exams. He had been so focused on young Midoriya. He was so proud of him. He was extraordinary. Although he was not happy with how he ended up with several broken bones that he hadn't even realized Aizawa had walked up to him until he started talking. Even then, it had taken Yagi a moment to realize that the underground hero had been talking directly to him. Now, they were at a small cafe not too far from the school. Aizawa with coffee and him with herbal tea. Yagi had texted Midoriya how proud he was, and that he was sorry he couldn't meet up with him that day to tell him in person. He also ordered Midoriya to rest, knowing that the boy would need it. The two heroes sit awkwardly as they blankly stare at one another. They're sitting outside with minimal people walking about. It's fairly private, and he frowns at how weird and confusing this scenario was. So, Yagi starts, finally breaking the silence. "What did you want to talk about?" Aizawa takes a long sip of his coffee. The only indicator that he was potentially nervous about whatever the topic was that he wanted to discuss. That only made Yagi more anxious, because he never knew Aizawa to be a nervous person. "Midoriya Izuku," Aizawa finally says. Yagi perks up at hearing his successor's name. Nothing bad could come from talking about young Midoriya. "Ah, okay. What about him? Aizawa ponders for a moment. He's different. Something about the way Aizawa said that unnerved Yagi. But he nodded anyway, agreed. He's going to be a fine student. And a great hero. Aizawa brushes off his comment, gripping his coffee cup a bit too hard. You mentioned your dreams about him. How it was almost as if they were based in the future. Yagi eyes Aizawa's coffee cup. There's a small chip in it. He wonders how much more pressure it will be able to take until it shatters. Yes, I suppose they did. I tried writing them down as soon as they happened, but the details were always so quick to run away. Aizawa nods, as if he perfectly understands what he's saying. But he can't, there's no way. How could he understand seeing his own death? Feel the sharp, black spears pierce him. Or having his head placed on the lap of a crying boy whispering, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. What if they weren't just dreams? Aizawa asks, staring down at his empty cup. Yaga's heart thuds against his chest painfully. The thing is, he knew that they weren't dreams, but he couldn't explain them as anything else. Aizawa sighs. Like I said before, I met Midoriya a long time ago, just as you did. And just like you, I had dreams revolving around him. Dreams of him as my student, some good, others terrible and gut-wrenching. All of them seemingly too real to be a dream. Yagi shakes his head, although he doesn't know why. Your feet moved on their own, didn't they? He squeezes his eyes shut. Why are you telling me this? Aizawa leans forward. Because those dreams? They were real. He was helpless. Young Midoriya was missing. And there was nothing he could do. The boy was on the ground sobbing, the colors of a sunset raining down on him. He was swallowed by his black middle school uniform. But All Might knew that the boy was going to discover a strength that no one else had. It was only a matter of time. His head felt like it was going to explode, but he managed to force words out. What does that even mean? They really happened. In a different timeline, before Midwarrior rewound time to save us. I'll fix this. Somehow, I'll fix this. Izuku yelled, screamed, sobbed. Yagi was so weak, there just wasn't enough in him anymore. But even then, Yagi believed Izuku with all his heart. He knew it was going to be okay, even if he wasn't there to see it. He looks at Aizawa, vision blurred by tears. They were memories. I'll make you proud, All Might. My boy, you already have. He remembered. God, he remembered. I won't let anyone hurt the people I love ever again. I'll do whatever it takes. And he did. Midoriya Izuku did the impossible. All alone. For so long. Yagi covers his hands and cries. You too can become a hero. Hato was just about to jump out of his window when his cell phone rang. No one ever calls him, so he immediately assumed it was an emergency. He got off of the windowsill and took off his mask. He checked his phone to see it was Yagi who was calling him. He frowns, trying to ignore the anxiety swirling in his stomach. Hello, All Might, he says, careful to keep his voice quiet and even. Ah, young Midoriya, Yagi says. Izuku immediately heard the nervousness intertwined in his voice. It only made him more nervous. It was a little past 11 at night, way too late for this call to be just a casual one. Is everything all right? Do you need me? What's wrong? Izuku stammers, unable to control his worries. Yagi ignores his questioning, or perhaps doesn't hear it at all. I know it's late. I was actually going to tell you this tomorrow, but I couldn't sleep and all I could think about was telling you. Izuku loses control of his patience and interrupts him. All Might. He instantly feels guilty about shouting, sorry. Just can you tell me what's wrong? I remember. Toshinori forces out, like it had been glued to the back of his throat for a long time. A pit drops to the bottom of Izuku's stomach. It grows into a series of frantic thoughts. He says, but can't get anything else out. He's stuck in place, and he has to constantly remind himself to breathe. All Might remembers. He remembers. He knows that Izuku has been lying to him all this time. That he was the cause of so many people dying. That he had the capability to be a monster. Sure, Kacchan and Aizawa didn't think of him that way, but who's to say that All Might wouldn't? He'd probably had the most potential of hating him out of everyone else. After all, he was All Might's successor. Or was supposed to be. But now Yagi knows that Izuku fought a war on the wrong side, aiding in so many people's deaths. His death. Izuku didn't snap out of it until it was too late. AFO's mind control had done its job, and was now leaving Izuku to deal with the consequences. He may have not been able to control his actions, but he had been able to see and feel everything. It was the sensation of being trapped in a prison. Except the prison was his own damn mind and there had been no way out. He saw the way his classmates' faces crumbled once they saw him with the League. For a while they refused to attack them, but Izuku didn't give them any mercy. He witnessed as he attacked them, using all of their weaknesses. Izuku knew them all, had written them down to help them get stronger. He felt their blood spill onto his skin, heard their screams of pain and anguish. Izuku yelled and yelled with no sound coming from his mouth, begging them to attack him to kill him. Izuku stood by as his mentor was killed by AFO, watched as Todoroki burned and burned, stole Uraraka's last breath, and Ida's and Kaminari's. Young Midoriya, Yagi whispered. His voice was gentle. Why was it so gentle? All Might. He barely choked out. His name was a list of questions. What was All Might going to do now? Did he despise Izuku as much as he did? It's okay. We're going to be okay, Yagi stated. He was always so kind. Izuku's heart squeezed. He didn't understand this kindness. He didn't know why it was being given to him. What? Why aren't you yelling at me? Why aren't you angry? He should be more than angry. He should be so much more. Yagi sighs, and Izuku flinches. Young Midoriya, I'm not angry. At least, not at you. Never at you. I'm mad that you had to go through all this all alone for so long. That you had to carry the weight of our lives, our memories, on your shoulders. That's something that not even the greatest hero should be expected to do. In actuality, I should be thanking you. Izuku sank down to his bedroom floor, no longer having the strength to carry his own weight. Thanking me. The idea seemed preposterous. Why on earth would anyone be thanking him? Yagi laughed gently. Yes, my boy. Thank you for giving everyone a second chance. You've given us what no one else has the opportunity to have, a second chance at life. Thank you for caring and protecting and loving us, even when we had no idea. Even when to us you were just a stranger. Izuku couldn't speak. He was choking on so many emotions at once, and it was near impossible sorting through all of them. Luckily, Yagi keeps on talking. I'll text you tomorrow, okay? We can talk about what comes next because thanks to you, you gave us that opportunity. Izuku's mind is whirling, but he manages a nod, only to realize that All Might can't see him. Okay. Yeah, okay. Good night, young Midoriya. Good night, All Might, Izuku whispers, so quiet that he barely hears it himself. They hang up, and Izuku gives up all hope on going on patrol. Instead, he mind-numbingly climbs into bed without even changing out of his vigilante outfit and gets under the covers. He's asleep as soon as he closes his eyes. He grips onto his whiskey glass tightly. Pinkies lifted, he stares hard at the ice cube, daring it to melt and water down his drink. Today is officially the first day of class for UA students. He knows this, just like he knows the sky is blue, and if he puts all 5 fingers down on his glass, it will disintegrate into a pile of ash. This is the week where everything will change. He's been preparing for this for years, even since AFO found him at the arena. All of the training, all of the side hustles, all of it was for this. The first step to burning the Hero Society down to the ground. Shigaraki Tamura feels something akin to excitement at what this week will bring. He despises the heroes except one and everything they've failed to live up to. No one ever saved him. He's still here. He wants to share all of his pain with them, to show how he has suffered no one will ever understand. Only, Master has trained him yells and quirks against his skin and manipulations to fester his anger, to keep it bright and burning. He doesn't think he'll ever not be angry. It is a part of him, this anger, and without it, he's just a scared kid locked in a cage. With one swallow, he downs his whiskey. It burns delightfully all the way down his throat to his chest. Only a few more days. Soon, he'll finally be able to show his face and all that he has become. He'll win this game. He'll pass this test. After all, this is what consumes Shigaraki Tamura, encompassing him like a black hole. It doesn't matter if this is who he wants to be or who he is. This is the path he was led to, and he'll be damned if he trips. There at the beach, just the two of them. Izuku brought pastries from the cafe, although he knows neither of them will eat right now. The sun is setting, but the clouds are too thick, too gray, to hold any colors. He's tense next to All Might. No number of deep breaths help relax him, and he feels his shoulders rise up like walls. They're both sitting on the hill of grass, not speaking. They swim in their silence for a long time. Izuku was still trying to wrap his head around the fact that All Might remembered. So you know now, everything? Izuku asks, the first one to break the silence. Yagi nods, gaze directed to the fading sun, some of it still blurry, but yes, I remember. Izuku hums. Words, usually so easy for him, are lost. Yagi continues, young Midoriya, how long have you been doing this? Izuku tilts his head. What do you mean? I mean, God, I met you when you were just a small child in this timeline. You tried to warn me about my battle with All for One. You've been dealing with this for that long. Izuku shrugs, not mentioning that it was longer. You have to understand, I couldn't just immediately tell someone what had happened. I didn't know people could remember. I came to the notion that I had to do it by myself, and by the time I understood that others could help, I became so used to doing it alone. He didn't mention that he didn't want to burden people. He knows that Katsuki has nightmares about dying. Nightmares that were once a reality. Izuku can't fathom the idea of knowing you died, only to be revived into the past. And now 3 people had to do that. What about Mrs. Midoriya? Surely she knows something. After all, you two are connected by blood. Izuku winces. The familiar stab of grief makes itself known at the center of his chest. He tries not to think of his mother because once he does, he can't stop. It's then that he realizes that All Might still thinks that he's living with her, that he's still a son. Izuku shoves the words out. She died a long time ago. Yagi sputters and chokes. He doesn't say anything for a long time, and Izuku finally gets the will to look over. He's surprised to see that the hero is crying. Tears streamed steadily down his cheeks. Why, Yagi? Are you okay? Yagi sniffles. I'm sorry that I didn't know about your mom's passing. She was such an amazing woman. You didn't know because I didn't tell you, Izuku says. Yagi wipes his eyes. Know that I will always be on your side, my boy. I, along with the others who remember, will make sure you're not alone in the battle. We're going to fix this, and we're going to do it together. His words brought unwanted tears to his eyes. Even so, a smile formed on Izuku's face. Thank you. Thank you. Yagi guided Izuku's head to his shoulder, forming a side hug. No need to thank me, young mid-warrior. After all, we're heroes. It's what we do. Izuku realized that somewhere along the way, perhaps years ago, he forgot what it truly meant to be a hero. Maybe he had given up on that dream, believing that he couldn't be a hero after the things he's done. But All Might's words reignited that spark, the urge to become a hero in every sense of the word. He wanted nothing more than to save the people he loved. And isn't that what a hero was? At that moment, Izuku thought that maybe, just maybe, he could continue on the path toward his dream. A dream that he had nearly forgotten about. Katsuki and Izuku walk into UA, holding hands. He notices Izuku's eyes glued to the ground, so he forces Izuku to stop walking. They're both shaking. Katsuki squeezes Izuku's hand tighter. Izuku, he says as he looks at him. Katsuki usually forgets that Izuku is a couple inches shorter than him, and it's always a shock when he fully registers it. Izuku usually gives off the air of someone who's larger than life, and he is. He's brighter and more beautiful than the fucking sun, but sometimes he tries to disappear. And it's in moments like this one that Izuku looks so small. Look at me, Katsuki urges. Izuku listens to him, although a bit grudgingly. His eyes slide immediately to Katsuki's, making sure to avoid looking at everyone else. It's okay to look at everyone. It's real. It's something Katsuki has been repeating to himself all morning. He looks around the hallway at all the excited, nervous, hopeful students bustling about, trying to get to their classes. His heart squeezes as his eyes catch on to people he used to know is going to know. Every time I look, all I see are their deaths, Izuku whispers, his tone anguished. Katsuki returns his gaze back to him. Izuku was clearly uncomfortable. He was never one to share his deeper emotions, and that only got worse during these past few years. Katsuki knew he was working on it, and was proud of him. He was also glad that Izuku felt safe enough around him to tell him his troubles with trust. Then you're going to have to keep on looking. Get used to the fact that we're standing here, and our friends are, too. Izuku's eyes sparkled, but not with tears. Katsuki thinks that they shone with something akin to hope. The nerd nodded and started to walk, still holding Katsuki's hand. This time, both of their heads were held high. Izuku walks through the giant Class 1 door. He knows exactly who's inside before stepping foot inside, his enhanced hearing picking up every single sound. He sticks close to Kacchan's side as they stand near the door. Both are staring at everything they can get their eyes on. Izuku feels his chest constrict, and he has to blink rapidly in order to erase all the flashes of memories resurfacing. It's Ada who notices them first. He walks over to them. He didn't have legs. Oh god, he didn't have legs. Posture ramrod straight. Izuku squeezes Katsuki's hands tighter, who squeezes back with just as much strength. You're the person who was muttering during the written exam, Ada states as a greeting. Izuku's face heats up. And you also ran towards the 0-pointer. That's me, he chirps, his voice sounding foreign to his own ears. Katsuki scoffs. He was the only one brave enough to fight that piece of sheet, and he saved someone because of that. Izuku nudges Katsuki with his elbow, urging him to play nice. Katsuki only nudges him back with far more strength than he gave. Ida nods, and then holds out his hand. My name is Ida Tenya, pleased to make your acquaintance. Izuku releases his hand from Katsuki's, who grumbles at that, and shakes Ada's hand. Midoriya Izuku. That's when Uraraka and Kirishima come up to them, all smiles and wonder. It's you, Uraraka says, the clumsy boy. The clumsy boy. Izuku stutters, ignoring Katsuki's snicker. Uraraka nods. I'm Uraraka Ochako. I can already tell that we're going to be great friends. Izuku's heart warms. He's finally able to be with his best friends again. I'm Midoriya Izuku, but you can call me Deku if you want. It was a name that only Katsuki and Uraraka ever called him out of heroics, and it was something that he wouldn't mind happening again. Uraraka tilts her head. Deku. It sounds like Dekaru. Izuku nods, because that's exactly what it sounds like. And that's what he wants it to mean. You can do it. Kirishima butts in, pointing his thumb to his chest. Nice to meet you, Midabro. I'm Kirishima Ejiro. He looks over to Kacchan. And who are you? Bakugo Katsuki. Katsuki has a smirk on his face, and Izuku thinks about how relieving it is to see Kacchan so happy. It reminds him that he's not the only one dealing with seeing his best friends again after so long. The bell rings, Ida yelling out, okay, everyone, let's get to our seats. Everyone rolls their eyes, but obliges. Izuku was just about to walk over to his seat when a hand grabbed onto his collar and pushed him against the wall. The air was suddenly ice cold, countering the boiling anger of the person nearly choking him. It was Todoroki Shoto, his heterochromic eyes boring down on him. Izuku tilted his head and smiled, which only seemed to make the other boy angrier. Izuku was fine with that. He understood why Todoroki was so angry with him. "Hey," Katsuki yelled, but what cut off with a stare from Izuku. "Kacchan, don't." Katsuki backed off, albeit not happily. Izuku turned his attention back to Todoroki. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" The hand around his collar tightened, small particles of ice forming on Izuku's uniform. "It's been years." "You left," Todoroki snarled. Izuku's heart squeezed at the clear ache in his friend's voice. It was times like these that he wished his healing quirk took away emotional pain, too. "I had to, and I'm not sorry for it." He had to protect and protect and protect. He needed to plan and get stronger and fight for the future. Izuku continues, "But I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I'm sorry I only visited you once. I'm sorry you had to go through so much." Todoroki's hands were trembling, and he finally let go of his collar only to slump down and lay his head on Izuku's chest. "I'm so angry," he mutters. Izuku hums. Everyone in the class was staring at them, but Izuku didn't care. He distantly hears Aizawa's near-silent footsteps coming toward the classroom. "Then be angry," Izuku says. "Hate me, yell at me, do whatever you need to. Just know that I'm still your friend. But for right now, we need to get through our first day of UA." "Okay." Todoroki steps away from him, and for just a moment, his eyes soften, but quickly harden again. "Know that I'm expecting an explanation from you, Midoriya." Izuku smiles and nods, and just like that, the atmosphere is warmer, the ice melting on his shirt, although he knows it'll take a while for Todoroki to forgive him if he ever will, and that it'll take some time before they can truly be friends again. Izuku's patient. He'll wait however long it'll take. Izuku had just taken his seat behind Katsuki when Aizawa walked into the classroom. They make brief eye contact with one another before Aizawa faces the entire class. The teacher offers a smirk that makes most of the class shudder. "Welcome to your first day of heroics." Izuku watched. His gaze floated across every student, and as he watched, he analyzed, making notes on even the most minuscule of details. He notices how Shinsu Minda's replacement lacks stamina and strength, but is agile and light on his feet. Kirishima's quirk makes him slow, and hasn't earned the name Unbreakable yet. Kaminari looks slightly afraid of himself of what his quirk can do to him once pushed too far. He sees the potential, and knows how strong these people will grow to be, but he doesn't know how much time they have. And he knows that they're all going to have to work harder than before, push them past their limits, train them for something they don't even know is going to happen, and they will learn, eventually. But they're just starting, and Izuku wants them to have their childhood for as long as possible. Katsuki is strong, but he's not like who he used to be, and Izuku knows this frustrates him. And maybe this frustration is good, because he can turn that into power. Izuku uses his quirk in the practices Aizawa has set them up for as well, refusing to hold back. Aizawa is repeating these exercises not to potentially expel any students, but to set them up for survival. He knows them, even if they don't quite know him. He's doing what Izuku is doing, soaking in every strength, growth, and weakness to ensure that none of them will die before their time. It's a weird thing, to excel at something you once failed at. He comes in first in some of the courses, second or third in the others. He ignores the shocked looks from Todoroki after all. He was supposed to be quirkless, and the curious glances from Shinsu. Everyone seemed surprised by his skill besides Kacchan and Aizawa-sensei, and why wouldn't they be? They don't know that he's done this before, or that he has years' worth of knowledge and training on them. None of them have had to fight in war, or be trapped in the arena, or roam the streets, witnessing the darkest parts of the human species. He can see the wall building between him and his friends, just classmates. They don't even know him, separating them. Izuku tries to smile warmly at them, and compliment them on how amazing they are, not just their quirks, but them. They're smart, and while they know that he is not like them, they also gather that he wants to be here, with them. After the courses are finished, Shinsu walks up to him, rubbing the back of his neck. His eyes are downcast, and it takes a moment for him to find words. But Izuku is patient. He has to be. Shinsu looks up, making eye contact. "I wanted to say thank you for helping me at the entrance exam. I wouldn't have passed if it weren't for your advice." Izuku smiles. Shinsu squints at the brightness. "No need to thank me. You would have made it one way or another. Have more faith in yourself. In order to win a war, one has to trust themselves and know just how much they're capable of." Izuku squeezes Shinsu's shoulder before walking to the locker room to change. He grabs his clothes, and just like when he was putting on his uniform, he goes inside a bathroom stall to change. No one has ever seen the full extent of his scars, and he can't risk freaking any of them out. He wouldn't be able to answer any of the questions about the electric burn scars from the arena among the various others from that hell, his self-harm scars, or the plethora of permanent markings from being a vigilante. He doesn't bother to count them, doesn't want to be reminded of what caused them. People look at him oddly when he exits the stall, but don't ask questions, much to Izuku's relief. Katsuki narrows his eyes at him. Even he doesn't know the extent of scar tissue Izuku's body adorns. It's then that Kaminari's voice catches his attention. Yo, did you guys hear that we're going to go to the USJ in a few days? I'm so stoked. Izuku feels his face pale. He catches Katsuki's eye and sees that his reaction was similar. They had been so busy with training and focusing on getting into UA that the USJ attack hadn't had a chance to occupy their minds. He slowly walks out of the locker room, trying his best to act normal, but a wave of self-hatred and panic washed over him. How could he have been so careless as to forget the class's first encounter with villains? With Shigaraki, Shimura Tenko, in just a few short days, he'll be face to face with him. The first time in months, in years if he doesn't count that glimpse of him on the roof. Katsuki is right next to him. Izuku doesn't know how long he's been walking beside him, but as he always does, he takes comfort in his presence. Katsuki also doesn't know about how intertwined Shigaraki and Izuku really are. He doesn't know that he was the reason he had the ability to travel back to time, nor does he know about the time spent together at the arena. Promise me you'll save me in the next life, Tenko whispered as he injected Izuku with the last quirk. As soon as the quirk was introduced into his system, Izuku started to scream. It was more painful than any of the other quirks forced upon his body. He writhed and clawed at the ground. His entire existence started to glitch. After all, a quirk that can not only rewind time but create a whole new timeline altogether is a powerful thing. Not one meant to exist in any world, even one full of mutated people. He felt as though his insides were being ripped up, and all he wanted was death. His limbs flickered only to reappear again. Once it was over, Izuku was too weak to fight AFO and his mind control, at least until it was too late. Izuku hasn't kept his promise. He let AFO get to Shigaraki, and he's no longer sure if he'll be able to stray from the path that he was put on. But he has to try. He has to hope that Shimura Tenko is still there, and still wants to be saved. Izuku takes a deep breath and nods at Katsuki. We're going to need to talk to Aizawa. Izuku and Katsuki walk into the classroom during lunch, finding Aizawa zipped up in his sleeping bag in the corner of the room. Izuku sighs, feeling a tinge of guilt for having to wake up the hero when he obviously needs the rest. Don't they all? Izuku walks over to his teacher. He still can't believe he can call him that again. It's surreal. He finds it hard to call him sensei when they've been fighting side by side for the last couple of years and gently, but firmly, kicks him. Shota wakes up immediately, and out of reflex goes to grab Izuku's foot. Before he can do so, Izuku takes a couple of steps back. Aizawa groans, "Problem child. We need to talk," along with Nezu and All Might. He gets out of the sleeping bag and goes to sit at his desk. He stares at Izuku and Katsuki, waiting for them to talk. What the hell are we going to do about the USJ trip? Katsuki rips off the band-aid. Aizawa pinches the bridge of his nose. I've been thinking about that. Well, Izuku pushes. We only have a few days, and there's also that break-in that happened. We're going to cancel the trip and not tell anyone about it until the day we're supposed to leave. That way it can't leak. Izuku shakes his head. He doesn't understand. That can't work. But how can he, or anyone? No one knows how deep his connection with Shigaraki goes. Katsuki nudges him with a brush of his shoulder. He senses Aizawa's questioning gaze on him. He takes a deep breath. Fine. Cancel it last minute, but know that I'm going to be there. I have to be. Absolutely not. Both Katsuki and Shota say at the same time. Will you let me finish? Izuku growls out. I need to talk to Shigaraki. I can save him and bring him to our side. Midoriya, you out of everyone should know that he's too far gone to be saved. Anger surges through him. He hates it when people assume what he's been through and how it went about, as if he should have a set feeling or emotion to a particular event. But it's not that linear. Nothing ever is. Most days, he's either feeling everything at once or nothing at all. You don't get to dictate anything about how I should feel or think about someone. I know him better than anyone at this school, and he knows me too. Izuku takes another deep breath. He's probably the only reason I survived the arena. Both Katsuki and Aizawa tense next to him. Izuku hardly ever talks about what happened in that hellhole. And when he does, it's only in bits and snippets. He only ever lets their imagination come up with the true horrors of that place of pain. You mean he was in the arena with you? Aizawa asks. He nods. We were in the same cell together. He ignores how Katsuki flinches at the use of the word cell. But in all honesty, that room was a luxury compared to everything else. But none of that matters. I promised Tamura that I would save him, in both timelines, and this is my chance to do it. Aizawa releases a long-suffering sigh and Katsuki makes a teaching sound next to him. If the nerd is going, then so am I. Izuku shakes his head. No, I'm the only one that can be in there. Katsuki tilts his head, challenging him. And why is that? And what about the 100 other villains that are going to be there? Bakugo is right, problem child. There's no way I'm letting you go in there alone. Izuku flings his hands up in frustration. Look, if you need to be there, then be outside alongside how many other heroes you want there. I just need to get to Tamura, and I can without anyone noticing I'm even there. He's talking about his invisibility quirk. It makes him unnoticeable unless someone was already aware of his appearance beforehand. Aizawa groans, and Izuku almost feels bad. Katsuki is still shaking his head. No, I'm not letting you go in alone. Not after he took you. Izuku cuts him off. He doesn't remember that. And technically, this Tamura isn't the same as the one you knew before. If things go south, have your backup storm the place and take everyone down. I don't care. You just have to let me try. He was going to do this, whether they wanted him to or not. But that didn't stop Izuku from wanting their trust. He knew he could accomplish this task. Izuku needed to talk to Tamura, but he also needed to see if that boy from the arena was still there. Izuku grabs Katsuki's hand and looks him in the eye, urging him to trust him. He knew it was impossible for anyone but him to understand. However, they didn't need to understand. Katsuki whispers a curse, knowing that there was no changing Izuku's mind. Izuku looks back at Aizawa, waiting for him to say something. I'll give you 5 minutes, the teacher says. If you're not back by then, or at the very least send some kind of signal by the end of that time limit, I'm having the place stormed. I'll be waiting too. And you bet your ass that I'll be the first one, and as soon as that last second ends, some of the tension that Izuku didn't even know he was harboring melts off of him and he smiles. Thank you. 5 minutes is all I'll need. You better not make me regret this, problem child. Now, leave. I have to talk to the rat about this turn of events. Katsuki and Izuku turn to leave and walk out of the giant Class 1 door. Katsuki's hand tightens on his as they continue their walk to the cafeteria. You trust me, right? Izuku asks. Katsuki tchs, of course I do. But I don't trust him. You don't have to, but know that I'm going to save him. And if anyone can, it's you, the blonde says. Izuku feels his cheeks warm at the comment, and he smiles, rising on his tiptoes to kiss Katsuki on the cheek. Red blossoms on Katsuki's face. What was that for? Huh. Laughter bubbles out of Izuku's mouth, just cause. Katsuki knew that Izuku wouldn't back down, but that didn't stop the fear from crawling up his chest. He sees flashes of Izuku bloodstained and exhausted, his eyes empty in lack of control. He knows that Shigaraki aided in torturing him and causing this shit show. He doesn't know Izuku's past with Shigaraki, especially during his time at the arena. Bakugo has tried looking it up, but there's nothing. Izuku has only provided snippets, and Katsuki knows that he's still weighed down by those 2 years. He knows by the way Izuku mutters and whimpers in his sleep, whispers of Madoka and keep fighting, have to make it to the next round. This doesn't stop hot flashes of anger from overwhelming him, though. Because if it weren't for Shigaraki, maybe none of their friends, their family, would have died. Maybe Izuku wouldn't have had to go back in time and experience so much pain. Maybe they would have graduated and become full-fledged heroes together. Maybe Izuku would have learned to love himself by now. He doesn't want Izuku to go in alone, but he knows that he wouldn't be able to change his mind. So he'll be as close as he can be. He swears that if he gets even a suspicion that Izuku's getting hurt, then he'll throw all those plans away and attack every single villain in the USJ. Because even though Izuku might not know how precious he is, Katsuki does. And he'll make sure that they both live long enough for Izuku to realize that he's cherished. That's all he can do. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.